Beautiful is a word.
It is a word. It's an
Very-
adjective.
A great word. Oh, look at it go.
It's a fine word. Very useful.
Mm-hmm.
Not for this show, but
by the way, this is the first EFAP in HD 60 FPS.
Oh, that's right. We're moving up.
Well,
Just let me know if that
I know
fucks
a guy.
up, people at home. Like, this is all. The first stream I did trying to do that, I screwed it up completely. So, it was on blueprints, but we made it through after about 20 minutes of figuring it out. So,
okay.
Hopefully it is a-okay here. You should have access to higher resolution and, like I said, 60 FPS, which you've been needed. This show in particular needs that FPS. I don't think people could even make out what was happening up until now. So, thank goodness
and of course,
it's in.
there's so many movies and television shows that are shot at 60 FPS as well.
Exactly.
So you get to see all of those additional frames.
Yes.
How exciting.
Speaking of, I was doing some looking around for this video I'm working on, and I was trying to find some info on The Hobbit when it was shot in 48 FPS. And as far as I know, that never made it out of theaters. There's no version of that you can buy that's in 48 frames per second. So the DVD or whatever that you can get of The Hobbit, it's all 30, or sorry, it's all 24. It never made it to the physical set. Unless I'm mistaken, but it's something I kept seeing repeated all over the place. Though I would be, because it's been so long since I've seen those movies in the theater, I would be curious to see them in 48 because I can't remember which one I saw back in the day.
Yeah, I'm not at all curious to ever see The Hobbit again in any frame rate, so I don't know if it would be top of my list of priorities.
Those movies.
Would the barrel riding sequence
curiosity.
be substantially improved with a higher frame rate?
The Balrog?
The barrel riding.
thing. It would be better, actually. One of the things that I do kind of hear that's a bit too common to be a coincidence is that people say it does make the action scenes easier to follow. Once you get used to the fact it's a higher frame rate, the action sequences do look better because it's smoother and you can catch a lot of the things that are going on. However, that is subjective, and I can't verify that myself. But it is something that I've heard more than a few times as I looked around for people doing a bunch of posts and stuff.
When's Andor available?
That's next week. Next
week.
Day, I want to say. Yeah. Right after this.
On my stream, some people said it was out like today or whatever, and I was like, seriously?
I don't think so.
I don't remember that.
Yeah, I thought it was out next week. Let me double check. It'd be nice if that's good. That would
be very, very nice. Yes.
Oh, I need it, especially after Arcane and Daredevil. Yeah,
I do need something. I need something new to come out that I like.
We need a big W right now.
I watched Sinners. It's not good, but I'm not interested in talking about it. So I just want to wait for something good to come out.
Andor's doing its 3-episode bundles, isn't it? So it'll actually be after the first day. It should be enough to have a sense of whether it's going to be complete shit or not.
Yeah,
probably.
It'll be like a movie.
Because it's each arc. 3 episodes a year, so...
On that front, I don't know if it's been talked about yet on EFAP, but I've been tracking Mobland, and it's only been 3 episodes, but I think it's really good.
I like it too. That's been
I've got
to
catch up. I've seen the first episode, and I liked it, so...
3,
yeah, I needed...
1 was like, I'm interested. 2 was like, okay, cool. And then 3, once it kicks in, the pattern, it's like, alright, that's good enough to say it's probably... anybody who likes good Guy Ritchie shit, you'll like Mobland, at least so far.
I'm very glad to hear that because I can't handle another
well, I can't promise.
Of the knife.
Yeah,
you never know how it'll turn out, but at least it's good right now and it's new, so that's cool.
At least I got 3,
a good amount of confidence based on the writing so far, which again, it's nice. I'm getting pretty tired of just going to the theater and watching a movie and being like, man, that sucked. All right, well, anyway.
I was talking I was talking about like theater-wise, as you mentioned. That's an attitude that I think I certainly have it, and I think a lot of people have it. I think that one of the reasons that theater is sort of
gonna suck.
Well, yeah, I think that when you factor in the fact that it's that much for food, driving there, driving back, whatever the weather is, taking time out of your day, leaving home, the ticket prices, and you just don't expect the movie to be good, You're like, well, fuck it, I'm not going to the theater. If I knew every time I went to the theater I would enjoy my experience, I'd go way more.
That's, I think, fair.
Well, at least reliably, right? Like reliably watching films and because it's not like every film you're gonna enjoy or that every film is gonna
meets
be
a threshold at least,
Yeah, pretty much. Like I'm getting pretty tired of watching films where the plot just collapses or like the theme is like just sort of I'm
tired of going to the movie theater and having the best thing there be the popcorn.
Like I really didn't like watching Minecraft, in case that wasn't obvious. I really
what?
We should do an EFAP on that. We should let everyone know.
First we watch, then we stream. Let's watch stream.
You watch stream.
Like, just God, and the fact that it's going to make so much fucking money as well.
I was on Open Bar. I think Drinker said like it slowed down, hasn't it? I was like, slowed down,
like barely.
I mean, it had a considerably lower second weekend drop off than the average Marvel movie does. It's like
only like 50%. Yeah.
According to Mikey Gus, there's 662 million worldwide so far. Jeez.
Yeah,
that is a juggernaut.
It might end up being the most successful film of the year. But no, Fantastic Four might beat it because, man, that was such a great trailer.
Oh,
yeah.
Rags, have you seen Silver Surfer?
I have not seen the Silver Surfer.
Oh, dude, I love seeing people say, yeah, it's not finished yet. It's like, well, okay.
Okay,
so, like,
well, they put it in the fucking marketing.
When you watch a trailer for a video game, and then inexplicably, it's like the geometry doesn't have any textures on it or anything, or it's really buggy, and the character models are flooping because it's not finished yet, would you be like, well, yeah, it's not finished yet, rather than, why'd
that doesn't look good.
All right, so these are our Silver Surfer comparison here.
But it's retrofuturism. That's like means it'll be good. Yeah. Oh wow.
So that does not look great.
I don't even know where to begin with this when I saw it. Holy shit.
Retrofuturism is supposed to like describe the aesthetic in which they live, not the quality of the CGI.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's and also like the shot itself looked pretty bad. Like the framing wasn't great. I mean, I don't know. Like it's just like what a man. Like it's not
so
the
it's
guys.
A chick, lol.
It's no rags, but there is one in the comics who's a woman, which addresses the fact that most people only know of the one. I don't know why people say that. Like, oh, you haven't read a comic. It's like, dude, most people only know about the guy. like, oh well, not a real fan then, huh?
I guess not.
Yeah, all
it
right.
just doesn't look. I don't know. Like like the Wizard of Oz's Tin Man looks better than this.
I was gonna try and find like a comparison at least because I think the T1000 looks better, and at this point it's like it's not about fidelity at all. Because obviously the T1000 is old as fuck, but the fact that like this is the best I can find right now, other than pulling up my own movie file, but just the way that it's this it's like, where do you even begin in terms of choosing a criticism for this 2025 one? What's going on with her face?
Yeah, it just something looks off.
Little bit.
They only got a couple of months to fix it, assuming that this isn't the final.
To fix this.
Well, yeah, assuming that this isn't finalized, but yeah, because they are still working on it. Yes, they are still working on it, but they showed it, and people will judge what they show.
It's
like the idea, like, oh yeah, why would you judge what the multi-billion-dollar corporation puts in the marketing material for that movie that they want you to pay for so that they can make money? Like, oh yeah, no, but it's not done yet. Like, I don't know. How about just like calming down and just accepting that it doesn't look great?
Look at this little action figure T1000. Doesn't that look really neat? That looks really neat. Look at that. That's really cool.
I'm pretty sure that's one I've ordered actually.
Oh my gosh, really?
Yeah, Az may be aware of it. The T1000.
Oh, wow.
He's been shared like crazy being a character on Mortal Kombat. It's just like I think people. It's like people all love the fuck out of the T1000, but didn't need to talk about it. It was just like, yeah, he's amazing, he's awesome, he's super.
We accept
cool.
that it's cool. It requires no discussion. We are all in agreement. This is a really cool villain.
Not
he's
to
got
say like
just the
that's
right amount of personality. And
obviously
he's so
only a surface level connection to Silver Surfer in terms of the silveriness, but this like the
cousins or something.
well.
Well, it's the idea of essentially convincing people that this like really reflective like metal person is like an actual entity.
Yeah.
It also doesn't help that like
I mean,
the role in the trailer just see like she flies in, like weird silver woman on a surfboard flies in and says, you're all gonna die, and then leaves.
Well,
And
then,
it looks quite silly. It just looks like dumb comic shit, not good comic shit.
They do the same thing that they did in the fucking the old one, where fucking Johnny flies after her and goes
I'm not
into
sure.
space.
Is that something that happened in the comics and they're both adapting it, or are they trying to evoke that movie?
I assume they're not trying to evoke that movie.
That's what I would have thought.
They are. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's just kind of odd. But no, there was a shot where she like surfed dust. That's really great, and that means the film's going to be good.
Okay. Well,
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure we all have so much hope for Fantastic Four.
Oh yeah, and then there was a Superman thing as well, where they were all just saying, "Yeah, it's going to be a great movie." It's like, yeah, okay, yeah, I'm sure you all believe that. I hope, but like,
well, I mean, there's no reason to assume we're not getting anything but triple failure on Superman, Fantastic Four, and Jurassic now in July.
I mean, precedent.
Which do you think will be best of those three?
Superman will have the best chance of being.
So
do I think
for
that?
me, I think Fantastic Four is a guaranteed like low score, but Superman is volatile. It could be
a wild card.
Superman could be really annoying. Would be, I think, yeah, like it could end up being fine. It could end up being really fucking bad.
Well, what I mean is
and
just
Jurassic World will be bad for sure.
We have. It's very hard to predict Superman outside of being like, well, it's James Gunn's writing, which has not been on point as of late. It's like, and whether or not he's capable of even. Does he know what is required to make a Superman story? There's all that kind of discussion. There's a lot of little volatility that could push the score up and down depending on what we end up with. But Fantastic Four to me is just like, well, this is par for the course. We're getting the same shit we usually do. Mm-hmm. I've not been convinced against that with any information, really.
There's no reason to believe it will be different. Marvel hasn't made a good film, like, in fucking several years. Why would this one be the good one? Because Marvel has marketed it so that you believe that's the case.
That's
the only possible way it could maybe stand a better chance is that they now have a vague structure around it, so it's aiming at something. That would be my only like word in its favor. It's not just another, oh, here's another universe with another set of characters. We might see them again or we might not. This is tying into an Avengers movie, which is tying into an Avengers movie. So like they have a direction of travel which they didn't have previously. Maybe will help, but I would still expect it to be pretty shit.
Yeah.
I think that's a worthwhile observation. Of course, the things that will be hampering that is one, just the standard problems with writing, which you've already acknowledged. Yeah. But then another one is that the idea that they're leading in the direction of these Avengers movies when it's like, dude, what are the scripts for these movies? You know, like this. I don't even know what it means to be like for them to be like, yeah. So Fantastic Four will lead into Doomsday, where we're bringing back the old X-Men. And Doctor Doom that's what we're doing, and we're shooting it, and by the time that principal photography is done, it'll be like 8 months to go until this massive big budget expensive film comes out. Then we got to figure out what we're doing for the next one. It's just like, yeah, we're setting ourselves up for success here, aren't we? Like,
nothing but. Yeah, I mean,
I'm excited.
I mean, I saw this image before I saw the trailer, and I was just like, we're so doomed. It doesn't even matter what's in the trailer.
Mm-hmm.
But the trailer did not seem to play well with a lot of people.
Is that the case, or is it actually like essentially worked?
Oh, well, I mean, I wouldn't include anybody who was going to love it no matter what. I just meant in terms of our sort of spheres of assessing likelihoods, this recent trailer has been like, well, yeah, that's about what I expected, and there's more reasons to be concerned now. I'm not even happy. I think I mentioned to you Galactus' size in that shot at the end. I was like, what the...
A bit awkward in that he's like kind of Ant-Man sized. It's like, yeah,
Yeah.
all right.
We'll see, I guess.
Probably.
The other thing I was going to mention before we get on is Wisecrack is apparently dead, the channel.
So I've
Oh,
heard.
They've
okay.
put out a video for it, and it's only like 7 minutes. I watched it. It is fucking weird. It is Game Grumps switching from John to Dan weird. It begins with the main dude, but all of his audio is coming through one ear. You know, he's like fucked it up, I guess. And he's just talking about like, yep, Wisecrack's gone, it's dead, and you know, hopefully, if anyone's interested, I've got a different channel. Come follow me over there, please. And the people who've worked with me are amazing, and you should follow them too. And then it just cuts to like completely different resolution and aspect ratio and audio quality, and different people in a different room. The first one, 2 guys on a sofa with a projection of their wrestling show from a different channel projected over them and hitting the back wall. I don't really know what's going on with that, and they just say, "Yep, we're done. Follow us on other stuff." And it's like, okay, and then it just hard cuts once they awkwardly sort of their conversation just scuttles to an end. Cuts to a next girl who's I think she was like on a sofa, and she was just saying her emergency talent manager has informed her that she should let everyone know she is basically ready to be hired. So please contact her if you need like scripts that require she mentioned something like fans of Taylor Swift and some other stuff, and I was just like, what is happening? And then it cuts to this last girl who's in a white room. I think her aspect ratio is fucked, her sound is fucked, and she just announces that she's also quitting. That's that, it's done, bye bye. And then it cuts back to the first dude, and he's again just like, yep, all over, follow my other channel, bye. And I was like, what in the fucking hell is going on?
Man, not
like,
with a bang, huh?
It is one of the weirdest,
Jeez.
like you know, hierarchy change videos ever. It seems to me that they were probably sent some email basically saying, you know, the channel's dissolving. You get you if you want to put out a video, you get a fucking hour or something like that. And they just went like, oh shit, because it seems like all of them are recording on their phones or something. I don't know what the hell is going on. It was
they got the word from up top.
And not only recording really shittily, but the way it was cut together, like, you could take their video and make it better as an editor. You don't even need more raw footage. It was so weird. But yeah, because Wisecrack, I don't know about you guys, but it always struck me as something that was somewhat professionally, I guess, organized. I thought it was bigger and stronger, and that something like an exit would be dealt with in a very professional manner. But no, it's just done. Which, I will say, a little bit surprising, but the main reason they cited was they basically expanded too fast. They thought everything, you know,
it's
people, that kind of thing.
Anyone else feel story? It's kind of what happened with Rooster Teeth as well.
It's a classic story. Yeah, you assume everything is exponential. The more you create, the more money you get.
Yeah,
but not quite. And their views aren't horrible, but I guess it just costs too much to be producing these videos.
Yeah, too much.
Obviously, we were huge fans of it over on EFAP, so that's a shame.
Yeah, it really made you think.
Did we do this? Is this our fault? Was this our doing? No, it wasn't. But it's fun to think about it being the case. Well, the last thing we covered from them was the
Can I just say? So their last video is called Wisecrack is Dead. This is our last video, not clickbait. Their prior one, the penultimate video on the channel, How Capitalism Drives Depression.
There it is.
That is
capitalism's fault.
Like, do you think they did that because their channel was about to die and that they could only think about money? Like,
actually, this is capitalism's fault.
Maybe, yeah.
I mean, that's just too perfect. But yeah, okay. Well, I don't know. Yeah, I just wanted to mention it because, you know, we, like I said, fans of Wisecrack here. But that's that. They're out. They're done. See you, folks. And, you know, if any of you in chat were interested, they have their own channels they're splitting into. And I think he implied...
Right. If you need some of that premium talent over there at Wisecrack, I think they're looking for a gig.
Well, like the main dude implied he might try and, you know, encourage the Wisecrack guys to, like, form a new group together or something. And I was just like, so do the same thing, but for way less money, probably. It's just like, well, see if they're on board. Who knows? Obviously we're very much in favor of basically all channels running for as long as they can in any way that they want, but there are certain realities when you run it the way that they were, I guess. And like I said, it's not
Very
like they were low on
content
views.
farmy, clicky,
Yeah,
kind of corporate-y, just like content mill kind of stuff.
well,
Like, oh shit, what can we talk about to try and get views?
Combine that
No
with
passion.
well, you could call it overproduced, and I'm only really referencing the fact that it would have cost them so much money. Like the videos themselves, they run pretty okay. Like in the sense of like they're not going to be killing their audience with over editing or anything. But the overproduced part being just, I wonder how much they cost to make it unsustainable. You know,
It's almost like those. They make the kinds of videos that a couple people could do, as long as you turn them out in a reasonable amount of time. They never work complex. You're right, but their overhead is probably huge when it shouldn't be huge.
So down
like they had the presentation of like you have that corporate-y sort of presentation, and behind the scenes they got way too many people hired on to do this work, and it should be just like a fairly small operation.
No,
why didn't they just should have super scaled back instead of, or maybe that they just took their, maybe they saw the writing on the wall and said, instead of scaling back to our minimum size, we're just gonna end it. It's over, it's done.
Presumably, like I said, something's clearly wrong, because their exit video is retarded. It seems like they were all just told probably overnight to leave the... I guarantee you within a few weeks or months or whatever, one of them on one of their channels will say, you know, the exit was not kind. And everyone will be like, oh, what do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? But anyway, back on with our adventure. We got some art that's been posted here. Oh my.
Yes.
Look at this.
Really, really impressive.
From the same chap who has been up from last week.
Well, it is absolutely gorgeous.
I want to watch that show. Do we have to watch Daredevil? Can we just watch this instead?
After this, we don't have to watch Daredevil.
This is the pod. This is us right now talking about Daredevil. These are our alter egos
now, so and then we don't have to think about it for a year.
Is this like a this looks like a is this like a traditional piece? Did he scan this?
Oh, I see what you mean. I would have assumed it was digital, but
because look at like the words on the bottom. From the live art chain for EFAP, love to y'all. It looks like,
well, you can
it's
you can the technology is amazing at this point, with
true.
Making everything look like it is actually done. But I would assume from some of the ways that seeing some of this stuff, I would assume it was digital.
It looks digital to me, but very nifty.
Yeah, no, it's awesome.
Not that makes a difference, whether it's on paper.
Oh yeah, I was just curious because I was like, this would look really cool on a wall, to be like this is really good.
It's really nifty. These are like these are a bright spot amidst the bleakness.
Well, yeah, we're about to delve in. So for those who are just catching up to this episode, I guess it's just the Daredevil Born Again. It is technically season 4 of the Netflix series in terms of continuity. And of course, we have 9 episodes. We've covered 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So now we're doing 7, 8, 9. And after the first 3, the show had a rocky sort of reaction. A lot of people thought it was crap. A lot of people thought it was pretty good. Some people were like, kind of mixed. After the second 3, lots of concerns started to rise in terms of just how much we're going to have to put up with the bad portion of the season and how they're using particular characters. Obviously, I'm not even including our criticisms, which were fucking many. And then the final 3 episodes, I don't know how you guys have seen the internet reacting to it, but of course you get some people saying like some things here and there are good, blah, blah, blah. But I've seen way more criticism and apathy about the show than celebration.
Yep, it's starting to be that now that it's done and everybody can look back on it, they're like, oh, that kind of sucked.
Yeah, they're gonna have to sit with this.
Imagine that.
And of course, something I'm sure we talked about this on another episode. Something that is an interesting tell for how people are actually feeling about something, like once they give it more thought, is what are the kind of things that people are saying about it. Once it's like ended or when the stories are fallen off a cliff. And a notable one is that people will make memes about what are obvious problems.
Plot issues.
The noteworthy one, because we talked about it with Arcane, right? All of the memes about Vi and
fucking
and
in the
Caitlyn.
cell.
Meanwhile, Jinx about to kill herself, but they don't want to. They're too busy. Like they don't care. It's like everybody's making jokes because it's like that's a problem, and eventually it came to be realized as a problem. A noteworthy one here is, where the fuck was Spider-Man? That I've seen a lot of people making jokes about like Spider-Man essentially sleeping through the events of this season, but it's a problem.
I mean,
it's a serious problem.
If they actually managed to
Black Widow and stuff like that,
in like a press thing, get an answer out of them, they would be like, Spider-Man, he's in his own movies. He's doing what he's doing. Okay, You're just like, okay.
Like, I could buy that maybe for the first 6 episodes, but I cannot buy it anymore. I mean, it's the first 6 were bad, pretty bad. We had a lot of criticisms. Not great show, but I could kind of just about see my way to, rationalizing the lack of involvement of other superheroes. Now, fuck no. This is the first time I've watched this show and thought, like, actually been shocked by stuff that's happened. Not in a good way either. Not the good kind of shock. The bad kind of shock. Like, how
that's the worst kind.
do you justify heroes not stepping in to stop Hitler turning New York into a fucking North Korea style totalitarian state?
Well,
that's just insane.
Did you not watch the BB on the Street interviews?
Oh my god! Did it?
Then you would know all the context for why that's totally okay.
Does anyone have any interesting foreshadowy hot takes? One of mine is that I think the worst line in the entire show is in these 3 episodes.
I'd say that's. I'm curious which line that will be.
Mm-hmm.
I will say I'm curious. My hot take is that episodes 8 and 9, despite being made by the new creative team, probably pissed me off the most.
I was going to say that too. 1. So for everybody who's, again, just out of the loop, it's supposed to be episodes 2 through 7 are the old team. Episodes 1, 8, and 9 are the new team. So we're supposed to like the new team. That's the narrative. Everyone loves the new team. The new team know what to do. I saw, funnily enough, there's 2 references, right? So High Top tweeted out that he could tell like the new team with the heart and soul, and they tried to do everything they could to fix it. And if only they'd been given the full season, it would have been great. We completely disagree with this, and we will be talking about why. The other reference would be Cosmonaut Variety Hour said this whole show is a mess. And it's like, oh
my god.
Generous. Look at him generous. Go. It's bad. It's bad. Mess implies that it's got like things in it that are worthwhile.
Come on. Give him a chance.
Our expectations are very low.
A mess feels like it recognizes some positive elements that kind of got, fumbled or were let down by other components. It's just a bad show. But,
Agreed.
Well, but the 2 teams were not writing the same show. That's one of the big problems. Like, irrespective of which team you prefer, they were clearly telling different stories, which is why, like, you could probably cut out all of the stuff the old team did, jam episodes 1, 8, and 9 together, and it would still be terrible, but at least you'd kind of see roughly what they were aiming for. It's when you start chucking in the work that the other bunch of people also did, which is just so very different and doesn't actually match what the overall show was going for, it becomes even more of a mess than it would have been had it just been one team of incompetent people writing it.
They do have a kind of 1, 8, and 9 do, to me, have a somewhat different flavor in terms of their style and how the episodes sort of are. They're awful, they're god-awful, and I hate them, and they should be ashamed of themselves. But they did feel like a little bit different.
I agree
2 through 7
with both sentiments, and it's so obvious it gets funny that when you enter into episode 8, the previously on is like, remember episode 1? Remember all of the events of episode 1? And it's like, excuse me?
Well, I know it'll be important now, I guess. I guess we're going back to that.
We're dealing with the new team. It's like, okay. And it's just funny to watch people make, let's call it, equal content to stuff they think is terribly. We've gotten this a couple of times. The most notable would be what's his name? Tim Miller being like, lol, decanonizing Terminator 3, 4, and 5. We're gonna nail it. And then Terminator 3, 4, and 5, which is interesting, isn't it? Like, we're knocking out Salvation and 3, which are much less caustic than Genesis,
Yeah,
but okay.
I haven't seen those in a long time, but I don't remember 3 and Salvation being like, oh, these should be decanonized kind of stuff.
There's
They were
issues,
just sort of
but
like
yeah.
so entries.
They existed in the realm that bad used to be, where it was like a 4 out of 10.
Oh,
Now,
yeah.
you know,
I
instead
remember
of like a
those.
2 or a 1.
But he ended up making probably the worst.
The worst?
Yeah. I always feel like I can go back and forth.
Was Genesis or Dark Fate worse? Was Genesis?
Well, so that's the argument, but I often get convinced that Dark Fate is worse.
Yeah.
But Genesis should never be considered like far away better. It's really not. It's
no way.
And it's really fucking disrespectful, that movie. But it gets away with it because it's so clowny. Like nothing makes any fucking sense in it. Anyway, so that's like the broad thing that's happening. So we're going to be talking about all of those elements as we go through these next set of episodes, I would imagine. And yeah, you may have seen some stuff online about different. These episodes are a little bit crazy, honestly. I wouldn't say in a good way, but there's an attempt to shake some things up, and so I guess get excited. But yeah, you ready for me to take us into the breach one last time of Daredevil?
Yeah, so we start with episode 7. Now, you might remember in episode 6, Daredevil was inspired. Matt was inspired to become Daredevil again because he had to save Angela from Muse.
Yeah,
and he did. But Muse got away, let him go. He couldn't.
I will say
he did let him go.
With knowing what conversations are to come in terms of perspectives on that whole event, it is fucking crazy rewatching it. It's like, wow, the conclusions people reach from what happened here after this is what happened.
I mean, this is gonna basically be the end of the nephew's character. That's it, really.
Yeah, pretty much, because not going to be relevant for again episodes 8 and 9, which start to call back to episode 1 rather than anything that's happened throughout this season. Because, which is again, it's just so funny. Like, yeah, remember back in episode 1? Remember several weeks ago? Yeah, that's what's relevant, not all this stuff that's happened so far. Anyway, we open with Fisk. He's looking out the window and he asked Daniel. He really wants to know what Daniel can see when you beyond the window.
You're so wise and young and youthful.
And because Daniel doesn't understand the question, he says Starbucks.
What is like the writers are saying? You know, Kingpin he sees so much of probably himself in Daniel. This future spirit is going to happen, and by the end of the season, they will have an opinion. The writers about why Daniel is coming through somewhat. You know, he's learning, but they keep reminding you just how fucking stupid he is.
Mm-hmm.
It does feel like there's an entire, at least one episode, if not 2 episodes, missing where his character actually goes on the journey from being completely useless and incompetent and a liability, then professing his loyalty, then learning, and then turning out to be highly competent and quite sinister. And they kind of skipped that stage. So he places this huge amount of trust and power in him based on what? The fact that he almost brought down his presidency that one time, but then said he was loyal, so that's good enough.
Mayoral campaign, not the president. Good God.
Stuff like right. Well, I mean, given what he's about to do, it's a fair mistake to make.
I wouldn't be surprised if he becomes the president in the next season at this point. It's so stupid. Like, nothing matters anymore.
We got to tune in for that. Won't that be incredible?
I'm sure. But no, yeah, it's true that the writers were like, okay, we need to move him from stupid to almost Machiavellian. We've done the stupid part, and apparently we nailed it. That's great. Struggling with the rest of it, though. It's like, crazy.
But Buck's he's got his own interesting opinion. He says that there are voters. That's who he sees.
Oh.
Again, interpreting it very literally, because they both don't understand that Fisk is speaking figuratively, metaphorically, and he says that he can see fear, and then he laments that they have no leads on Muse, which then prompts Daniel to exposit that Angela got brought to the hospital the prior night and told the police where Muse's subterranean lair was. I do find that funny. We have no leads. Actually, no, that's why we're here. We have leads. Okay, cool. And then Buck adds that Angela claimed to be rescued by... Yeah?
Is this... But no, yeah, go on. Sorry, I thought we might have gone over the part. It's all good.
Yeah, so Buck adds that Angela claimed to be rescued by Daredevil, which flusters Fisk. He gets big mad about this. And then he orders them to leave, stares out the window, takes a deep breath, and says, "He's back!" And then we get the intro.
Well, even that one guy says, we don't know that yet. Because it's just like one account, and it could be a copycat, especially because we know that the cops really, really love and idolize Punisher and are basically copycat big fans of his. But Fisk is just, nope,
they really
it is definitely
don't like Daredevil, though. None of them they hate Daredevil.
They sure do.
There could be no vigilante copycats. It's not even possible. Daredevil is back.
So, like, wouldn't... Is it not, like, a really bad move to say Daredevil save me? As in, for the sake of Daredevil?
Mate, I guess she didn't think of that.
Well, so then, of course, you'd be like, why didn't Daredevil tell her that? Like, don't tell people I was the one who did it, okay? Yeah, because right now he has a fucking sword of Damocles over him in terms of someone knows exactly who you are, and it happens to be the worst person possible, and they've said, if you come back, I will get you. The last thing you want...
When you said worst person possible, I thought you were talking about Jerry guy. Like, well, I mean, he's not that bad. He's more of a nothing than anything.
I don't even consider
then he was like,
Cherry.
oh yeah, that's right, Wilson Fisk, of course.
So you'd think he'd be like, hey, when they ask who saved you, tell them you don't know. You just don't know. Don't know who it was.
Tell them you just woke up and this is what you saw. You have no clue. I was passed out from blood loss.
Yeah, she's awake long enough to say words and to notice it's him, but I guess she phases out then and he can't say anything to her, and then she fucking dobs him in, so... Oh, well. Because it does have serious consequences, right? Like, they obviously want to get us moving, so...
A stalemate of sorts. That's meant to be the situation, as the, Matt... Even though they don't... wait, we're going to find out, actually, that Matt lost all of his leverage, though, to be fair. We're going to learn that the deal that he had essentially made with Fisk at the end of Season 3, he can't fucking use that anymore. So we'll find out about that in Episode 8.
The other thing I was going to mention, and I have to play this, actually, so might be worth... Everybody, if you can get the stream up, I mean you guys, because I want people to be able to hear it.
I got it.
Yes.
So, the interaction is, essentially, paraphrasing, she was taken to the hospital, and then, originally, it was going to be, she lost a shit ton of blood, basically, and the writers were clearly concerned when they went over this scene. They were like, uh-oh, does that imply to the audience that she's dead? Because we don't know, she's alive. We need a line in there to basically say that she is alive. And so they have an ADR line from Fisk where he says,
yes.
He says she's still alive or something like that. But
she's still alive.
They've clearly cut it wrong because I can't simulate this in a call, because when I say she's
it's not
still
natural.
Well, you can see this when you're editing your own sort of audio in any given video, right? If you need efficient gaps between statements, because it needs to sound like a person could actually say it instead of just like some people's style is to just rush them all, like fucking Movie Bob. You don't want that. I personally, I would not advise it. But the other thing you also want is sometimes you'll see the waveform and you will cut as close to the end of the waveform as you would, because practicality dictates it's like that's how it works. But then you listen back and you're like, oh, it's actually cut off, not the words, but for lack of a better term, the coming down of the sound, the exiting of the sound. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, when you stop talking, it's not like your voice actually suddenly cuts off and there's nothing. There is a sort of end as the air is finishing leaving your mouth hole.
Yeah, and it's not always the same. It's always dependent on what kind of words you were saying, what noises you were making, and what sound you're at. So I don't know how this happened, but someone incompetent cut this, because you can tell they cut his line too early, and you can hear that sort of problem. So let me play it, see if I can
play that shit.
Get it going.
She escaped from Muse.
She's still alive.
She lost a lot of blood.
That was it? Can you fucking believe that shit?
Yeah,
that
crazy.
Like jolted me. I was like, what the fuck? What an insanely amateur mistake this was.
I was so...
This isn't even...
I've not heard that in like a professional thing in ever? Like, it feels like I've never heard someone make that mistake before. I was like, holy shit.
This is the audio version of just blatantly unfinished CGI.
I will play it one more time because now you know what you're looking for. But like I said, it's Fisk's line, and he says she's still alive. I should be able to play a little bit further back just because got the copyright cover up. All right, here goes.
Says she actually escaped from Muse.
She's still alive.
She lost a lot of blood.
That's real. I didn't edit that. That is how it plays in the episode.
Yep, that's it. That is the episode.
She's still alive. Like, it's just that's how it feels. It's just like, what the fuck?
Someone fucked up when they were editing this together. That little bar was dragged too far back, or it got cut off early, or something. But it's so obvious. It's so obviously wrong.
I mean, this is so bad
And
that,
I
you know,
think
if you've got a friend who's making a YouTube video and you do a draft or something, you should be like, whoa, catch that. Like, either re-record that or, you know, you cut it too early.
It's kind of unavoidably the first mistake you learn not to make, right? As every time you're recording your own stuff and you're editing your own audio, you know it sounds shit. And if you've done
Yeah,
it
'cause
once,
you
you
listen to
correct it. Yeah. And on top of that, it's an ADR line. So presumably it was stuck in after the fact, presumably on a different track. Like, how do you not just proof it? Listen to what you've put on your timeline. And if it sounds like that, fix it.
This one slipped through
Yeah.
the cracks, I guess. Whoever they had was being lazy. They weren't being vigilant. They weren't. They missed it for whatever reason. Maybe they marked to go back and do it later, and it never got touched up. But that's in the final.
Yep, that's there.
A harbinger of things to come in terms of quality assurance.
Like I said, it took me out. I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty bad. Pretty bad.
Was the
Not that I'm going
only
to
other
complain about
thing-
there being less dialogue in the show, but not like this.
Not like this.
There was one other thing in the scene. It's going to be probably quite important all the way through these, at least like the next 2 episodes, is that if you're looking for any information at all about the state of the city, which will be incredibly important when it comes to seeing what happens in the final episode, you're not going to see anything, but you will occasionally pick up a line of dialogue which tells you that stuff is supposed to have happened that they couldn't really be fucked to show us. So when he says the city is consumed by fear, we won't see the city consumed by fear. We're not even sure why the city is consumed by fear, given that he explicitly said, you know, about the Muse thing, keep this basically to yourselves and I'll handle it. So, like, I don't necessarily think that's public knowledge. But it's very important that you understand the city is consumed by fear, because otherwise what happens next cannot possibly happen. We won't even get those fucking BB report, like, Vox Pop things, though, which is like, the entire reason for those is supposed to be to show you what the city is thinking and feeling. This is the most important time to do it, and we barely get them. And when we do, they have nothing to do with what's actually happening. So
They could have
keep
had
those lines in mind.
BB be present in those reports if they were going to build her up as anything approaching like an interesting or meaningful character, especially considering her she's the niece of Ben, or the what is her specifically?
Yeah.
She's Ben's niece from the original series from season 1. So you would think that they would want to maybe have her asking the questions, getting people's opinions. She's present in those so that you can use that for character development for her, but she's not present in them. It's just some random people who give random opinions. And I don't know really what to do with those. If you give me one opinion that says this and the other opinion that says the other thing in kind of equal measure, I'm like, okay, but we knew that these are perspectives that would be had out there anyway. We're not learning anything.
But it's like the problem I think they've got with those is that they, rather than use those to tell effectively their own parallel story, which fundamentally ties in with the story we're watching, they've only ever used them to reflect on whatever the immediate needs of the episode happen to be.
Mm-hmm.
So when it's Fisk talking about how bad vigilantes are, you get the Vox Pop talking about, oh yeah, vigilantes, they're good. Oh no, vigilantes, they're bad. When he fixes holes, it's, oh, the mayor's really good because he fixes holes. Oh, the mayor's corrupt and evil and we don't like him. But later on in, I think it might be the next episode, when you start getting lines coming in. Well, we've just had one of those lines about the city being consumed by fear. When you get a later one where someone says, oh, crime's been on the up, probably because the mayor is involved. That's the story you should be telling through those Vox Pops. It's the story you're not seeing sort of fronted before you, but it's the story that is going on underneath everything. They are telling their own story. They shouldn't be reflecting just on whatever a scene has just shown you. And they've completely fucked that up, which makes the entire thing unbelievable when we actually get to the consequences of the story we've not been told or shown. And it's
If you
like
think
such an
about it,
obvious thing to do, but yeah.
well, a lot of the times when you look at these shows, you sort of wonder, well, what's the purpose of this scene? What's the purpose of this shot? What are they trying to tell me narrative-wise? And these BB segments, the only purpose that they are trying to serve is to give us the thoughts of the people, but the people just give us both thoughts. And like if they said, oh, here's an interview with one guy, oh, he likes Trump. Here's an interview with someone else, he doesn't like Trump. Well, that doesn't tell me anything. It means that you've wasted time. You've told me absolutely nothing with a segment that was specifically designed to try and tell me about what people think, but they're just both sides of essentially a dichotomous proposition. It's like, yeah, thank you, I knew that. You've wasted
But
time.
it makes
now.
it feel so real, Rags. They're real people.
Yeah.
Don't you know they sent an indie crew to go and film all of those?
Did they?
Apparently, they're all random real people.
Really? Oh. Wait, as in they're not even like paid actors? They're just...
No, I don't think so. Like they would have been told ahead of time when they were just wandering about. Like, can you do a few lines that'll end up in a show?
Oh.
I mean, all right.
Yeah.
I guess I have no complaints about that.
No, I don't
they
either.
Do
but
seem
it's,
like normal people.
I-
It's just like that's an interesting tidbit that it's like here's how they made these useless scenes, and I'm like, okay.
I mean,
Neat
it's. I think it's lame that it turned out so shit. You know, like like as you said, all the things that are said, you're just kind of like, nothing ever of interest.
It's not, but it's also it ends up being counterproductive because, as Rag said, like they're all the dichotomy. Every single one we've shown has been giving us one opinion, then the other opinion, which gives you the impression the city is divided on the qualities of Mayor Fisk. That isn't going to be true by the end, and yet we haven't seen them change their minds. So you have to rely on a line from him occasionally saying, "Oh, everyone's consumed by fear." A line from another main character saying, in passing, "Oh, everyone backs him now." And like, I don't know why they do, because everything's got worse.
You never
And
will.
that's not how it works, but fuck it.
They could have used it as a way to, as like we're talking here with the city is consumed by fear, and it was like, well, if we had some BB segments that had people consumed by fear, that'd be like, okay, gotcha.
Nope, none of that. So, yeah, Angela's in hospital and she's having bad dreams about the prior night, and then she wakes up. That's it.
She too has nightmares about this show, which makes her the most relatable character.
We're in trouble if she's the most relatable.
Yeah.
By the way, is this the last
good.
time we see her, or is it one more time after this?
Well, she gets 2 more scenes, but only one that matters.
Okay.
And it's just a relay plot, and then
because I was like, wow, they really were trying to like make her be like a thing in the show.
Well, maybe
and,
the
she's
original people were, but then these new guys
maybe.
weren't interested. So, yeah. Matt's in the shower, but he looks like he's not feeling great, which is kind of awkward when he saved a life. But you know, whatever. No, he's struggling with being Daredevil. That's not something he wants to do. It's not like he's had this arc before, but sure. And then Heather, the most interesting character in the show, she shows up. And she notices that he's got some bruises on his back, but
and immediately
do anything there.
Puts her hand on him and pushes it in. Just like, yeah, that's what you want with a bruise.
That's a nice bruise there. Let me
rude.
grab it.
And yeah, and then they start kissing. It's like, oh look at this relationship. It's something.
It's definitely
they are physically
there.
attracted to one another.
She's had a few scenes where she doesn't say anything interesting. She's about to This is the up until this point, Heather was boring. She's about to become really annoying character.
Yep.
This arc is very bad for her.
So I actually have a note here about this. It's called I call it the tactical naked shower time, because we need to like really try and get people to understand that these people are in a relationship.
They
are
like each
physically
other.
attracted to each other. They like each other, and so I know what the next scene's kind of gonna be. You know, gonna have an argument. They're gonna talk.
Yes, they are about to have an argument. So the next day, Matt's getting dressed for work, and had this questioning him about his erratic behavior. Which I would say hasn't really been that erratic in all
it's
of
not
the
that
scenes
bad.
that they've actually had. It was only that one conversation they had in like episode 6, I think it was like, oh yeah, no, where you were off somewhere. It's like, ah, yes, very erratic. Yeah, he's falling apart right here. Matt is, even though he's not really. And he explains that he's going through some things, given that he used to have a completely different life. And so then Heather recalls his old firm and friends, and in what is obviously an ADR line, she says Foggy and Karen. And the reason why you can tell is because they don't show her face. Not that you have to show someone's face when they're saying a line, but it's conspicuous. We cut away
And
from her,
sometimes the
and then it
quality
cuts
is
to Matt sitting
just a little
down.
different.
Yeah, that's true. You can kind of hear that it sounds a bit different. It's just
Different mic,
funny that
different
like
day. Yeah.
she says Karen as Matt is like sitting down right in front of her to where you can't see her face. It's just like, oh my god! So you wrote this initially that we didn't even hear their fucking names. That's so gross.
Trying to erase them.
Well, yeah,
Either
and
with
you'd be
bullets or
angry at it, and then
otherwise.
they'd be like, "Sorry, who?" And you go, "Karen, Foggy." And they're like, "Oh,
Oh
the
yeah,
police
those guys.
officers." Well, the
You mean Cherry and the other one, right?
Cherry and the other one. They can't even remember their own characters. So like, is it Charles?
Well, he
It's
stuck
pretty
it in
bad.
like way after the fact. Because there's, I think it's the next episode where he wakes up and says Karen's name. And it's like, that episode
Yeah.
is like, oh, okay. So what we're trying to do is that she's going to be jealous of them or something. And then they had to go back to this episode and set that up because nothing hitherto had actually bothered to do that. Which is probably why those lines are added to this one, is just to try and make it less jarring when we suddenly start doing Karen stuff later.
So Matt then says that his new life feels fake, and she takes offense and then starts psychoanalyzing him, which is
Now,
really
borderline
Matt says-
abusive in this scene. To
By the way,
Matt.
when Matt says his new life, he's referring to
He's referring
his
to the
new
show.
firm, or
Well, it's just the fact that there's fucking nothing from the original series here, isn't it? You know, like nobody's
I
here.
guess I just
Nobody.
was confused about
The
what
only-
he like meant, because he's like with her.
Yeah, no,
is he talking about
I
their
get what you
relationship
mean.
specific? Yeah.
Well,
The
no,
firm,
he tries
the
to clarify that
relationship?
he's not talking about the relationship because she gets mad and then's like, all right, let's use the psychiatrist's powers on him. And
Yeah.
Never
she
marry a
says that-
psychiatrist. They'll use their evil
she-
magic on you.
She says to him that he's been tamping down trauma for so long that he can't see that it's bubbling up inside of him and threatening to ruin everything good he has. And it's like,
She also
bro,
says, like, didn't
can
she
you
also say
chill?
you put yourself in dangerous situations like
Yes,
the bank?
like the
But,
bank.
like,
Yeah.
Which is
but-
so rude.
It's rude, but also, like, as far as she knows, he was just at the bank when the bank was attacked.
I guess
he just
guess-
walked
know
in
that
and there were robbers.
He walked back in through the front door. We know that that was incredibly dumb and that that's what he did, but I don't think she knows that.
So best credit to the show, they want us to think then that the official story got out and that people corroborated that he was out and he came in. But if that did happen, it would be declared that he came in not knowing what was happening.
Yeah,
He's a blind guy.
So,
Yeah,
that's the thing. It's like
doesn't
it
make
doesn't
any
work unless, of course, he told her personally.
But why would he tell her?
I don't know
anything
why he
like
would,
that?
because
Why
it
would he
only
tell her?
makes you ask questions, right? So
Mhm.
yeah, doesn't really make much sense. But also just if you have a partner, right, who basically went through having a shotgun put at their forehead and they did everything they could, and they were the ones that were instrumental in actually taking down the bad guys, because it would be known that he took down several of them actually with just process of elimination. He went off for a pee, and they'll find a body like in the stairwell. I guess they can't prove it, but I mean, a lot of people would have assumed that he would. What I'm trying to say is that they'd be like, "Oh yeah, Matt Murdock, the hero lawyer of Hell's Kitchen, he did more hero things again."
He
Which,
did
by the
more
way,
hero stuff
might
again,
want to
yeah.
be careful there, Matt. I'm just saying. But anyway, on her behalf, she shouldn't be saying any of this shit. Like, you put yourself in danger. She should be like, "That was incredible. That was far and away one of the most incredible things anyone's ever done."
I'm married to a
fucking
fucking-
down its trauma.
I'm
If
in a
she's a
relationship with
selfish
hero.
asshole and she's using like therapy terms and psychological terms to basically try and control her significant other, get out, Matt. Get out while you still can.
So Matt insists that he's trying to fight, but Heather rebukes that it's a process, whatever that means. I don't know what that means. Like, you know what I mean?
Getting
Like,
out
no,
is,
it's not a. It's
I
not
think
a
it
fight.
means
It's a
pay me
process.
$150 an hour for 6 months. That's the process that you need, and then by the end of it, you are cured.
And then very convincingly, Heather says that she loves Matt, and very convincingly, Matt says that he loves her too. And it's like, for some reason, I'm not buying it.
I mean,
Given
if you
that you
say
guys
so,
have had maybe
show.
what 3-4 scenes together throughout the whole season, I'm pretty sure they've only had about 3 or 4 scenes together for the whole season.
I know
Plenty.
there's a meme that goes around every once in a while, and I see it pop up of like a text meme that has a picture of Gandalf and Frodo meeting for the first time in Fellowship of the Ring on screen. And there's instant chemistry, and you can tell that they have a history and they know each other and they're happy to see
Yes.
each other. And the text is like, remember back in the day when movies would just show you two characters who knew each other and liked each other, and you could instantly believe it by the way that they interacted with one another? Whatever happened to that?
You don't need it anymore.
Just tell me that they love each other, and then I'll believe it.
Even though they don't ever talk to each other, and certainly not about anything.
When they do, it's
interesting.
horrifically negative.
Yeah.
But
It's about
remember
to
the
get
tactical
worse.
naked shower time. So, well,
That's
I mean,
right.
there you go.
And after Matt says this, he feels her face. You remember how like he's done this before?
Yeah.
This will be so relevant. You will not believe how relevant this will
Yep.
be.
Mm.
This if he didn't do this on this occasion, the consequences could have been quite dire. But he did. It's all good. So Matt heads to work, and Cherry's big mad. You remember Cherry? He's big mad at Matt
My
for saving a life.
favorite.
He's really mad that Matt suited up and saved a life, which is just really bizarre.
Strange, yeah.
Like, Matt saved a life and essentially, at least for a time, halted like a crazy murderer. But Cherry's
So
mad because it's like, you're messing up your life, damn it.
yeah, we're once again in a position where it could be really interesting, but it isn't because we have no idea why Cherry thinks anything. They don't tell us. All he says is like, "You shouldn't be doing this. Stop doing this. Why are you doing this? Stop doing this." And we're just like, but
The
why?
beginning and end of Cherry's perspective is that Matt shouldn't be doing Daredevil stuff because
That's it.
Yeah.
I mean, he would have
That is
like,
it.
he has cause and reason to say you should have left this to the police because, and I think this probably came up when we discussed it last week, but like Muse was not hard to find. A random girl
No.
turned up and said, "Hey, by the way, 60 people have died, all in the vicinity of this tube station. And oh, by the way, there he is. He's there." You could just have called the police. They could have turned up. They probably would have actually got there on time, and he would have had a harder job of escaping. So if you wanted to give
Yeah,
Cherry an actual
anonymous tip.
perspective, you can work that in. It's actually Matt goes there because he feels he has to,
But,
not
of
because he doesn't
course,
think the police should. But we
What-
don't do
what
that
is-
because Cherry isn't a character, so he doesn't have a perspective.
the thing is that we have to add on new stuff though, because what's Cherry's opinion on the anti-vigilante task force that was being established?
He hasn't talked
does he
about
think
it
about that?
like at all.
Yeah.
Because all of Cherry's
And,
scenes are the same scene played over and over and over again.
basically, he's there to give exposition and say, Matt, don't be Daredevil, all right? That's what he does. I mean, this is what this scene is because because then Matt asked Cherry to help him track down Muse, and Terry's like, "Nah, I'm not doing that." It's like, wow, all right. But then
Yeah, just
before
be
he
an
leaves,
ass, I guess.
Matt notes that when Cherry was a cop, he used to call Daredevil for help. Which again, it's like, yeah, what does Cherry actually do with that? As a point?
That is a serious, unique piece of information about these two that changes. Like for us, it's just like, can you talk about this ever?
Yeah, that is potentially really interesting. They just say that line, and it's done. That's all that we get.
Mm-hmm.
Oh
That's the end
well.
of the scene. We're done with that. Now
Another
we got
banger.
a big old Fisk scene that I'm confident has a lot of ADR lines in it. I'm certain it does.
I mean, the one in the office at the beginning had a whole bunch in it.
There's been a lot, but I'm kind of fascinated by how they do it in this scene. So like,
well, I just wanted to say on the Cherry thing, just so people know, because we're really not like we're not just shitting on it for the sake of it, right? The conversation, because it's playing on screen somewhat as well, it'll be as stupid as "stay out of it," and the response is, "I save people's lives by being there," which is the first thing you would want him to say as the audience, and then back to Cherry, you think I'm going to enable this? And it's like, well,
that's
might
not
hope that
that's not an answer.
What I said.
And then Daredevil's like, talk to your contacts, and he's like, no, blow up your life yourself. It's like, there's none of this. Writers, hello, none of this is making sense. And of course, you'd be like, why are they doing this the same way every time? It's like I can only guess they don't give a fuck about Cherry, actually. He's only supposed to be antagonistic. I don't know what their plan is for him. Even having seen the whole season, I don't know what the point of Cherry is.
I don't really get it.
Did he add
yeah.
anything?
No.
Nope. I don't think so.
The
I think
most
he's
we got was
basically a
that one line
worthless
they never
character.
reference again. So
Okay. Enough.
So Fisk is he wonders why Daredevil has returned, and Buck says that Daredevil going after Muse is ultimately good for Fisk in the city, which then prompts Fisk to exposit information that you should basically know if you're watching this show. He exposits, though it's weird, and I think it will sort of become apparent how it's weird. Like he basically starts to talk about his previous history with Daredevil, but like in some ways it feels like it doesn't actually like fully and properly coherently line up with what actually happened, if you get what I mean. Like
I think I do know what you mean. How he describes him, yeah.
They began with a vague sort of idea that wasn't necessarily relying strongly on what actually happened in like I don't know if they're trying to refer to season 1 or because he doesn't mention any of the stuff in season 3. It seems like he's just talking about season 1, but like he doesn't really reference anybody specifically. It's all very vague. He doesn't really talk about like how it disrupted specifically like what it's odd is all I'm getting at, and it feels like there were lines that they inserted into this speech to try and make it like fit more with what actually happened. I mean, you got to show Fisk doing the little howl though, if you can, Mubes.
So
Fisk does, like,
I know it
little
happens,
howl
but when?
right at the start before he does the big speech.
It's when he says Daredevil showing up isn't necessarily the worst thing in the world, right?
Yeah.
And then Fisk
then he
does
does
his
the big
whole
howl.
thing.
Yeah.
He makes a very
right
funny
at the beginning.
noise.
Right at the beginning of the scene, yeah.
Well, you have to give me a bit on that.
Yeah, no. He does a big howl, which you're about to see, and then exposits that Daredevil single-handedly destroyed his life and business. And this line seems to me like ADR. He said that Daredevil had him unjustly arrested, and part of the reason why I think it's an ADR line is because you can't see his mouth. It's obscured by really bright reflection against the window, which doesn't really make much sense when in the way that the scene is shot. It looks like it's kind of a rainy day where there isn't that much like glare on the window at all. It's really odd. And it could be that it wasn't an ADR line, but it really sounds like it is.
And I got it, by the way, so I'll play it now. Hang on.
Yes.
All right.
Just for the sake of the audience, know what we're talking about when you say howl is a way to describe it for sure.
For the sake of the city.
This sounds funny. Wow. I'm not, like I said, I don't know what word I would use to describe that.
Yeah. Not really sure what we're doing there.
It's also like it's not information. I mean, it's information the audience should already know. Obviously, surely it's also all information. Discount what's his name should also already know. How are you Fisk's right hand man without knowing the basic backstory of Wilson Fisk? Like, it's as you know exposition to remind us that Kingpin, by the way, he really doesn't like Daredevil for these reasons. We knew that.
I'd say definitely the as you know shit, because they do their line, which I think is like the third time in this season in this scene of, "You remember why I hired you?" And then the person says why, and it's like, guys, nobody's falling for this. Like, stop doing this.
Something that I find weird, and I'm not even sure what they're trying to do, because him saying like he got unjustly arrested and that Daredevil crippled a network he claimed enriched regular hardworking people. It's like, so are we to conclude that like Fisk has become actually like completely delusional? Like,
Well, so
the network essentially relied on leverage. That was how his operation worked, was that he had a whole bunch of people who he could apply pressure and leverage on to make them do what he wanted. Not that he had a whole like network of people who were really, really loyal to Fisk. It wasn't like that. Does he actually believe this? Because he's got no reason to lie to
yeah, I was gonna
Buck,
say there is no reason to lie to Buck. He's gonna Buck's his like personal assassin to an extent.
But he's
so
talking about it like as if he actually was like, yeah, all those cops and all those people that had pressure applied to them by like Wesley. They were like, it enriched those people, regular hardworking people. It's like there's no way that he actually believes this. Like, have we actually made it to where Fisk has become like fucking delusional?
took it from the Netflix show that he saw it as like there are necessary evils to bring the
means to an end.
Yeah.
Like, obviously, he had ambition, his vision. Like, I mean, I do believe that he believed that he was going to make Hell's Kitchen a better place, like from his perspective. But certainly not that he was creating a network that was actually like helping all of those people that he had working for him.
They just
Not
had
really.
a mutually beneficial business relationship that was purely voluntary, and he's just a really stand-up kind of guy.
And I don't know, it's just funny. Why doesn't he mention like Madame Gao? Why doesn't he mention Nobu or any of these characters? It's like, nah, we can't be too specific, all right? Otherwise, people might remember the show too much. And also because it was probably not written with any specific reference to any of these people. Because he says another thing as well that's really bizarre. He says Daredevil tracked down his workers and beat them without standing legal cause or due process. It's like, dude, you're fucking Kingpin. Why the fuck would you say this?
Yeah.
like
I'm justly
and
arrested. Okay, let's not kid ourselves. You knew that you were doing illegal things.
And if that's
you know you're not a good guy.
If the writers were here right now and they said, well, yeah, it's Kingpin. That's what his perspective on his own actions are. I'd be like, no, he's not that delusional,
he knows
dude.
what he is.
He knows what he's doing is illegal. He just doesn't care. But instead, it sounds like he genuinely thinks like, yeah, man, like I went down and it wasn't fair, and Daredevil has no respect for due process.
I was framed.
Which is really funny considering that in the next episode he's going to advocate for his task force not to have warrants or due process. But he's big mad that Daredevil
but that's clever.
had no due process.
That's clever.
It's not clever.
That's what we call hypocrisy through vanity and ego.
Contradiction.
Very clever, very clever, and you're sad because it's clever.
Is it also potentially important that
show its credit?
He's being hypocritical in front of Discount Thingamy, and I don't know if anybody else got the impression that they're setting him up to betray Kingpin at some point in season 2. Because there's a lot of shots where he's like the camera lingers on him and he's starting to look a little bit unsure and uncertain, and Kingpin has sold him this story, and I'm wondering whether they're trying to set that up as like he thought he was going in for one thing and then it's going to be too much for him, so he'll be turncoat in season 2, and we've set it up by Kingpin lying to him, obviously being delusional, and then lots of long like camera lingering shots as he looks kind of
Buck when you're saying this, you?
Yes, yeah.
Honestly, if you'd ask me, I'd expect Buck is going to become his like no questions asked, I'll kill anybody enforcer, yeah.
But I understand your observation because there were a lot of shots during the speech that cut to Buck kind of looking a bit sus, kind of looking around, kind of looking at Kingpin, like, But I don't know, maybe they had a different plan and they changed their mind.
Maybe. I mean, it's hard to say that because he's not a character like so many people in this show. Because like even in this scene when Kingpin says, "Did you remember why I hired you?" or whatever it is, and so you valued my asymmetric thinking, I think he says.
Yes.
I don't know what that means, and I haven't seen it in the show at any point. So maybe it will be relevant in the next one.
No clue. I find funny the way that Fisk responds when he says that. He's like, "Yes, Buck, yes." Like, oh my god, all right, jeez, calm down.
Well, Buck threatens to sometimes be given mild characteristics, but it doesn't ever really happen.
You can tell the actor for Buck is ready to play a more interesting character, but there's nothing there.
Doing good. There's nothing for him to do, though.
No.
He's standing around well and delivering lines just fine. He has a voice and he has a certain look about him, but they're not giving anything for this character.
Something I find fascinating in this scene as well is that Buck tells Fisk that he's moved on from these events because he's the mayor and consequently has institutional power, which I find really odd when like he basically had that in season 1. He basically acquired it again in season 3. Like the idea that like him saying, "Yeah, I've got more resources now." It's like, do you? You had like the mayor and the DA, like you. Who did he have? He had the DA, right? I'm trying to remember all of the.
Who was that lady? The head of the FBI, right? Didn't he have all this?
In season 3, at least the head of that particular group.
Yeah.
But like in season 1, was it the mayor or was it? I don't think it was the chief of police, right? It was the mayor. And my point being that Fisk had an insane amount of institutional power that he had acquired with none of the accountability. The idea that it's better now that you're in a position where everybody knows exactly who you are, what your job is, and like you are actually accountable to people. The idea that this is like better is like crazy
I think one
to
of the
me.
strengths of season 3 was actually really making Fisk like a character to fear, feeling like the system really can't catch this guy. He's got his tendrils everywhere. He really is truly Kingpin.
Well, yeah, the ratcheting up of the intensity because it's in the first 6 episodes that are really like trying to establish that, and the fact that it ramps all the way up to like Matt has to deal with several corrupt cops that Fisk has that are like making his life incredibly difficult. That once it's at that point, it's like, dude, how are you gonna take him down? Like, if you have to worry about basically all of the institutions in the city having people in important positions that are essentially in his pocket.
I mean, the scene at Nadim's house when he meets with the FBI chick and the commissioner guy, and she essentially kills him, and he has to be on board with everything. That's one of those oh shit moments that just goes to show how deep his influence was.
When Matt goes to the prison, he releases his own handcuffs and then beats him up. It's like, yeah, he's taken over the prison. This is like, yeah, it's just. I just find it weird that he'd be like, yes, as the mayor of New York, you're in a better position now. It's like, I don't feel like you are.
It's a failure of this season of the show.
I would say yes, definitely a failure of the writing, because there would be a way to write this such that statement would make a lot of sense, but the way they do it in the coming episodes is cartoonish.
Yeah, they never contrast his new power with his old power and how those influences can combine to create a new kind of Fisk villainy.
I feel like these next episodes are going to be like, can the mayor do that? Like, is that something the mayor
obviously
can do?
What you want, and again, this would take a lot of writing. This would actually be hard, so they're obviously not going to be capable of it. Like you need him to run policy. Say there's 1,000 policies. It's like, how many of them are beneficial to the crime shit that he's doing? It's like, well, it would have to be beneficial in the sense that it's like a byproduct. Like a policy to open a particular route somewhere is like, oh, that's actually going to be really handy for the movement of different transport, blah, 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 and then providing jobs maybe to a bunch of people who he wants on the dollar. There's all these different like things that you might be able to get away with, changing in regulations, all these complicated things that on the surface he needs to argue are great changes for the city, but then there's like an underhanded sort of, this is actually going to really help with our new operation. Yeah. And
it would have been a good role for the chick that he has, the black chick who's always telling him like, like you can't do this, kind of always poo-pooing on him all the time. That could have been a useful person for him to manipulate, to use her expertise to mix with his own expertise to be like, oh, here's how I do things now.
That's what's happening.
Yeah, she doesn't even know. And then at the end, she realizes, oh shit, all the advice I've been giving to the mayor, he's used it to do terrible things.
I mean, that would have been a much more interesting story. Like, effectively, what it means is by the end of this show, you go back, and we already kind of knew this anyway, but it's especially clear when you go back, having seen the way the rest of it pans out, every single scene in which he is incompetent, in which he doesn't know what's going on, in which he's told no, in which he doesn't know what the job entails, in which he's stuck in therapy, is wasted time. Because all that time should have been spent showing how he is competent and how he is gaining this power over time. That's what we needed to see to justify, to get anywhere near justifying what comes next. Like, why, instead of having her say, oh, you can't do that because red tape, and he says, oh, well, that's a shame, I guess I'll go and meet the fucking Lithuanian cultural awareness people. Why not have him in those scenes instead be like, let's go and try and find out what leverage we can get on the council, because she told him you need to get the council support to do it. So he goes and tries to find any dirty dealings they're involved in, because he understands that politics functions in roughly the same way as his own crime cartel used to. Do that from the beginning, so he's always in charge and just accruing power gradually, and maybe you get to the end and you can see how the end is justified. But having him waste all that time listening to kids sing that fucking song is wasted time. We can't do anything useful with that. And the show needed not to do that.
Especially when you only got 9 episodes, you've already got considerably less runtime than the Netflix show, and also the episodes are generally shorter. So yeah, you're playing with less time to kind of achieve more stuff, and yeah, you squandered all of that time completely.
It's like he has to flip completely from being the guy who's out of his depth and who doesn't know how any of this works to all of a sudden being in complete control, kind of like the position he's at the end of season 3 of the Netflix show. And there's no intervening interstitial bit where he's sort of finding his feet even. It's just, oh, I'm shit and useless and I can't do anything. Oh, now I have my own private army of jackbooted Nazi stormtroopers and I'm going to, control all of New York and turn it into a Nazi state. It's like, it's insane the way that this all plays out.
Mm-hmm.
Or is.
Yeah, so they have the whole the yes, Buck, yes, and then he says that he has a responsibility to protect the city from lawbreakers, which again, it's like, dude, you're Kingpin, but okay, you're
The
delusional.
famous Randy
cool.
Pitchford game, great reference.
What? What's the
That was him,
what
right?
game?
Lawbreakers.
No, that was
Cliff
Cliff
Bleszinski.
Bleszinski.
Yeah.
Yeah,
God damn it.
Randy
Fair enough.
Pitchford is the Gearbox guy.
That's the one.
Yeah, dude, they really thought like that game was gonna. They really
They
thought
really did. Yeah.
that it was gonna be a big success. So
You know, for all the prequels' faults, they actually did the political rise to power of Palpatine better than Wilson Fisk in the Daredevil show.
Yes, they did. Yeah, not even no question.
It's true.
Mm-hmm.
So,
They did.
Detective Kim, you remember Detective Kim?
Unfortunately.
Unbelievable fucking
so-
character. She has like 3 scenes in the whole
And
season.
boy, she
So-
tells some funny jokes.
She ventures into Muse's subterranean lair to examine the crime scene, and while she's doing that, Angela is talking with Matt in the hospital. She says the cops aren't going to do anything, and Matt promises her that somebody will take Muse down, which, by the way, I know we've talked about this before, but like something that really annoys me in a lot of writing is characters making promises they can't keep. It
Mhm.
really annoys me. And everything does it. So many stories have characters make promises that are impossible to keep. I mean, and this is one of them, but this is one that doesn't even make sense because how can Matt as Matt say that to her in any way that she would find reassuring when she doesn't know that he's Daredevil? You know, it's just stupid. But anyway, he just wants more information, and Angela explains that Muse had a bunch of sketches of faces which he was enthusiastic about. I don't know how she knows this. She was unconscious. How did she know that he was looking at his paintings and sketches like, man, I love these sketches. They put a smile on my face. How does she know this?
I don't fucking know.
Somehow she does, but this will be relevant. And then we got another great Vanessa scene. Basically, the whole point of this scene is to explain how Vanessa was better than Fisk at what Fisk does.
Yep,
with
that's
Luca.
incredibly annoying.
You-
It
you,
never
uh,
gets
you remember
old how
Luca?
frustrating it is.
Do you guys remember
Yeah, I
Luca?
do.
He's the tracksuit mafia guy. And he
You can tell by
asked
his
Vanessa.
tracksuit.
That's right. That's how you know he's part of the. He asked Vanessa why Fisk wants to be the mayor of New York and wonders if she finds the career choice strange too. And he then exposits that all the other bosses are making less money now than when she was in charge. And then Vanessa tells Luca that he has to follow the rules, but he doesn't want to because he's not making money. And then he again reiterates that things were better when Vanessa was in charge. It's like, dude, how many times are you just gonna have characters tell us that things were better when Vanessa was in charge? Because of course you couldn't show
Well,
it.
Fringy, the new team surely wouldn't make that mistake. That'll definitely not happen.
Oh no, they wouldn't make that mistake at all.
They know
they
way
would-
better.
So, Luca then insinuates that he wants to take down Fisk and put Vanessa in charge again. And of course, they don't show a reaction. It's like, yeah, but she's not going to, because that would be stupid. Or rather, they think it would be clever to be like, oh, maybe she's thinking about betraying Fisk, and then she doesn't. So, like, it's almost like a waste of time, because, like, well, you know what's going to happen. Luca's going to go after Fisk, get taken out, and it's going to be part of Vanessa setting him up to fail.
Yeah,
Like, so
and
why are we fucking around
the
like
reason
this?
I would say the biggest reason for this to be that way is that if they made Vanessa try to organize the assassination of Kingpin, even they know they would be like, nobody's gonna like this. Everyone's gonna hate us.
Mm-hmm. So there's only one way that it can go, which is that she sets him up to fail on purpose. So just whatever. So now we got to waste time with that, you know.
Yeah.
This next scene is kind of annoying to go through because the show just does this a lot. They must be impressed with themselves by doing it, where they cut 2 scenes together. They keep cutting back and forth between 2 scenes. This one is going to cut back and forth constantly, with Heather having a counseling session with obviously Muse, while Detective Kim exposits who Muse is to Fisk. That's the scene.
Yeah, this one
The
was
defense is
really like, oh
parallelism.
yeah, I know everything that you're going to tell me before you tell it. And not in like the Eureka kind of way, but in the kind of way.
Yeah, of course.
Because it
Yeah,
repeats
okay,
the
yeah.
information across. But like, if you're gonna do parallelism, don't just have the same information conveyed in both scenes that are parallel to each other, because that's boring and redundant. But like,
I
we're gonna
assume
cut from
that
her
they-
saying like, "Oh, he learned taekwondo," to then him saying, "I learned taekwondo," and then say, "Oh, he killed his taekwondo instructor," to him saying, "I killed my taekwondo instructor." It's like, I know because we just
assume
heard it.
that their thinking on why they were cutting it together and it wasn't redundant was, yeah, I mean, they might be talking about the same information, but you're getting Muse's perspective on it. It's like, well, not really, because like she's also kind of providing his perspective effectively in the way that she describes like what happened and how it's all strange.
I was gonna say they did not take advantage of that at all. Like as a
No, I totally agree with Platoon. It's like it's basically redundant.
Well, the way more
It's-
interesting way to do it is that you swap, like, get rid of all the Kingpin counseling sessions because they are completely pointless. Have
Yeah,
this
true.
guy in counseling sessions with her basically throughout the show, and we don't know who
Yeah.
he is. Have all of this information conveyed by him first through episode sort of 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, where are we? Yeah, we're on 7. And then you introduce the police character saying, "We think we know who the killer is. These are the characteristics," and that's the moment at which you can think, "Oh fuck. We've been with him the entire time and we didn't know, but now we do. Shit, she's in danger." That's an interesting way to do the scene because it makes his identity reveal a twist as opposed to just, "Hey, the guy you already know is him. It's him," and now that's bad for
And
reasons.
of course, you know it's him because we saw him in episode 2. Like, I was about to do the cuckpin voice to impersonate him. But he needed.
Why not? He's
he
like an
is-
impersonation of himself.
He
You
was
might as
just
well
this
do it too.
unhinged guy who wanted to get counseling from Heather, and then we don't see him until now. It's just like, what is the point? And they'd be like, yeah, we set
Here's
him
my
up.
crazy backstory, and then crazy backstory.
It's just, it is a. I don't know why you wouldn't have him as a character throughout the season if you wanted to actually do something, even though people would probably figure out basically straight away because he's unhinged
He
looking.
could pop up as a cameo in
But,
BB's fucking videos, as it just happens to be a random person who gets interviewed on the street, and then we just like they don't even make a callback to it. We just,
that's
if you
kind of the
remember
thing,
him
too.
being one of them, yeah.
But no. But
What
yeah,
do I know?
this guy's Bastion Cooper, but he's Muse, obviously, because he's unhinged. Look at, and we're doing the Muse arc right now.
You can clearly tell.
And the first thing he does, he talks about this recurring dream where he's invisible, but everybody's celebrating his birthday. I don't know what this is meant to mean.
Nobody sees me. Wah.
Yeah, I know that's what it meant. I thought there was more to it than that, but okay. And then Heather just it says that Muse claimed that his parents put a lot of pressure on him, which prompts Muse to say that he loves his parents before staring at Heather in a slightly unhinged manner, which then cuts us back to the exposition scene. We're gonna jump back and forth again to illustrate just how it keeps jumping back and forth. Detective Kim basically just says that she found this guy, Bastion Cooper, who she believes is Muse. And the reason why is because they found a piece of clothing in Muse's lair, which actually came from a very rare and expensive canvas that's only sold in 2 stores in all of New York. And that Kim spoke to 11 of the 12 people who bought the canvas in the recent weeks. The only person she couldn't find is Bastion, who it turns out he was committed, expelled from school, and then committed again twice. I was like, oh, so yeah, I guess he's your guy then, right? Because he's clearly having some issues. I just find it funny how easy it was for them to find him, basically from like a little bit of cloth in his lair.
Yeah, well, you should have thought about that.
A super specific piece of cloth, yeah.
Yeah, that actually was a canvas that was only bought by like 12 people, like in several, in like the last few weeks.
Bit of a criminal blunder, I guess you could say.
But no, but it's because he wasn't expecting Daredevil to come and find him. See, that's why he got found out, because Daredevil.
I also don't like that his backstory is just like, it's just generic, I'm crazy and mentally unstable, and that's it. There's nothing more to it.
Yep.
It's not like there's a construction of why he feels this way because of a particular thing that happened to him, or he has some kind of a mental problem, but that has to, like, that is just a catalyst for something else that happens in his life that makes him this way. There's no, like, for instance, he says, I just want to do art. And that's why he wants to do art, because it's just something he wants to do. There's no real reason behind it. He doesn't want to, why does he do, I think it's hilarious that the reason that he was able to like go toe to toe almost with Daredevil is because he took Taekwondo. Like, fuck off. Daredevil
by the
fucked up
way,
ninjas.
Daredevil was a ninja. Yeah. who
on that
fought ninjas.
Taekwondo
Stick
note,
trained
there's like,
him.
how familiar are you with Taekwondo? Like, as a question, is an opening to all of this, which is just such a weird way to put it. And then it's like, I was forced to do Taekwondo, and he's like, he was taught by an elite teacher of Taekwondo. I was like, are we
A stick level teacher?
Are we
I
doing
doubt
like
it.
excessive front loading of the Taekwondo thing because or because they're just a bit worried now? They're like, wait, did we justify why he was able to put up with Daredevil for so long and will
Which
again?
is kind of funny when they haven't presented any of the superhuman abilities.
No.
Like, you have to assume that he is just a regular guy who's really good at Taekwondo.
They keep fucking
such
talking
that he
about
could put
Taekwondo,
up-
and I was just like,
and
I
of
get
course,
it.
Remember, you got to add on top. It's like Daredevil not only is like an expert martial artist, but he also has the additional benefits of his senses. Like, he fought the Hand, he fought Nobu, and
He fought
won.
the
He took on like
Hand,
fucking
like,
7
like-
ninjas at once.
Yep, he is really
It's
really
bothered me throughout
good.
this whole season how much they've nerfed Daredevil.
Mm-hmm. But yes, they do a whole bunch of the Taekwondo stuff. Oh, he had to do Taekwondo. He got taught by this Taekwondo master who died on his estate, but there was no investigation for some reason. And then he's like, nah, that Taekwondo guy, he was a loser, but you learn a lot of things from him. And it's like, yeah, okay. And then Muse explains that he only wanted to be an artist, which he is now, all because of Heather. He becomes really, really unhinged as well, because we gotta get moving. We're approaching the end of the Muse arc, so we gotta get going.
I mean, it's also just boring, right? Like him going. It basically the equivalent of what he's saying could be summarized in each section in a subtextual way as I'm normal. I'm normal. I'm a little weird. I'm a little weird. I'm pretty weird. I'm actually I'm a bit scary weird. I'm a killer. I'm gonna get you. Like, that's how it progresses.
Crazy in the fucking
And
coconut.
I
Yeah.
think the writers would be like, yeah, isn't that great? And it's like, so the part that bores me is, one, Muse isn't really bothered with, like, he just wants to reveal it. I think he even says, like, finally, no more lies between us. So he's just trying to get there anyway. It annoys me that Heather couldn't have been given. I don't like her, but this is at least something she should have some familiarity with, some knowledge on.
How to
So
de-escalate,
I'd love to have a
crazy people.
therapist who gets the signal that this person is very likely Muse and going to kill you, and you're able to move around the conversation without giving it away, because he even says, like, I can tell that you know. And it's like, yeah, because she's doing a shit job of hiding any emotions.
She tries to change the subject, but she does it very sloppily. Instead
Well,
of
look at her
doing the
face.
thing of yeah, I mean,
This is what I mean about a therapist who has to have dealt with all kinds of mental illness. Like, why can't you basically pretend as though you didn't just hear all of that?
Well, and apparently she's a
Well, how-
renowned therapist as well. She's not, she's meant to be like one of the best in the
She's
city.
the only
Well, when
one in the
I'm-
city.
I'm
Yeah.
just a normal guy for the most part, and when I'm watching the show, I'm thinking, oh yeah, obviously what she needs to do is, this to play along with it, to buy time, to look for an opening, to maybe get on his good side, to use her psychology skills in this psychology appointment.
It would be
to
appropriate.
talk to this crazy person. Like, wouldn't that be really interesting?
Hmm.
Oh
I've seen
well.
Well, yeah,
Hannibal,
because
I
she
know
does-
how this works. Therapy skills can be useful. They can, help you kill people and eat them for dinner. But another way more interesting way to do it, if you'd had more therapy scenes between them, is rather than him
Yeah.
just telling the audience, "Oh, it was you that unlocked this in me," actually show her unlocking it in him. Like, have a few more of these
And
therapy scenes.
You can
where she
do
doesn't
Like
know
they
who he
did with
is.
like they did with Bullseye in his therapist in season 3.
Mhm.
The connection that they kind of had. That was an interesting angle.
It was.
Oh,
And
that was a long time ago.
it was a long time ago. And that's the thing, if you did build the scene that way, you can imply to the audience that she knows while watching her try to deftly navigate this such that she doesn't give away that she knows, and encourage him to end the discussion. But we can discover that he was always intending to reveal it. He just wanted to see how far you'd have to go for her to actually acknowledge it, but she's like moving around it. And then you do that thing where it's like the door's open, he's about to walk through, you can tell from her face that she's so desperate for him to cross the threshold, and then he just turns around and like smiles or something, and it's like, shit. Because, it's like, yeah, that was fun, but, I'm Muse. It's just like,
But no. That's
but
not
no,
what
we didn't
happens.
bother. It's just, there's nothing interesting about the scene to me. It's exactly generic as you'd expect. I'm gradually getting more shaky, unhinged. He even starts bleeding. It's just like, okay.
Well, yeah, because like he starts yelling, he gets really angry, and then his Yeah, nosebleed, because he's unhinged, and unhinged people have nosebleeds.
Yeah.
And then you know, you go back briefly to
It's a good
Fisk.
thing he has that nosebleed. It's like, it's actually plot
It's really
pivotal
helpful.
that
Yeah,
he
really
has
helpful.
that
Good
nosebleed.
shit. So, Fisk asks Detective Kim if she found any sign of Daredevil, and she admits it's a possibility, and then Fisk becomes flustered again, and then says that he'll take it from here, which I don't know what that
the
means.
actual lines, because I got slightly confused in that, because like from what I heard, and I didn't have the subtitles on, so I might have misheard. He says like there's rumors that Daredevil were involved. I heard her to say those aren't just rumors. We don't have
But it's a
confirmation.
possibility.
We're open to the
Yeah.
possibility, which means they are just rumors, and she's lying. Or she said they are just rumors, and I added the "nt" because I misheard.
Oh, I think she said they're just rumors. You can't jump into thinking that it is Daredevil, which is a completely and totally fair thing to say, because it's just based off of one girl who was suffering from blood loss at the time, who very possibly could have been hallucinating, saying, "Oh yeah, Daredevil saved me," when her uncle was defended by who was a vigilante himself. You know, it's like, and that might be on her mind. There are reasons why that might be the case, but
I suppose the only thing is, how do you account for it getting away? How's that even happen? Especially with how much blood she lost and the fact that she got, like, dropped at the hospital. It's like someone must have done something. It's
Yeah.
like, well, who else could it be? I mean, it could have been Spider-Man, I guess. I don't know why I don't know why Kingpin doesn't entertain that possibility. But whatever. But yes, with his blood, he uses his own blood, and it seems to it really lasts a while. It's not that much blood, but he manages to draw a big old face with it, a big old mask.
Blood dries fucking fast when it's that thin.
Yep.
It's a
No, it
nitpick
doesn't.
for sure, but
It's
it
like
is.
paint.
Yeah, they treat it whatever.
Maybe
And
he
then-
has
and then-
very, very light blood. It's very viscous. Wait, is it viscous? High viscosity means it's more syrupy. Low viscosity means it's more runny, right?
Well, and that's dependent on the condition of that human. Blood has a bunch of different consistencies depending on how you're doing. But typically speaking, right, a lot of what's in blood is water. But like I said, it fucking dries quick.
So Heather asked Muse to explain the drawing, and it's like she's Muse. What the fuck? Like,
It's
come
obviously
on.
me.
And then yeah, he asked, like, you know, like, you must be thinking, like, can you get to the door in time? And she runs for the door and is swiftly and very loudly incapacitated by Muse, such that I don't know why nobody heard. Does she not have, like, a receptionist, you know, that heard her getting slammed against
Hey man,
the wall?
it's a rough part of town. No one cares about each other there.
But they're not in Hell's Kitchen. Like, that's been made very clear.
A different rough part of town.
Oh, okay. I just find it weird that nobody noticed. Like, she doesn't have a receptionist, really? She doesn't have staff? Okay. But no, she gets taken out. And then, we have a really useful scene. So it's back in the office, and Kirsten, you remember her?
My favorite.
She asked Cherry where Matt is, and Cherry refuses to say anything, and Kirsten chastises him and Matt for keeping secrets, and that's the scene. I am struck by how useless all of her scenes are. It's incredible.
This one was more than useless in the sense that this makes me hate her, like, as a person, like, as a character. The idea that you feel like you are entitled to know all of the details of other people's personal and private issues when they are two agents that are not you, you fucking hard solipsist retard. You need to learn boundaries, woman. All right? Yeah. Their life is their life. Their relationship is theirs. You are not entitled to it. The fact you think you are makes me hate you. I would never want to be around someone like you. I don't know what Matt sees in you. You sound like a bitch.
So,
there you are.
Daredevil, he drops down into Muse's lair, and he examines the sketches that are there. You remember the sketches? So he starts running his hand across the sketches.
Yeah, it's
and
much of these aren't evidence in an ongoing police investigation. Let's just rub our hands all over them while I'm trying to protect my super secret identity.
He rubs his hands, yes, because he takes his glove off and rubs his hands on it
Well, I'm tempted to reference something in the final episode actually to do with that, because it's so fucking relevant and it's tiny, but you know that they had him take his glove off because they were like, that'll give him a much better impression. That's how that works. His glove is going to be thick. But of course, like you just said, you're leaving your fucking prints there. But in the last episode, he picks up the lightly engraved avocados at law and runs his hand over it with his very thick glove as though he's reading it like Braille, which wouldn't, even with his powers, I don't even know what's going on there. That's basically like, but the thing is, you know what I mean? It's like you need to switch the two scenes almost. Like you both fucked up.
Rubbing his bare hand on, and you'll see what's gonna happen. This is really clever. So the sketches are they're so realistic that he is able to, based on that, remember like, oh, that's Heather. It's like, okay.
Yeah.
Because remember, he touched her face at the beginning of the episode.
That's how good of a drawing it is, and it's
it matches
it's engraved
an actual
enough.
3D human face.
This is
even
nonsense.
Though it's a 2D illustration.
Just like this is just you can't do. If you had like friggin' Michelangelo like painting perfectly, painstakingly, trying to recreate someone's face with oils on a canvas, there's no way it would be so close that a like this is nonsense.
This is nonsense.
It is absurd.
Yes.
They could not come up with a real reason to draw this connection that they would write, and so this was their solution.
So the funny part is, it could have just been that he overheard them say that, because what happens next is that Pal, corrupt cop, he enters the lair, Daredevil knocks him out immediately, and then Pal immediately wakes up and then tells Fisk that they did like facial recognition software that revealed that the sketches were Heather. And it's like, oh, well, I mean, that seems silly as well, but that's more plausible, I guess. I was like, okay, why doesn't it just that Matt overheard it? And they're like, no, but this is better because see, it's more artistic, and that would be their logic. It's like, yeah, it's more artistic this way. It can call back because and it's like, yeah, all right, clever, good job, guys, very clever, very impressive. Again, to reiterate, everybody, that is what happened. The sketch was so good that Matt was able to figure out that it was her from when he touched her actual 3-dimensional face.
Well, yeah, so what's being done here is like, wow, your powers are fucking incredible, and then in just a few seconds they're about to show us his powers are shit.
Yes.
They've been very inconsistent with his powers.
I kind of glossed over it pretty quickly. Powell, like, surprises Daredevil. This is impossible.
He walks heavily into the room, just like, boop, 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 then just goes, hey. And it's like, does the show remember Daredevil knows when people enter the fucking, like, the block?
Daredevil can hear
the apartment
people,
building.
Yeah, Daredevil can hear people, like maybe even like a mile or 2 miles away. He can hear and sense everything. He can't be ambushed.
And once again, you know why? We need Powell to know Daredevil was there to tell Fisk. We need that. And it's like, why'd you have to be so shit at this?
Mm-hmm.
I'm always reminded in the first season when he first meets and is saved by the doctor. What's her name? Claire. That's it, Claire. And when he's telling her, he tells her that he can hear people enter the building, and they're like 4 stories down, and they just came in, and he can tell that they're, looking around for him. That's always stuck out to me as a kind of early like display of how powerful his senses are. So that's kind of what I always use as a reference, something that they specifically chose to use. That's very powerful, but we're a long way from that.
It's like in this show, I think it's like something that can be switched on and off. Whereas it's like, well, no, it's always happening. It's just that sometimes he can focus on specific sounds and specific
in the flashbacks
details.
with Stick.
Yep, that's right. But
it's like he can't turn it off. Stick. He has to learn to deal with it.
Mm-hmm. That's right. But no, he gets surprised here, and it's like Muller said. It's just so that Powell can then tell Fisk the Daredevil was there. And and then Fisk orders the task force to handle the situation. It's like, okay, whatever that means. I guess we're about to see So Heather, she awakens and she's tied to a chair, and Muse is in costume and holding a pistol. I don't know where he kept his
He
costume.
brought his costume.
He
It was
brought
in
it
his
along with him,
pocket. He
and
kept
he
it in his
changed into
pocket.
it. That's right, because I don't think
Prison wallet.
He didn't come in with like
His
a backpack
costume
or
has a
anything, did he?
beanie on it. It's funny
It
that
does.
he has a beanie.
I don't. Did he come in with like a backpack? I need to. I
Oh,
need
I
to
can't
know.
remember.
Yeah, he has a bag. Fine. He had his Muse costume in there, and so yeah, he's got voices echoing in his head as well because he's mentally ill. And Heather calls
Actually, before
Muse.
you go forward, I have a question, which is if he brought the costume with him beforehand, what was the determining factor in this being the time where he confronts her?
I don't think there
um,
was. I think he always
and
intended
does
to.
this?
I
It was
think
just this was
what we're
just the
meant to
day that he was going
conclude
to
is that
eventually do
because
it.
Daredevil fucked up his shit, now he's gotta sort of get to his final thing. Because it was something
Okay.
that Matt said earlier, like, oh, he'll be cornered now because he got confronted. It's like, I don't know why. He could just, like, sort of escape and then just lay low.
Well, and
then try again.
the writers think they're very clever. She is his muse, right? Like, that's the idea.
Yes.
And so,
And she will
now that
eventually be
the
Muse.
walls are closing
Ooh.
in, he needs to do his final plan, which I
Yeah.
guess was going to be her.
Mm-hmm.
That could have been a cool thing to build up to if he was a regular character that we saw sessions with, where he's always referencing his final piece, his magnum opus, his whatever. And then maybe she
unfortunately-
eventually pieces together that she is going to be that. She is going to be the canvas or whatnot. And then as she makes that realization, he strikes or something like that. And that would have been neat.
Nope. So Heather calls him Bash, and he starts freaking out, of course, because he's unhinged. And then he cuts her arm open, but as that happens, the police, they arrive and they secure the perimeter. So he begins hastily preparing his like canvas. He throws out a rug on the ground, and then Heather starts taunting him, and she says something that probably annoyed a lot of people watching the show. She yells out that anybody who needs a mask is a coward. Which
I remember
now, of
that
course,
one.
Of course, you could be like, yeah, but she's in a high stress situation.
I was gonna
It's
say,
like, yes, but we can extrapolate this to people who aren't Muse.
this will be less problematic if it was
Then
tied
later.
to later scenes where she says, thank you so much, Daredevil, for saving my life, and
Yeah.
thank you so much for all of your experience in which you've... thank you, Matt, for all your experience in telling me all about masked vigilantes that are currently functioning all around the world and beyond. We live in a universe with literal gods among us, and I understand, as with many people, that your loved ones are the ones that suffer if you don't keep your identity secret. So wearing a mask makes a lot of sense. But that fucker, he only did it to try and stay away from consequences. He couldn't look himself in the face. That sort of conversation is like, yep, that's all fine. That's going to be cool. Fun. However, that is not what we get.
That's not the direction
And
that we're going to be
Fringy
going
is
with this
correct
character.
in that this is a perspective being expressed right now. You might not have thought it, but it's something she believes.
Yes, she believes
And
this.
You'd have to be
Even
pretty
in the
fucking
alternate
stupid to
universe-
believe it in this universe.
You would have to, but like even in the alternate universe where the show wasn't completely retarded on this point, and it did roughly pan out as you say, I still don't know what her purpose is in baiting him in this scene. It's like you don't typically try to antagonize somebody that you don't want to kill you. And
It would
he's
be a
kind
personal characteristic. Like, oh, I think I might die here, or there's something I can do. I might as well just piss him off because that's part of my character to just like say, shit to him to make him angry, to be defiant. But that's a guess. I don't know if that's her
I think they
character.
didn't want it to
I'm
be
just-
terrified. They wanted it to be strong.
But you could have done that. She knows the police are around. They're outside. Like her goal is surely to try and stall for
buy
time until
time,
they get
yeah.
here. So you can still have her being in
I mean,
command after a
why
fashion.
not actually try to essentially use his logic against him? Be like, you can't rush art. You don't want to rush this.
Yeah.
You got to get the fuck out of here.
Yes.
Mhm.
I
And
say
then
that to
come-
people all the
and then
time.
come
Take
back
all the time you
another
need. Don't
time.
rush art. Yeah.
So I don't know why, but the thing is that Heather is not nearly as smart as they want you to believe.
Oh, man, that's like-
she's actually fairly. Yeah, that's
Or
what
Matt.
I think.
Well, it's like
I think
triggering a
that's
memory.
basically
I'm
what
trying to
it's
think of
saying.
what show has done that, where it's like the person's working with the psycho because they know they can slow them down. Definitely happened in stuff before.
Yeah.
Better things, of course.
Oh fuck! I feel like it's on the tip of my tongue, like 3 or 4 examples, and I can't quite put my finger on him. Yeah, it'll come to
In any
me.
case,
Well, why
you know,
didn't
that would
Matt
be-
could have texted her, and he said, "Hey, I think the police are on their way. You're in danger. The
no, the
police are on their
timing.
way, or
Well,
something."
I think we are to conclude essentially because the timing here is about to be insane, obviously, because this is a badly
Yes.
written show. Because after she says that, anybody who needs to wear a mask is a coward, Muse starts freaking out. He grabs her and begins choking her out. And then Daredevil bursts through the window and the two start to fight. It's like, dude, if he had been maybe like 10, 15, 20 seconds, yeah, like even 10 seconds later, she could have died. Really, really convenient timing here that he showed up just in time. And I guess we're to conclude that he arrived at the scene, like the crime scene, in Muse's lair, just in time to like see the images, and then the Muse's lair was close enough to her office that he was able to make it just in time to save her. Very, very, very convenient.
Yay. Good guy wins.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, no, they start fighting, and the task force, they enter the building. Daredevil does another scream as well. You got to show that. It's
I did
you have
ask
to show him actually.
when we were first watching this whether or not it would be very consequential that he writes Muse on her arm, but that didn't come up for the rest of the season. So I don't know if it's just supposed to be
crazy,
cringy foreshadowing.
I'm confident that the plan that they had has changed. Well, obviously, this is the last of the original episodes of Where to Believe That. I'm sure that the plan changed. And we can talk about how and why that might have been the case. Once at the end of this scene. I mean, there's not really much to be said about the fight. Like, it's not very interesting. Daredevil does a scream again because that's what Daredevil does. He yells.
Yeah.
And then there's this really weird part where, like, Muse has not neutralized Daredevil. Like, Daredevil is not like on the ground, knocked out, punched in the throat, or he's like he's fine, basically. He's fine, but in the middle of the fight, Muse like turns his back on Daredevil, grabs a knife, and then charges at Heather, which then he stops because Daredevil shoots a hook through Muse's shoulder and like drags him across the canvas. I don't know why he did this.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. There's this enormous gap where Daredevil does nothing, and then it's like he's actually charging his ulti, and it makes the grappling hook go through a person. That's why it takes the charge or something, which is complete game nonsense. Like, what is happening in this scene?
It's just Muse hasn't stopped him. Like, Daredevil is still an active threat, but he's so mad. He's like, "No, I gotta go get Heather. I gotta get her now." Which then basically is the reason why he loses this fight. And of course, you might be thinking like, "Well, what does losing this fight mean?" This is Muse. He's like a Daredevil villain that you'd probably want to keep around for a while. Nope. He gets like slung around, and then Heather shoots him dead. Muse is dead.
And then she immediately passes out from blood loss. It's like you've got incredibly good aim for someone who is like 2 seconds away from being unconscious.
It was really close.
Mm-hmm. That's the end of Muse, guys.
This Muse.
That's it.
I feel like both
Muse.
her.
Yes,
sorry.
the Muse. Yes, the main one. Yes, this is the end of him.
We can always have another one.
Getting the reference for like it's the Hector's niece as well. The chick Angela.
Of replacing the original version with a lamer version.
Well, like these are like characters who are really important, and then they're just not anymore, and they're done, and it's over. Mm-hmm. You know, like back to back these two. Like, well, I guess the Muse plotline is basically done now. Okay,
Muse plotline's done. This is the end.
What did we learn?
Yeah, when you were saying the screaming, by the way, was that right before he gets shot?
Yes.
Because there seems to be a lot of it. Just rah,
yeah. He just
and it's just like, stop it! You're making all the other times feel less like significant by constantly spamming it.
Also, remember when remember Fisk's guy in the task force goes down to the Daredevil knocks him out instantly. You know that thing he should do all the time. He throws the baton at him, at his head, knocks him out. Yep. You just done that to Muse.
Well, no, you can't do that to mini bosses.
Can't do it.
Too much health.
Which that feels like, again, why is Muse a mini boss? Why isn't he like a seasoned villain? Why did you only have him basically for 2 episodes? Why would you do that? It feels like if you only had Elektra for 2 episodes instead of a whole season, or you know what I mean? Like, why would you, or if you had Fisk for a couple episodes, This is Muse, you know, he's like, why would you, or Bullseye for only, well, we only get Bullseye for a couple episodes in this season, but again, it's like, if you didn't have Bullseye for the whole season, why would you bring in Muse and then do nothing with him and then kill him so that nobody can ever do anything with him ever again in any subsequent stories, at least in the MCU?
Well, if I was a writer, it saves me the trouble of fucking killing him and trying to move on, but like, come on, do something. Like, even as like an enclosed story, like what was the point? What was the lesson? What was the
there was no
anything.
The lesson is vigilantes are bad. That's Heather's opinion. That's her takeaway.
I have
even though Muse isn't a vigilante. Muse isn't even a vigilante. What's his vigilante?
I guess we'll get into it with the next conversation that they'll have soon, and we can open that can of worms of why I hate this character, as I'm sure they'll do as well.
It starts next episode, really.
Yeah.
What are you saying, Nola?
So I have a confusing and detailed little bit of hyper complaint for the writing. So something that struck me as really odd when I went through this first time, I felt like I'd missed something, is the conclusion that Daredevil defeated Muse. There was nothing about that statement that makes sense to me, right? So if we start from the perspective of the task force, I was like, okay, when they came in, what they found was Muse is dead and Heather's on the floor covered in blood with a big wound. They'll find a gun in there. The fingerprints will match that she shot it, and the place is a mess. And they say, "Ah, yes, it was Daredevil." And I was like,
"Why?" Famous for shooting people.
I've got a lot to say. All right, so. So I was like, why in the world would they have thought that? That's insane. There's nothing there that proves that. And besides, when Heather gets up, she'll tell him, as much as Daredevil was there, she was the one who killed Muse. And we will go on to find out that the task force are going to take credit for executing Muse, which doesn't make any fucking sense. But I was still stuck at, how did you get Daredevil was in here? And there is one example of some like person on the street says, "Oh, I'm pretty sure I saw Daredevil coming out of that window," or something like that. But this is like assumed before any of that information anyway. So I was like, so where are they fucking getting it from? There was nothing in this room that gives that any sense, and there's a reason why I've got this on pause right now, this particular shot. So a little bit later, we have one of the task force guys tell Fisk, when we came in, Muse was already dead. The place was a mess. Those are the full arguments for why they know Daredevil was here. One,
somebody bandaged up. What's her name? Right, that was
that way on that. So one,
all right.
It's Daredevil doesn't kill, famously. So saying Muse is dead doesn't make any fucking sense to prove that Daredevil was there. Two, the place was a mess. Well, yeah. But these two fought to the death is the only thing you could. Of course, the place is a fucking mess. So I was like, there's nothing here that tells them it was Daredevil. But upon rewatching the scene, there is an 80-yard line when they come in where someone says that she's been stabilized. Heather's been stabilized, so someone must have been here. She hasn't been stabilized. He didn't even get her fucking restraints off. Look, her wound is still blatantly open. There is no stabilization. So the writers knew there was no reason to think that Daredevil was here. And it was too late. But they threw in an ADR line to say, oh no, someone clearly did something to Heather, so there had to have been a third person here. That's why. That's how we know. But that information's not even referenced when they tell Kingpin how they knew. Which, by the way, the information they give Kingpin is not evidence of Daredevil. In fact, one of the pieces of evidence is the opposite. It's the evidence that someone else would have been here.
Do you add on top of that as well? Yeah.
Well, I completely, because like I had a little note when he was, because when Daredevil's like, she's on the floor and he's grabbing her face and he's saying like it'll be all right. I had a note there saying like you might want to bind her wrists up. But then I remembered that there was a line saying something about she'd been stabilized, so I assumed that I had just missed the shot where he bound her wrists up, and I didn't bother to go back and check. But as you say, he quite clearly hasn't done that, so...
Yeah, what Daredevil should have done, obviously, was to wrap her wound as best he could with the time he had, make it tight, try... That's like the basic human thing to do. And if you want to call that stabilizing, sure, but he didn't even do that. He didn't even release her restraints.
Mm-hmm.
So, like... This is just terrible, and it looks like when they made this originally, they just actually thought, this is what I mean about, like, the faith I have in the people who make this. Like, oh, Muse is dead. Muse has been shot dead. Clearly Daredevil has been here. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah.
What show have you been watching?
And then, I guess it's doubly weird, after you've said all that, the idea that, oh, they know it's or they know there's a problem and they try to fix it with the ADR line, but in doing so they ignore all of the other big issues. But that one little thing is something that apparently bugged them enough to add the ADR line. Like, oh, right, we really need to fix this scene.
This would be something I would add on as kind of a thought, but again, it's a bit less developed. I was very, that ADR line that she was stabilized really made me wonder if she was actually going to die in this scene, because after Muse gets taken out, like Daredevil, he's trying to revive Heather, but she's not responsive. They specifically emphasize the amount of blood that she lost. I'm like, was she going to die in this scene? I wonder if that was what the plan was initially.
Maybe.
Like, that she die here and then whatever comes after that, is whatever. But then instead they change their mind at some point. Because it kind of is played like as if she's about to die, but instead it's like, nope, Daredevil's gone and she's stabilized. It's all good. So I do wonder if that has anything to do with it as well. Because, of course,
Someone mentioned, by the way,
in episodes 8 and 9 initially was going to be very different compared to what they did here.
If you're gonna guess a local vigilante came here, who is it? It'd be like Punisher.
It'd be Punisher. Yeah.
The firearm wielding, criminal killer. Like, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
but yeah, I mean,
and he'd be just as much as a target. Yeah, to frame. Why Daredevil specifically?
Well, because it has to be
black right now. So
but it's so funny.
Right. I forgot the name of the show. Yeah.
This is still super fucked though, because what I just referenced, the whole quote unquote cover up. It's like, we can't let Daredevil take credit. It has to be us. It's like, well, it would be Heather's credit technically. From her point of view, she was the one that took out Muse, right? And she hates Daredevil too. So her testimony would be of the situation would be, this psycho, this disgusting freak tried to kill me. Another freak that likely inspired him came in through the window. They started having their dick measuring contest, and I actually took care of the threat. Like, that seems to be her perspective, so whatever. So when the task force announced to the world that they did all of this to prevent Daredevil from taking the credit, which obviously wouldn't even make sense. Like, imagine they announced, like, local vigilante Daredevil shot Muse to death with his gun. Everyone would be confused. But of course, this show pretends as though people don't know who Daredevil is. It's like, oh, it's some guy. Oh, is that guy from like a...
I'll forget who Fisk is, so...
That's the same, yeah. So it's just like, none of this works. All this is fucking broken. It needs to be... I was about to say redrafted, but that's kind.
Mm-hmm.
Were they doing it to sort of try and parallel the thing with Daredevil and Punisher when he tells the police to take the credit for taking down the vigilante because there is faith in the system and the faith must be upheld by, saying the police did the good thing even though the police didn't. And so I wonder whether they were sort of aiming for like the inversion of that. The same thing happens, but it's against the system. The reason, though, that doesn't really work is that it's never, ever kind of discussed at all. It's weird, actually, that you have very few conversations about Matt's faith in the system from this point onwards. It's kind of been shaken. That's a scene which could really, really inspire it, because the same device that he himself used has now been used against him to bolster this fascist armed police brigade. But it kind of like, he doesn't really seem to have any, well, no one seems to have any opinions on the task force. It's just they're there doing their thing, and it's maybe bad.
I'll tell you what, if you with Heather and you wake up to the announcement of the situation in that room that absolutely is not the truth from the task force, probably make you not trust them ever at all in any way, or the person who organizes them, because they're just outright liars, huh?
Clearly should clue you in. Yeah, you're right.
You would have a better perspective than anybody about their corruption, but well.
You should not get involved with them.
So, later, Fisk, he enters the office and he speaks with the other task force guys. North. Got Powell, he's the main evil one, and then North, he's the secondary evil one. And yeah, he does the whole thing of, Daredevil did it, and then Fisk tells them to take credit for it. That's the scene. And so we got a great Daniel scene here as well.
A great Daniel.
He's watching the BB report where the bystander claims that Daredevil burst through the window on Fort Muse, and then BB shows up to speak with Daniel, and basically the gist of the scene is that he threatens her into basically reporting the official story, which is the task force did it. He just basically threatens her outright.
He's a different character from this point onwards. He's just not
he's
the same person.
He's very
when
he's
When he says
grown
we're
quite a bit.
friends, but I'm not a fucking chump, I was like, no, you are.
Yeah,
that's
you
that's
are.
like the whole character. You are. That's what you've been.
And you're not really friends.
No, she's been taking advantage of him the whole time, and he even seemed to realize it. But suddenly he's like, actually, no. Okay.
All right.
Like, I really like
Alright.
the idea. I think it's a really cool idea that you have Kingpin with effect, like he's creating his own mini-me. I like that idea, and I think that would have been pretty strong as a story arc in the show.
Yeah.
They weren't interested
even a
in the
son
arc
sort
part
of
of that
figure,
story,
No,
though.
they
It
were
was
not.
just...
They switched him. He's on a different mode now. Which is, again, weird when they keep reestablishing how fucking stupid he is. Why? What are you doing? And it's like, well, he's like a thug now, I guess.
Yep, pretty much. I mean, that's the gist of it. It's just like, yeah, he's basically, his enforcer. Or
I
one of
thought it
them.
was funny, too,
Whatever.
that she's having this moment of, oh my god, I can't just siphon information directly out of Fisk's office without consequence. That's crazy. How did this happen?
Yeah. So, yeah, Heather wakes up in hospital. Her injuries are miraculously minor. Like she is gonna be basically up and at him, next episode.
Up and atom. Up and atom.
She's
Well, frigging.
this is pretty awkward as well. Up and at them. Yeah, there you go. It took 15 hours, but we did it. It's done. We have to shoot it again and again and again and again and again. All right. Anyway, so yeah, Heather actually thinks that Daredevil saved her. So like, she knows what happened, and that he said her name, which will not be brought up ever again. I don't know why.
No, yeah, it won't. I don't know. Maybe they're gonna bank on it in season 2, but I fucking doubt it.
I doubt it. And then yes, the news turns on, and right as the news is on, Fisk declares that Muse was taken down by the task force. I was like, yep,
This
there they go.
This is broken. This entire... I'm probably going to have to bang on about this a lot because it keeps coming up. But like, this is entirely the wrong way to do what I think they're trying to do. He opens his news report by saying, I promised to fix these streets, and I delivered. But the problem is, under his watch, they discovered that 60 people were killed by a serial killer.
It's a pretty
it's not
catastrophic
that they were
failure.
already in. I know, yeah, he's completely fucked up. And in response, he's created an armed police division to go after mistakes that were made under his watch. If you'd had it that like these disappearances were public knowledge and like people were scared about this, and we had this in like the BB report or something from the beginning of the show, and he got in part on a pledge to solve this problem, these known disappearances, you'll get to the person responsible for it. That works, and it allows the show to do what it's going to go on to do, which is to portray him as like the populist savior of a destroyed city. If you have it that under his watch, 60 people have been discovered to have been killed, and like in an incredibly hectic fight scene, they just happen to catch a single serial killer. That's not him making the streets safe. That's him trying to fix mistakes that will be pinned on him. This isn't going to make him more popular, but the show thinks that it will. There is an easy way to make it like so it does make him more popular, and that is to have it as a known problem beforehand. But they don't.
Yeah, we stopped
think
this killer
through.
who had killed 60 people beforehand, and we didn't tell any of you guys about it really, and he was doing all that art with the human blood everywhere. But we got him. Don't worry, it's all dead.
It's so mad, like to be in a like try and put yourself in a writer's room where they say, right, okay, we're doing episode, what is it, 4 now? Oh yeah, by the way, 60 people were killed by a serial killer. That's the thing we're doing today. Like, how do you not set that up? How is that not one of the most important aspects of world building from the beginning of your show? Why are you wasting time on a fucking bank heist filler episode rather than doing stuff that actually contributes to your story?
Yeah, it should be the A plot of the season. A serial killer killing 60 people at least? That is a huge deal.
So to be clear, right? John Wayne Gacy, one of the most famous serial killers of all time, the estimate would be around 33 people killed. Ted Bundy he had admitted to 30 before he was executed, and Jeffrey Dahmer was 17. So this guy just casually wiped out 60 people in this city. He'd skyrocket to like one of the most famous serial killers straight away.
He probably would because of just the presentation and
Well,
the
yeah, the
outfit and the
artwork,
canvases
too.
of human blood everywhere. Yeah, this would be like insane. He would be the new Jack the Ripper.
So,
I don't know where he
it's
got these
just,
skills from,
and
but
that's like, this is what I mean about writing. It's like, all you have to do is Google it. You can Google it. Just see what kind of, like, because they chose 60 pretty arbitrarily, didn't they? Because what the fuck reason was
yeah,
it for
there's
that?
no reason.
If it were
It could have been
5, right?
6 or 7.
5 people have gone missing over the course of a certain amount of time, and they seem to match a single area. It's like, okay, I think that's, yeah, pretty bad, but at the same time, it's like, I think I could believe that the investigation's starting to cook up with on, you know, body 4, or rather person 4 be missing. But 60 is so cartoonish, you may as well just set 1,000, fuck it.
It wouldn't matter to the story because we're already in the realm of just like I don't believe that he killed 60 at least.
No.
Yeah,
There's
because
just
at
no
least
way.
is the important qualifier. It's at least 60 people, so it could well be
Yeah,
like into
they
the
don't even
hundreds.
know. Like, with what skill set did he do this? His taekwondo allows you to be an expert serial killer,
Fuck
and
yeah,
no one
dude.
noticed.
And the only time we actually see him gathering his victims, it's just in the middle of a street, in public, in front of a bar, and they scream, and then that's it, fade to black so no one spots him. It's just cheating, is what it is. Always identify the story you're trying to tell. Your overarching story is Kingpin taking increasing control over the city. And you have, as your ingredients, you have the growing animosity toward vigilantes. I would even have been tempted to make Muse one of Kingpin's pawns in this, or like an alternate version of this show. Like we even get a line later on in which crime is rising and it's pinned on people Kingpin might be employing. I'd have had Kingpin creating an entire class of vigilantes to go and commit horrific crimes in order to justify his taking power and the pledge to stop them.
That's
So
definitely
Muse
an angle,
becomes his use, and that ties all these things together and explains how he rises to the power he has at the end. But not this. This is just insane.
Well,
We got one last scene in this episode.
yay.
So Vanessa sends Luca in a dress, and he heads there, and it's Fisk, and he's eating dinner, and he gets really close to shooting him in the head. Like one more second, he would have got him. But Buck, he's hiding in the shadows, and he shoots Luca. For some reason, he waits until the very last moment instead of just shooting him immediately. Like, he waits until there's like a split second left.
The only reason that this runs this way is for the audience. There's no character would want any of this to run this way. Not even Buck. You'd be like, no, I don't want to risk my shot.
Well, and what would Buck have done if Luca brought like 20 guys?
But they had a
Would've
line
shot
to
them all
explain
in
it,
the
right?
head, 'cause
He
he's
has a
that
line
good.
earlier on in which he says, "I don't do politics. I'm a straight shooter," and I think that's what they class as justification for him just walking in on his own with a pistol.
So, if you, what if he did do that? What if he crossed the corner, had his gun, and shot immediately? Kingpin be dead.
Exactly.
So
what if he came in through the back?
There's so much wrong with this. The variables are fucking crazy. Luca might have sent a man in his place for all we know. You can't know. And then he would. And what if he did that because he suspected there might be a betrayal? And then, of course, Buck shoots in such a way that it looks like it just travels about a fucking 5 inches above Kingpin's head.
Yeah.
I guess you really
stupid,
trust this guy to not miss whatsoever.
That's just how good he is.
With a pistol, too. Like, okay.
He's Bullseye. He's just like Bullseye.
Yeah, this whole sequence is retarded, and it would never run this way. And if it was so what's the truth of the scene? It's that Vanessa and Kingpin have organized the death of Luca. They think that this is the best way to trap him, so to speak. It's like, why would you bother with all of this stupid actually committing to the bit instead of he's executed by having Buck standing at the front door, and he walks in, he just shoots him in the back of the head straight away.
Yeah, like White Tiger. Just
exactly.
Once he walks in.
Why would you do all of this where Kingpin could actually die and comes very close to dying in 2 different ways? It's like, well, but it works for the audience. It's like, oh my god, guys, seriously?
What he could have done instead is sent his task force to go and kill him, and then just put a little balaclava on him and say he was a masked vigilante, so it's fine.
Well, yeah, and then do that, and then be like, what's funny is that would make more sense here, and then be like, he was actually the boss of a crime syndicate. Isn't that crazy? So these vigilantes, we can't be trusted. They're actually criminals who are making, they're already criminals, which is we'll come up to. But yeah, we're almost wrapped on the uneventful episode at 2 hours.
Well, that's it. So now that brings us to the actual episodes that basically matter. Anybody have anything else to say about episode 7, or should we just move on?
Bad. All bad.
No, we better carry on because I feel like we're gonna have a lot to say about the next two because they're
yes,
they're
we will.
noticeably more dense.
So episode 8 opens with a very blue flower in a very blue place. But it's not. It's just one little blue flower in a not blue place, which also happens to be just outside of Dex's prison cell. I saw people praising like, "Oh, we're so back because it's blue." This kind of discourse about like filmmaking is pretty annoying. It's good because it's blue. Like, all right, cool, nice. It was blue. Now it's not because it's not actually a blue place.
Now, with lots of composed shots, you might be able to come up with several different variations of why there's so much meaning within it and purpose. If you could just give me one, what is the connection between blue flowers and bullseye from the Netflix show, obviously, because there's nothing in this that's been built up already. So, come on, people who think this is amazing, tell me, what is it? All right. Well, it's blue.
It's kind of funny that this scene is it's all plot basically. Dex looks out the window. He gets escorted by prison guards out of solitary confinement and into the prison's general population, much to his surprise. And that's the scene. That's it. Other than the blue flower, it's all plot.
Well, and it's very funny to sort of watch this knowing now we're switching gears, because it's very when you're looking for it, you can see like I don't know what. Sorry, I just got completely distracted by fate there. I was about to decide what would be the word to try and summarize what's happening when we switch teams, and my eyes just got drawn to those lads with the shields that says corrections on it. I was like, oh yeah, I guess that is what you're supposed to think is happening, and what a lot of people have said is happening. They are correcting, but they ain't, as we'll soon find out.
Did the police only have wooden sticks to beat their prisoners in America? I would have thought they'd have something more high-tech and advanced.
I mean, you know what? If it works. The wooden stick, unbeaten.
They're literally giving him the stick, having given him the carrot. That's what they're doing.
The screen goes blue again when he gets put in with all the rest of the prisoners who are all just sort of sitting there waiting for him. Goes all blue.
Well, what I was struck by was his hands being free, and you'd be like, well, he's in solitary. It's like he has access to buttons.
He can kill you with that. He's pretty crazy.
Once again, forget who they're dealing with, which doesn't it's so funny to say this considering what happens later in this episode, but this is already bad enough for me.
I naively assumed they were doing this for a reason, because like what was going to happen with him would be somebody's plan. Nope.
Because man,
that's not how this is going to pan out.
If he was to take those buttons off, the police officer enters, or attendant, or whoever it is, and because you don't see him, if he was to toss one into the guy's eye with the speed that Bullseye can do, he's going to be staggered, and then he can take him out with his many skills he's learned over time, and then take his outfit and take whatever access he needs, like the keys and stuff, and he'd already be well on his way to escaping. But lucky for us, he's not going to be doing that, because that would be annoying in terms of like a consequence. You'd want him to escape in a clever way.
Yeah, that's the scene.
Well.
So next up, Fisk, he's with Vanessa, and he explains, but he doesn't. He just simply states that he has acquired funding for his Red Hook revitalization project. He just got it, even though previously we saw that he didn't have it.
Sorry.
Like it was actually going to be really difficult
between
to get
them?
it.
I was going to say fleeting thought though on that Bullseye thing. I don't know if it's in character. I don't know what you guys think about him to be scared of going into general population.
Scared? He would be socially nervous more than physically scared for himself.
I think, especially in retrospect, they're trying to U-turn Bullseye and make him normal. And so now he needs to like have rational sort of.
Oh.
So what I'm saying is like last we saw him, season 3 Bullseye, and even to be fair, first episode of this season, he is a fucking psychopath, absolutely unhinged, lost his mind.
Well, he is a psychopath.
Yeah, he already is.
Yeah.
But more so, right? You remember you think about the end of season 3, he's lost it.
Off the rails.
So like,
completely.
what I would expect is being like, we're gonna shove you into a place that more than likely will get you killed. That he would like smile. And just be like, I'm so like I'll just whatever, because that's Bullseye. He's like someone just said, he's kind of like Joker at this point, or at least referencing he's lost it. But to be like, I can't go in there. Like I should be in solitary. You know, this is concerning. Like I could be in trouble. There's going to be difficulties for me to do. I just be like, is that? And then of course it's like, why would he be like that? And it's like, oh well, because, and sorry for spoilers, everybody, but he's going to be working with Daredevil in season 2. They're going to team up.
Mm-hmm.
So. Obviously, we need to get him on track for being normal.
Even though that's basically an impossibility.
Well, it's just one of many retcons.
Fisk is mayor in the first episode, so whatever.
Yeah.
Look at chat. Nice joke. What the fuck? It's like, well,
that's what's gonna happen.
Yeah.
But so yeah, with the next up, again, Fisk just states that he's got the funding for his Red Hook project. Even though last time we saw him dealing with that specific problem, he was like not getting anywhere. But now it's all good.
Like restating the last time we had anything to do with this, not only he doesn't have the funding for it, and the people he approaches for funding for it are bullying him. Basically, they have power over him. He has no friends in high politics. He's very much the underdog. It's worth remembering everything we know about his relationship to the rest of his city at this point, because actually it's not worth remembering it at all. We might as well forget about it, because fuck it, we're going to switch it with nothing happening in the interim to explain why this has happened. And like looking into it, I think the show wants to lean on the Muse thing, maybe giving him this massive public support, and so now he's got somehow power over people that he didn't have the last time he was with them. But we don't really
People
explain
like him
that.
a little bit more.
Yeah, it's like, are we leaning into the fact that he's now a populist vote winner and so he has more power? Is that what's happening? Because that's the only thing I can think of to explain why the attitudes of people we last saw will be the opposite to the attitudes they have as we see them in this episode.
That quote, or the combination of quotes anyway, the I know I haven't acknowledged all that you've done, all that you've built for us.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe it. I was like, wow, you guys had your chance to move on now because it's your control, but you have Fisk basically saying, like, bad Vanessa, you really came through for me by taking my empire and making it even better. What are you doing?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It's such an unnecessary line, too, because we already know that's his perspective from the other episodes, but it's like, no, we need to say it again. It's like, okay.
Yeah.
Yes, she's really cool.
But now he's got something to show her. He's going to show her to his lair, which brings us to another scene that cuts back and forth between Matt and Fisk needlessly.
If I can just, sorry, I have an irrational hatred of a line here. This is not my pick for the possibly the worst line, but he says to Vanessa, "That's not why I brought you here. I brought you here for something else." It's the most fucking redundant follow-up line I have ever heard. Like, I did not bring you here for this. I have, however, brought you here for a different thing that is not this.
Yeah, I mean,
fuck
It definitely, as far as redundant lines go, it's up there with Thranduil in The Hobbit when he says, "I'm patient. I can wait."
Yeah. And you'd be like, really? And it's like, yeah, I know that they wrote that and they were like, that's necessary. And it's like, it's so not, but okay. Just keep it up.
But this is a character who said that the key to controlling people was identifying what they want and either giving it to them or withholding it from them. And that's how you do it. So like he's got previous form when it comes to completely redundant sentiments.
Yeah.
So this is quite a bad scene. Unlike all the other ones. So
oh yeah,
Matt he drinks his coffee. He's about to head to work. Heather is like struggling with having killed Muse, and so she starts sort of maniacally rambling about how a violent nature is transferred between people. And she says, from Daredevil to Muse and to her. And so Matt, naturally, jumps to his own defense and points out that Daredevil and Muse are obviously not the same. And then Heather says that Daredevil and Muse are both underdeveloped boys hiding behind masks, trying to make it look like something more sophisticated.
So that moment, I think you mentioned it, was, I don't know if this started in the previous episode or if it's now, but the whole, she went from harmless and boring waste of time to one of the most, if not the most aggravating character in the entire TV show, like, which is...
I think I agree.
That's genuinely impressive to have climbed that ladder so fucking fast. It's like, holy shit, good job. This has reached well past boiling point. We've kind of covered in the previous episode with the problem with the characterization is there's so many pieces of history that have to be completely fucking ignored. So many elements of these characters that can't exist for these lines to exist. To say violence goes from Daredevil to Muse to me is such a wacky fucking statement. It's like, what the hell are you trying to say? And what does that say about Daredevil and you, by the way? What are you saying, like, you had to shoot him because his violence made you violent? Or, there's lots to talk about that, but underdeveloped boys hiding behind masks. It's like, you've never heard the argument for why someone wears a mask? Ever?
Are you not
Saved a lot
aware
of people's lives, lady.
Are you not aware of
you're
Daredevil
right.
taking down Fisk the first time around? Are you not aware of Daredevil taking down the Hand, which, you know, maybe that's not as well known, but I mean, like, people fucking saw ninjas running around New York, and Daredevil was involved in that. And of course, you'd be aware of all the stuff that happened with Jessica Jones, Luke Cage, Danny Rand, like, all of that would be known in this world too. And
Isn't she literally writing a book on the subject?
Yeah,
like,
she
you would have
is.
think she would have encountered some of the
read.
She would have some awareness of it, but it seems like she doesn't know anything about Daredevil's history other than that Matt has encountered him or talked to him at some point. And she doesn't know anything about Fisk, namely the reason why he got into all of that trouble in the first place. She is oblivious to this information.
Well, it's not, and that's the thing, right? She's a consequence of the writers, and now we know she's a consequence of the writing of the new team. There's a new team episode that has been praised for its new teamness. So, what you can conclude from how she's been written and supported, the same with what Daredevil says back to, or rather Matt says in counter, is the best that the writers can come up with, or rather, it's their perspective. I have to conclude that they kind of think she's got a bit of a point, or that, Matt's...
Again, Muse is not even a vigilante. How is he a vigilante? He doesn't do vigilantism.
No, he's just a serial killer. That is what he does. He wears a mask to hide his identity. Daredevil does it so he doesn't get his loved ones in this is what I mean. Like, how has she never heard this argument before?
They do expand on it a little bit because Matt again reiterates in response to that line that Daredevil and Muse are nothing alike. He points out that Daredevil saved her, which prompts Heather to say, "I saved me. They were both out there for themselves."
So, I also like the whole "you weren't there," Matt, as though, yeah, the official story is that you didn't even fucking kill Muse, the task force did. So, you know what I mean? That's just funny.
Get on board.
But obviously what we're playing with is the fact that he knows that Daredevil outright explicitly saved her, and she's almost telling the story as though that didn't happen.
As if that's obviously no. He was there just to get Muse, and he was indifferent to your life, even though you got stabilized by Daredevil. And you wouldn't believe that the task force did it because the task force, again, lied about what happened, and you know this.
She knows it, yeah.
He told Matt in the hospital that Daredevil was there and that he said your name. How did he say your name if he was out there for himself just fighting Muse? What you have said makes no sense. And it's not compatible with the fact that Daredevil is known to have saved many lives for years.
This is such an easy, if before they'd released this and they showed me and asked me my opinion, I'd be like, okay, guys, like, you're making a major mistake. Even if you want her to be a complete idiot asshole, like that's your 100% goal, I'd be like, warning, the audience saw the scene, okay? So we know that she was dead, if not for a man, in this case, Daredevil, putting his life on the line to save her. And she's not acknowledging it, even though she knows it. it's true, you're making her look so like no one will like her. Like seriously, warning, no one will ever like. And it'd be like, well, she's just got a bit of a warped perspective. It's like, no, this is incredibly annoying and disrespectful, which is like two of the worst things you can be as a character. It's worse than killing a whole planet. Okay.
It's of course when you're dealing with writing characters, you're probably inevitably going to have it be the case that essentially people who are on the same good guy team, or are supposed to be, just what Heather's meant to be, will have disagreements with each other. Will have arguments, will have fights. But you make it really hard when everybody likes Matt. When you have people shit on him, it becomes really, really difficult to essentially like those characters when everybody fucking likes Matt. Everybody likes him. Every single person who watches Daredevil likes Matt Murdock. So,
well, and I want to give credit to the because if someone was to try and counter and say like, well, you need to separate your POVs there because that's you as an audience member versus her in this world, and they're like, there's like major history for Daredevil. We keep going on about this because it's so fucking annoying how much has been wiped, basically. But like a huge, long, I would just say outright heroic history for Daredevil. There's a time where he was attempted smear, right, in season 3 of what his reputation was, but that would have been fully cleared up and understood as to exactly what happened. He would be known in my opinion, right? Of course, there'd be people who are against him, whatever, there always is. But like in a crystal clear way, as a man who's nearly died saving the world, for one, which is still, that is a crazy event, but it happened. All right, we can't like change the fact that it actually happened.
You're in the MCU. You gotta take that. You wanted, this is what you're doing.
So like, countless innocent people individually have stories of being saved by him that would make it into papers. There would be all kinds of, the BB report would probably have covered it in some way, shape, or form. Other places like that. And then on top of all that, you have a recent story corroborated by the victim that he personally saved her and stopped Muse. And like, she's just like, nah, he's just a little boy doing little boy. In fact, he probably made Muse violent. That's a fair thing to say. Doesn't matter what the perspective of any of the people who are actually in these moments were. However, my perspective in my personal experience, which I'm lying about for some reason, matters more than anyone could possibly analyze this whole situation. And then like, what I don't know. It's just like the most annoying thing to listen to. Like I said, how could it be worse than this? And you'd be like, well, wait, what do you mean? Like worse than she is in the whole season? It's like easily. This is her worst moment. Outright combining everything else wouldn't beat it that we've had so far.
Mm-hmm. And we still got more. We
we do.
Not done yet.
The last scene is possibly the funniest one. In terms of events. But it's like this is the character, and you can, I guess, at that point see like, oh, so we're going somewhere, and that's why they're kind of rushing it. This is essentially speedrunning her, like, I was going to say villain arc, but you know what I mean, like.
But essentially.
And then, by the way, sorry, that was all Daredevil. There's also Matt Murdock, who is the man who, once again, has defended Punisher, Spider-Man, White Tiger, and knows a shit ton about Daredevil. And she doesn't care. Like, she only ever asked him about that in the way of, can you get me an interview?
Use him so that she can write it for her book about vigilantes.
She never wanted to ask him about what did he learn from speaking to and defending all of those people. What does he think about the nature of masks, or the nature of vigilantism, especially being a lawyer? Like, there's so many interesting conversations you could have, but she doesn't care about him.
No, she only cares about writing a stupid book.
Yes. And, yeah, I don't know. Like, it just, this to me is it goes beyond her as a character. It's all consequential of how shit the writers are.
Mm-hmm. This part is briefly into it, because again, we're doing the cutting back and forth. Fisk brings Vanessa into a subterranean lair. Adam, you remember how we thought that, there'd be a reason to believe in episode 6 that Fisk killed him, but he's not. He's alive.
Mm-hmm.
He is alive, and he's in his cell.
And he's relatively well.
He's all right, considering that Fisk beat him to a pulp, punched him in the face several times. But yeah, so Fisk says that he kept his promise not to kill Adam, and Adam keeps declaring that he didn't know. And Vanessa says that Adam is not a part of them or their lives, but as Adam continues pleading for his life, Fisk gets really mad and screams, "Shut up!" very, very loud.
Shut up!
Yeah, he's like losing his shit.
Well, I'll tell all editors out there, it makes for a good clip.
It's a really good one. Yeah,
But,
that's a good one.
Something that struck me was, him saying, like, tell your husband I'm sorry, I didn't know. I shouldn't even be here. I didn't know. It's like, how could you not know? It's Vanessa. She's, like, famously with Kingpin. What are you talking about?
Maybe they
Vanessa
just met at a
Fisk.
bar or something, and
Her name
But
is Vanessa
he would have
Fisk.
learned her name. Yeah. Like,
Yeah,
maybe she lied about her name.
maybe. But then, yeah. But I mean,
Maybe
that's
didn't keep
all
up with the
on her
news
then.
much.
And then her excuse is not exactly going to fly either. You know, he's not a part of us. You literally fucked him. Like, you were in marriage counseling for this reason. A part of him has been inside you. So technically, yes.
there was a comment on one of our streams that I saw, and I was like, fuck, that's actually brilliant. And I think they even said, it was someone in chat who had said it, I'm not sure who, but you know who you are. But they said, like, if only Fisk had said to Adam while he's in that prison, he's like, you know, we filled the same hole. Like, just it's such like crude shit, but what are you supposed to do with this insane, stupid scenario? Make fun of it. That's all you can do.
I mean, it's answered the question which I think we had last time, which is where exactly is Fisk's inexplicably well-furnished and backlit subterranean dungeon? And it turns out it is just in a warehouse in the docks, right? The docks where he famously did all of his business. You don't think maybe the woman who's in charge now of his crime empire, who knows where all his business is conducted, who has all of the gangs under her thumb, might have thought, I wonder if the man who's disappeared might have been hidden in a private dungeon in the docks where all of Kingpin's bad stuff happens. Like, did she do nothing to try and find him? Did she just take it on faith that he's disappeared, but he's fine?
She hadn't, as far as I know, she hadn't mentioned anything ever since the scene where they were in therapy, and Fisk just sort of says, "I didn't kill him. I promise." And in
Nobody
that weird
believes
kind of
me.
way that we all know that, like, he's got something to do with it, but she just doesn't pick up on it for some reason.
Also, the quote at one point, he says, "I hear his voice. I see his hands. It's unbearable." I was like, the first thing I thought when I heard it, I was like, new team, by the way. This is the good team, new team, good team.
Well, the new team evidently forgot that Kingpin went and ate dinner in front of the man whose presence he finds unbearable. Like, he can't have found him that intolerable to be around if he was happy to eat his sausages in front of him.
That's true. Good point. So, we're not done here. We got to cut back to Matt's apartment where Buck, he showed up at Matt's apartment, and he's invited. He hands in Heather an invitation to like a mayoral ball that's being hosted by Fisk. And Matt wonders how Buck or Fisk knew that Heather was staying with him, and Buck simply states that Fisk cares about the city and its citizens, which is not an answer.
Oh well.
But he doesn't really push any further. It's just like he disappears, and then Matt asks Heather how she knows Buck, but we're not there. We got to cut back to Fisk's lair. And Fisk is visibly flustered and pathetic, and he insists that I'm a better man. I can't exist without you, Vanessa.
That doesn't make any sense, though. She was in love with who he was.
Mm-hmm.
I don't understand.
Specifically, very specifically with who he was, to the point where she wanted to be a part of it.
Explicitly
okay
with his brutality.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know what's going on here. Like,
why does he need to be a better man? Yeah, like that's not what she wanted. That's not what she ever wanted. But it's okay. But no, we're back in the apartment again. Matt again asks Heather how she knows Buck, which prompts Heather to say, "You want to watch your tone?"
He's so great.
So, Matt has now realized that Fisk is one of her clients, and he is very concerned that Fisk is in any way part of his life, which he says is, through her. Which, of course, is a very fair concern. She should know this, given that Matt and Foggy and Karen were, like, known to be instrumental in bringing him down.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they are enemies of Fisk. So the idea that, the idea that she doesn't recognize that is already bad. But she's got a better answer. She's got an answer to this. She says, he's the mayor. He's in everybody's life.
Oh, that one hurt.
It's very mean, man.
That one
Matt,
hurt.
get out of there. I think he actually realizes at some point too. You know when he said the please don't tell me he's a client. She has like a, it's the case is yes. And I thought for a moment, it's like, finally, he's actually understanding how she's insane and he needs to leave. Like, what person would ever take on fucking Kingpin as their own personal, like, I'm going to help you out psychologically? It's just like, you can't know anything about him, I guess. She must have just been living under a fucking rock. And it's like, no, she knows. It's fine.
Stupid thing to say, though. Well, the mayor's in everybody's life. It's like, why would you say that?
Really?
The mayor.
No.
Well, so
Like,
this is again the writers are fucking up because anybody personally visited when there's been no expression of where you live to this person, like, that's a bit weird, and the reasoning isn't actually good. That's also a bit weird. The task force led by Kingpin have completely lied about the traumatic event that you went through that you overcame, right? Because that would be a story, wouldn't it? You killed the serial killer as a victim. That would be crazy huge. Everyone would want an interview with her and know what she went through and how that story. They might even fucking already be drawing up a script for a movie. It's just, that's how it goes. Netflix would be
You'd
contacting
want to
her.
make it public, yeah.
But no, all of this is not worrying to her at all. And in fact, she trusts Kingpin more than ever. But you know who she doesn't trust? Matt Murdock. He's a bit of a wonky one. Can't be trusting him. You know what? He's got the wrong tone. He's got the wrong tone in this situation.
He's got to watch it. He has to watch it.
And did
So,
she, the last time there was the counselling scene, she actually pulled Vanessa aside and said, "Are you safe in your marriage?"
I
It's like,
know.
I think you might have been a wife beater, but it's actually fine. I'm happy. Because, like, maybe an alternate response she could have given rather than the "it's just business" response, which is the one she gave, is kind of like, you could almost throw back at Matt, have you never represented people that you find repugnant? Like, you represented the Punisher. Are you saying that by taking him as a client, you were somehow in bed with him and everything he stood for? The mayor as a client, it's purely business. It's nothing different to what you do. Might at least have been a semi-believable response, but not.
I think she could also
whole...
have said people like him need more help than anybody. Like, and I'm pretty good at my job, so I can really.
But that's not the direction she's going.
No, it's not.
She's a bit of a fan, is what you're about to realize.
Well, I got annoyed with the notion of, like, Daredevil trying to fucking explain to her how she's being manipulated when she should know better than anybody. Like the whole co-opted thing.
He's a psychiatrist.
Yeah, it's like, it's not about whether or not he's going to co-opt your story. He has on TV.
He already has.
Like,
that's the thing, is that Matt is like emphasizing essentially that he's only using her to co-opt her story and persecute vigilantes, and instead of acknowledging that is true, she declares, if his narrative is that vigilantes are dangerous, then he's got my vote.
Muse was not a vigilante.
Muse was a psycho killer, and an actual vigilante
also,
saved your life, and then saved it again.
Fisk had Dex pretend to be Daredevil to take out his enemies. This is a known thing that Fisk did. So, like, how exactly are you going to take seriously at all anything that Fisk has to say about, like, vigilantes are bad? Like, I guess we're just to conclude that she doesn't know any of this. What a fucking idiot. And then she very lethargically and cynically invites Matt to join her to attend the ball, and he reluctantly agrees. But we gotta go back to the lair because we're not done yet with So there's on the table. There's a key and a gun, and Vanessa's looking at him, and of course she grabs a gun and shoots at him. That's the end of him.
Confused again. Can someone help me with her character growth, the arc that she's been on, why she's changed her mind? Because that's another flip. It's like,
the writers,
the world building equivalent of that is the the port thing suddenly getting money. Suddenly their relationship issues are resolved, and I don't entirely know why.
I think the writer's angle here is that she was sort of going out on her own. She has her trust issues with Kingpin. She doesn't know if he's the man for her. But he has come through in certain ways to prove it, and that now she's got to take this step to prove, because this is supposed to be the power couple beginning, right? Like this decision from her, it's like they're back, but everybody, but the confusing part is that they were torn apart for no reason, and all the characteristics that caused them to do that have now been maybe not even removed, just dampened. Because I don't know, like she's like crying when shooting this Adam guy, And the show is clearly like, holy shit, Vanessa took a life. And you sort of sit there like, did you see the end of season 3? I guess we just don't remember.
I guess they don't.
She's been the fucking figurehead of a series of underworld syndicates now, who very much would have killed several people, including each other. It would have been hits. You know how it works. So I don't know. It's all very odd, and it's funny that the writers are like, see, we finally got him back to what you remember. And I'm like, first of all, no. But secondly, why did you do all of this? Whole journey has been so stupid.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, that's
And
that's it. And
don't you think that if
yeah.
she's crying when shooting at him, like she really doesn't want to, that makes her seem submissive to Wilson telling her to do it, and she doesn't really want to do it, but she does do it.
Well, here's the other thing. They kind of have to kill Adam. You can't let him go. Like, that would be crazy. You know what I mean? Like it's not like if she
Fisk has
grabbed
put
the
him
key.
into a position where he can't live.
Well, yeah, he's in like the mayor's underground goon cave. You can't. He's been trapped there watching him eat sausages. This is not something that he's just gonna stay silent about.
Adam, would you like some sausage?
Like it's an amusing thing to be like, I won't tell anybody. She's like, yeah, you will. Like, how could? What do you mean?
Obviously. But yeah, that's that. And Fisk, he's like, I'll never leave again.
Mm-hmm.
Like, yeah, okay, yeah. Look at him.
Okay.
He's Kingpin. He's back. And
He's pinning.
So we got another really good Kirsten scene.
By the
It's
way,
great.
just to be clear, this is like the third character already in this EFAP we've talked about where they're just gone now.
Yeah.
Adam's
That's it.
story's done. Angela's story's done. Muse's story's done.
To be clear,
Adam has a little relevance.
I don't even disagree with you, but it's just so funny. We've done this breakdown in 2 other streams now, and if just you blankly saying like that's it for Adam, I think 80% of chat would be like, who the fuck is Adam?
Who?
Look, I just watched this show, and when you guys say names, I'm like, oh yeah, right, that person.
Got the IMDb up like, yes, I know that person.
Because like when the characterization is so bad, it is often difficult to remember who people are because everyone is just sort of sludge random character that blends in with everybody else.
Mm-hmm.
You know, where if you compare it to like Arcane or something, where everyone has really great designs in terms of their aesthetics and also very clear roles in the story and they have different personalities and whatnot, and you're like, oh yeah, I know exactly who that is.
Well, we can make it easy for people, right? Like, have a little subtitle. So, Adam, the man with such sexy hands, it makes Kingpin uncomfortable.
That's right.
That is
You
the
can
thing.
tell a lot about how sexy a man is by his hands.
Truly.
As they say.
So,
closing up
yeah,
that scene with Daredevil and Heather. By the way, she says bringing him into the ballroom dance, whatever the fuck it is. She says, "Why don't you protect me from being co-opted?"
yeah,
I really hated that line.
yeah, pretty bad.
Woman, I care about you and I am concerned about you. Holy shit.
Like I said, objectively, you have had your story co-opted already, and you've even agreed and said, well, as long as it suits a narrative that I believe in, that had nothing to do with Muse, because you've just lost your mind. So, I find it annoying that she's downplaying the severity of the situation when she should know it better than almost any character in the story, but she's not allowed to. So, well.
The next scene is Matt. He's going to work. He's disheveled and late, and Kirsten is there to exposit a bunch of irrelevant information about an irrelevant case before getting to the actual important information, which is that she tells Matt that Dex was moved into the general population and wants to speak with Matt personally, and also she knows that Fisk did that. Fisk moved him into the general population, which. Is that something the mayor of New York can do? Just like move a prisoner?
I don't think so.
No.
Where do we even
Because
begin?
where a prisoner is probably a part of their sentencing.
It's by the court. That's what the court decides.
You know something that
Okay.
bothers me too is
What if you just make the mayor a dictator, though?
well, so, what really bothered me about this as well is the statement. Dex has been moved from solitary to general population. We get the impression straight away that Daredevil knows that means he's probably going to die. because there's too many people in general population that would want to kill him. And his reaction to this information is, can we get a front row seat? As opposed to the obvious question that a smart boy would say, which is, why? Who's done that?
Also, this is an aberration of justice. This is not what he was sentenced to by the court.
That would be secondary to the fact that, because the thing is, moving him is a very specific, and you'd have to be relatively powerful to do it, and there is the guarantee that he dies, which most people may or may not be aware of. I would imagine most people would be. And so knowing that, it sounds like someone's trying to kill him. That's pretty curious. Have we got any word on who made the order? Because it could tell us something about why they've done it, because we know what the consequences of it are. Basically, it's a very curious thing to have happen, and you should want to inspect it. But instead, he's just like, I want to watch him get beaten up. Like, okay, Matt, you're usually a little smarter than that, but all right, fair enough. And then, like you said, a secondary motivation that should probably be in play is he's like, I wouldn't want him to be in general population because he's probably going to just die. Which is not supposed to be what Matt wants.
Matt should be pretty against that.
It's supposed to be something that plays in just a little bit.
Even Bullseye gets his day in court.
Well, he was over the moon happy that he was going to prison for life, right? That was because he believes in that. As much as we've had the conversation with Punisher, it's like, yeah, but we haven't had anything else, and so it's kind of the problem with Kirsten's scenes as well as other ones. She's not able to discuss anything with anybody. She is just an exposition drop. So it has to be like just Matt sort of reacts to himself. He's not going to have a discussion with her about like the meaning behind any of this.
He's just another cherry in that respect. He's a character who can come in and say, hey, important thing has happened that you wouldn't have learned about otherwise. Please don't go and do anything about it. So, of course, he goes to do something about it. But like, because in this scene, she even says, like, you shouldn't care. Why should we care? He's tried to speak to you, but basically just ignore him.
Everything about it is insane. There's no meaning here. There is only weird fucking... Like, I almost want to meet the person who wrote this one in particular, because he eventually asks... Wait, do we know who moved him? Which is the most important fucking question to start with. Oh, well. And she says, I knew you would ask me that. Like, yeah?
Yeah?
Why
that would be a reasonable follow-up.
And then it's like, it was Mayor Fisk. It's like, that's enormous news that Fisk has personally moved Bullseye into a place that'll get him killed?
My assumption on like watching this was that he hadn't moved him on the assumption it would get him killed. My assumption was that he had moved him knowing he would escape because he had some kind of use for him, because now he's taking more power and authority, and because he has so many other and simpler ways of getting a guy killed if he wants them to be, given that he controls the police at this point. That doesn't really pan out either. So, no, yeah, Matt isn't interested in the why. And the why doesn't really exist either. It's very much a thing that happens because it needs to happen to set something later up, as opposed to something that any character involved in this show would actually want to see happen.
Well, ultimately, if we were in this world and we were in this fucking office for some reason, and we were very much hell-bent on getting everything sorted with the Poindexter case, and we just found out that he's being moved to a place that's likely going to get him killed by someone who he wanted to kill himself. You know what I mean? It's like, holy shit, something's happening here. Something big. That is the way that that's huge information to the point where you'd call Matt. But no, she waits for him to come in and slowly just talks about some random other case that no one cares about, and then gives him pieces of this information. And then he asks like the most obvious question that has the key information, and she's like, I knew you'd ask that. I just don't get it.
Stupid.
There's no respect for the actual stakes here.
Nope. We got Fisk. He's gathered the three musketeers to tell him that the task force is a success. The three musketeers in this place being Sheila, you remember her? Buck,
no,
that guy, and Daniel. Now Sheila points out that the mayor's office is being sued by several people, and he doesn't care. He should. That's going to be a problem for him.
Being sued is like...
Being sued is not... That's going to create a problem for you.
I know the show thinks that the mayor is just like an untouchable dictator,
yes.
but
like,
the
funny,
people who actually have power in governments
the
and stuff, the government's held accountable for things.
the mayor is like of New York, like, oh yeah, man, like Michael Bloomberg, right? He was like nobody could get anywhere near him, right? He was the mayor of New York at some point, wasn't he?
He
It's
was.
like, yeah, man, he was basically the president of the United States, and even with even greater shit, whatever.
But it just doesn't
There's
feel like you're
another piece of
watching.
information.
Go ahead.
Sorry, after you. Oh, well, I was going to say there's another piece of because it's not just that. It's just like we're getting loads of lawsuits from like the ACLU about our excessive methods, and like Fisk's justification is that vigilante justice, I think he says, is down 30%, which
I
is
don't
another
think
of those
that's-
things. It's like I don't understand what that means. I haven't seen any of this.
Well,
What are you talking about?
That's true, but is 30% good enough when the excessive methods have gotten you into 13 lawsuits? It's like,
It kind of depends again, because the show hasn't defined what it means by any of these things. It's like, is that 30% just Muse, or is there like a whole army of vigilantes doing shit that we just haven't been introduced to? Because the only ones we know are White Tiger, Daredevil, and
Spider-Man.
Muse. Well, yeah, I guess we don't talk
And,
about him. We're not
Swordsman.
ready for him yet.
The swordsman, if you remember from Hawkeye, he's also
Oh
being
god, yeah,
out
he'll
there.
come back.
Yes, he will. I find it like because Daniel threatened BB. The official story in the press is entirely that the task force took down Muse, and Fisk is so impressed with Daniel. He's like, he's the future of this city, which I find hilarious. And he's
You know
going to
what?
promote
That city
him.
deserves Daniel.
And then Fisk promotes him to the deputy mayor of communications, Daniel.
the TikTok retard.
And basically, what that means, his job is to essentially coerce the city council into doing everything that Fisk says. Sheila expresses reservations and is immediately shut down, and then Daniel, in a very fanatical and unhinged manner, is like, "Yeah, so I will burn for you, all right? You got, I'm loyal to. I will do anything you ask." That's him. It's like, yeah, okay, that is Daniel. He's just a fucking lunatic, basically.
Right.
That's who he is. Such an interesting character. So,
Very exciting.
something that's funny is this next scene is basically worthless, but like it's pretty long. so like they're talking to this client, Matt and Kirsten. They're talking to this client in Madison. His sole trait is douche. He's just a douchebag, basically, like an overtly almost comical douchebag. And whatever he's talking about, because it does, like whatever he's involved in doesn't matter, but he's lying about it, whatever it is. And Matt lashes out. He's yelling at him. He tells him he's lying, and they can't put him on the stand if they know he's lying. And then he storms off. And then Kirsten chases him into the hallway and tears into him. And then she says, and I find this really funny, she says like she barely recognizes Matt as though they have a relationship.
Yeah.
every
really
every
funny.
other time it's like, wait, who even are you? What is happening? It's like, it's their law firm, guys. Come on.
And
We know it so
The
well.
Dream Team.
And so Matt, he expresses frustration about the futility of his work. So he says, "We put Poindexter away and it changes nothing. We defend Hector Ayala and he's still murdered. Leroy Bradford goes away for eating a box of caramel corn. Heather is assaulted
Let's
by
slide that in
Muse.
there.
And
One
she-
of these
yes,
things
that's
is
exactly
not
what-
like the other. Holy shit.
They slide in Leroy. Like,
Serious,
Leroy.
like woman is
Isn't it
heavily,
ridiculous?
like, almost lethally assaulted by serial killer. Man was murdered by corrupt cops. The psycho killer was put
Leroy.
away, and you like look at that as like, guy stole cereal. What the fuck,
This is the
show?
new writers. They chose to call back to Leroy.
Yes, they did. Even
They
though,
chose to do this.
can we talk about the previously on the next episode? Because it's so relevant right now.
Yeah.
So
Go for it.
this made us laugh quite a bit. Chat, it's true. You can go and check it if you want. But as was just stated, there are 4 points to be made, right? And 3 of them involve murder. One of them is serial or whatever the fuck fiddle faddle is. And
Caramel corn.
the previously on for the next episode repeats this speech as part of it to be like revving us up for this final episode, and they play basically the whole thing except the part about the fiddle faddle. they leave it out.
Leroy is cut out. They cut him out.
And you know
Justice
for,
for
fucking,
Leroy.
you know for a fact they were listening to it edited. They were like, I don't think that flows like the same. Just, I don't know. I'm just not feeling it, you know?
Embarrassing.
Fucking stupid. And yeah, you were going to cut it out of his speech here because you kind of can't without it being super awkward, right? Probably make some more ADR mistakes that they've become quite proficient at this point. There was a line as well before he gets to that where she's like asking what's going on. His explanation is call it an attack of conscience. I was wondering if that was supposed to be a meta line. Because basically
Maybe.
pointing out like what's with this drastic change. And then because again, I look out for these things, even if they weren't intentional, because stories tend to do this sort of shit if you're trying to overtly fix a mess. What about it before? Angel Season 5 does a lot of this. It's fucking great. But this, I'd be like, attack of conscience. Like I'm not really. And then to list those things, it's just like I'm not following you there. But it could just be because I can't tell much of a difference between the quality of this episode and the previous one. In fact, I think it'd be safe to say this one's worse. But you know,
episodes 8 and 9 are worse.
I think
They're
so.
worse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Too much is going on. Too important. It tries to ruin a bunch of old stuff.
Oh no, but we're so back, guys. Yeah, thanks, guys. Now we'll get a season 2, and we might get a season 3. Love it. I love seeing characters I like get dragged through the mud. Awesome.
Surely we won't get a season 3, right? Right?
Probably not, but who knows? Maybe they'll think like the reaction is positive enough because people saying it's so back and everything, and it's like, yeah, cool. Thanks, everybody. Appreciate it. I love it. I love it when something that's this miserable gets like essentially extended.
The ratings, they're so shit. They're lower than like.
They are really bad.
They're the lowest of the low.
they are the lowest of the low. I can't believe he said fucking idiot. So the theme plays here as Matt leaves. He heads to Josie's.
Just before that, this it's hard to keep track of all the fuck ups, I guess. But like when he says this, us, it feels useless. I'm like, bro, you have not been a lawyer for a year, okay? You have done this a million times over. Do you remember what happened in seasons 1, 2, and 3? Do you remember the despondence you felt with your team when Kingpin not only got out of prison, but rose to power again, and then got taken down and rose to power again? It's like, we've done this. You can't be like, oh man, Fiddle Faddle dude went to prison. I've lost all faith in humanity. It's like, what the fuck is going on? You've dealt with this.
Yep. And I mean, it's just funny that Leroy, I wonder why I guess he's forgotten about Miss Cardenas, whose fate was much more tragic than fucking Leroy. But we've forgotten about her. We don't care about her.
Leroy stole something because he liked the taste.
Yeah. Miss Cardenas didn't do anything wrong.
It's unreal. Embarrassing shit.
But whatever. So Matt heads to Josie's. He's staring at the exterior. But Josie's there and she invites him in. And they share a drink, and she expresses a desire to reopen. And then Cherry's here.
Yes.
Cherry comes in. And
I'm so ready for another Cherry scene. I'm so ready.
You know, they talk for a bit, and Matt very bafflingly insists that Fisk and Dex have to be connected. And again, I feel like we need to remind everybody, because we talked about this during the first episode. Last time that we saw Dex, he was actively trying to kill Vanessa. He was gunning for her specifically to get revenge because Julie, the woman that he liked, Fisk killed in order to manipulate him into becoming his enforcer. They mutually despise each other, such that there's no coming back. For Fisk, like threatening Vanessa in any way, shape, or form, you're done. And obviously Dex has no reason to ever work with Fisk ever again. He hates Fisk. And Matt knows this. Matt knows this more than maybe anybody knows this because he's the one who found out about what happened to Julie. So he knows that this can't be the case, but for some reason he believes there's a connection when there's no way that there would be.
But even like with that aside, this is episode 8. This is why I said you could cut out almost all of the intervening stuff by the other team and just stick episode 1 on the beginning of this one, and that's kind of how it's paced. If all of this, and it's going to get worse over the course of this episode, it's like Matt hasn't actually looked into the circumstances around Foggy's death at all. Like he's not interested. He's not looked into why Bullseye was there. He's not done anything. So it's like in episode 8 of your season, it's maybe there's a connection between these two people I don't like.
So
and the murder of the guy who apparently has traumatized me forever. Like, how are we only doing this now?
What's insane and like brain breaking to me is that, you know, when you're watching this scene and they're talking about that bottle and pouring it and drinking it, so it's like, is he about to click onto something? I know I've seen scenes like this so many times. Like some revelation is about to happen, and it's such a weak bit of information that he could have gotten from the night rather than from right now that leads him to a place. And you on the point of what was just said by the others, it's like, well, maybe that would be interesting if it made a whole bunch of stuff fit together. Stuff that you maybe got from, I don't know, the fact that Foggy and his client were killed. Should probably look into the case, right? What was Foggy working on? Because apparently he didn't tell you guys anything about it, which makes no fucking sense at all. But let's just say he didn't. You'd want to check everything. And you'd be like, well, maybe those files are gone, maybe it's too late, and maybe, whoops, they
must have been destroyed.
you know,
Well,
yeah,
Fisk would have
like
arranged
got
for them to be
deleted,
destroyed.
burned, blah blah blah. And you're like, well, no, and you know, we'll get there. But the big twist of the story is they look at Foggy's files and they discover everything.
They find out about just the case he was currently
Everything.
working on.
It is the
That they should just know
stupidest
from
fucking
random conversation in the
And-
office.
This all would have happened possibly the day after Foggy was killed. It wouldn't happen however long it's been later, and prompted by Josie being like, yeah, he was drinking victoriously or whatever. You're like, what? It's so crap.
This is what's about to happen. After, I feel like it's worth noting as well that Cherry, he counters with the also bizarre claim that Dex was trying to settle an old score with Matt, Foggy, and Karen, seemingly not knowing that Dex barely interacted with them.
Okay.
Like, he didn't have any personal problem with Karen, like when he went to the bulletin. Like, that wasn't. Yeah.
So I think if you go to, I can't remember which open bar it is. This is the one after the first 2 episodes came out. I think Movie Cynic was guesting with us, and he hadn't seen the Netflix Daredevil in a long time, I think. So he said he looked at I think an AI summary, and there was a mistake in it apparently, because he said that he thought it was weird. I can't remember exactly what he was saying, but he basically said, like, you know, the Daredevil and Matt were. He said he thought he remembered them working together, right, to take out Kingpin. That to me is the kind of thing. If you haven't seen the Netflix show in a long time, I could buy your memories
Daredevil
mixing enough to. Sorry, what did I say?
You said Daredevil and Matt. You
Oh,
mean
lol.
Daredevil and...
No, yeah, Daredevil and Bullseye working together to take out Kingpin. So, I could believe that you could mix up your memories if you haven't seen it in long enough to think that, and that maybe that was, you know, if an AI summary or whatever said that, they'd be like, oh yeah, it's got to have been what would have happened, just because how reliable. And I was starting to think, like, man, I wonder just how much that's happening with the writers of this show, because to say that the line Dex was settling an old score with you, Karen, and Foggy is such a, like, what do you mean? What are you referring to? Like,
what exactly?
Yeah, what score?
Dex never met Matt, and he only met Karen and Foggy once, and it wasn't personal. He was doing a job for, I guess you could say, like, yeah, but it was because, you know, Dex was getting well, he wasn't getting
place.
From his perspective, he was getting slandered in the press.
It's the
you know, about everything that happened with the convoy. But the thing is that, like, Karen wasn't, like, he doesn't have a grudge against Matt, Karen, and Foggy. That just doesn't exist.
He
has
hates
a grudge
Fisk's
against
guts
Daredevil
more than anyone else.
Yeah, and he hates
Daredevil.
Daredevil, but he doesn't know Matt's Daredevil. He doesn't know that. So, what are you talking about?
It was
there is no old score.
It more and more comes to mind that Inglourious Basterds meme. I don't know if you saw my tweet. I think it was yesterday, but someone made a post saying that Nadeem was like a pointless character in Daredevil season 3, and instead of countering with like that's insane nonsense, blah blah blah. I know, but I did the Inglourious Basterds meme, the 3 glasses, because nobody who is a fan of that show would say that. There's no fucking way. So it's like, who are you?
There's a community note on this.
Is there?
Yeah, here, let me just take a screenshot.
Hang on,
I guess
can
you
get
can
it
just
up.
click
Yeah,
the,
I'll
you can probably just click the link, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Just because of how big it is. There's an actual community note talking about how Agent Nadim was crucial to the story in season 3, and he appears in every episode of the 3rd season.
So yeah, so the series can mention Nadim, who's a pointless character, but they couldn't give not one mention to Jennifer Walters when she has the more important person in Matt's life.
Oh,
you got
fuck
it.
you.
And of course, yeah, like I said,
That's such.
the meme is supposed to just be like, you're a fake fan. I could see right through you. This is bullshit. No one would say this about Nadim if they'd seen season 3. But yeah, as you said, there's a context thing of he's crucial.
Dude.
That is actually insane. Your memory just had like one of those weird black holes, I guess, where you forgot something really big and important, and then you just went off that. I don't know, man. You blacked out there for a second.
Dumb as shit.
I absolutely hate She-Hulk erasure.
Yeah.
Somebody said that Heather is more important than She-Hulk and that he hates Heather. And the guy said, "Why do you hate Heather?" "Let me guess, because she's a woman." And he says no with 3 question marks. She just sucks.
Because she's a woman.
And adds that he hates Cherry. And that she doesn't have the same... she doesn't have the same impact as a whole bunch of other ladies that have been in Daredevil. Yeah, I don't know. It's just funny to me. Like, oh, yeah, what? Get me out of here. Anyway, basically, in terms of the revelation here, Josie brings out a bottle of O'Melvinese, which Foggy was the last customer to order a glass of. And Matt is confused by this because Foggy only ever had this drink when he won a case. So Matt concludes that Foggy was celebrating early because he knew that he would win that case with Dumb Benny and that somebody wanted him silenced. That is the conclusion. And this prompts him to go talk to Dex. He also is so, in this that he gets up and leaves without using his cane, which Josie notices.
I'm going to be honest with you,
now we're on
that's actually a little more believable compared to a lot of things that Matt gives away. Because he would have been in this place so many times, even as a blind person, like eventually you'll just be like, I'm good.
Of course, yeah.
But, I guess that's whatever, a detail. By the way,
as we'll see later, some things are less defensible for a blind person.
Yes. I was just going to say about this scene. I'm already like hyper biased against Cherry's writing, such that whenever he shows up, I'm just waiting for him to say, like, Matt, I don't like you for doing blah blah. And like one of the two significant pieces of information that he gives away first is like, I'm worried about you, which I was like, I want to fucking hit the screen with a hammer at this point, because that's all he ever fucking says. But also that, your timing is bad because Fisk is hunting vigilantes now. As though that has anything to do with why he would be Daredevil. Like, you know what? You shouldn't be bringing Daredevil back because Fisk, the one that you're trying to prevent from taking over the whole city in a horrible way that I would probably know better than most people too.
In the middle of taking over the whole city.
Yeah, like he's antagonistic toward you, Daredevil. So why would you come out now? It's like, is your brain working? Like, why? He was always antagonistic. Like, does Cherry not know about the prison moment in season 3? Kingpin has come after Matt Murdock before.
Mm-hmm.
This would make me suspicious that Cherry is working with Fisk to specifically try to get Matt to not be Daredevil.
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't surprise me. He is such a worthless idiot, and you have no idea why he believes anything. And he's just like, you're going to blow up your life, Matt. You're a fool, Matt.
It would make him interesting. See, I like the idea that, because Fisk is actually keeping tabs on him, having a character do that who presents as a friend but secretly isn't. But the very fact that would make Cherry an interesting character means that is absolutely not what's happening.
Yeah, they can't do that, so it's not possible.
Now, this next scene is broken to the core. So we're gonna have to we'll have to talk about
some slow motion for this one in terms of discussion. I mean,
so Matt heads to prison. He's gonna speak with Dex. Dex gets sat down. And Matt asked Dex...
Can we talk about that opening shot, which still to me feels like wrong? Something's wrong here. Like they got the focus wrong or something. It just...
off.
Yeah, I don't know what it was, because it struck at me both times watching it. I was just like, ugh, what's going on here? And I guess...
Oh yeah, it does look a bit, yeah.
It just looks kind of slapdash, and they didn't quite get it right, but they moved on. Anyway, go on.
So, Matt asked Dex if Fisk hired him to kill Foggy, and Dex ignores the question and asks one of his own. He wonders if Matt sees Dex as like an animal. So Matt again asks if Dex was hired by Fisk to kill Foggy, and Dex says that he won't be able to answer this question if he remains in prison. So it's like, okay, so it's pretty straightforward what's about to happen here. Matt has come here specifically to find out if Dex was hired by Fisk to kill Foggy, and Dex is saying, well, I'll tell you, but you gotta get me out of here. That's essentially the exchange. Now watch as it flips completely, like as the entire motivation of Matt just flips in this moment. Matt mocks Dex and the notion that he would help him, as though like he doesn't realize that he came here to get information out of him.
Yes.
Like, doesn't make any sense. You want information, he's saying, I'll give it to you if you get me out. And he's like, oh, you think I'm gonna help you? It's like, well, he's not going to tell you anything, so...
The only leverage he has. It's so weird to say this, but Bullseye is being the rational, reasonable person in this scene.
The literal psychopath who kills without feeling.
Well, and that's the key to this. Like, listening to it, it was so whiplashy, because Matt's treating Bullseye like he's making no sense at all, and he's a stupid murderer monster person with no soul and no reason, which I could forgive a lot of people for treating him that way, especially after a lot of the things that have happened. But like Free said, you have all the cards right now, Matt, except for one, which he has, that you want. Why?
But now he's acting like he doesn't want anything out of Dex, like that he doesn't want to do anything for him at all.
And by the way, he confirms the information very explicitly. He says, like, you did it for someone, right? So who is it that wanted Foggy dead? And then he's like, another night in here, and I might not be able to answer that for you. That is direct confirmation there is something to know.
Exactly. And of course, Matt would be able to figure all this out because he can hear Dex's heartbeat. He'd be able to tell. He would be able to ask good questions to essentially get information out of him.
What's so fucking annoying
Dex doesn't know.
Yeah, he doesn't know he's Daredevil. He doesn't know about his... Even if he did know he was Daredevil, he doesn't necessarily know about that, but he doesn't. He doesn't know any of it. So Matt...
He doesn't know that Matt is Daredevil. So Matt has a huge advantage in terms of being able to extract information out of him without him even knowing that that's happening. Ask the right questions, gauge his reaction. There, you've got your answer.
Yeah, and he could, like, on the surface, not answer the question, but knowing whether or not he's lying is actually going to direct you toward it. Like, it's such a great opportunity for a really interesting scene that they completely waste. And it gets fucking confusing. Oh, sweetheart, you want me to get you out of here? It's like, who are you? What is going on?
You came here to get information out of him. Like, that's why you came here. You didn't want to talk to him except for this.
I think the writers probably lean on the idea that, like, he is so, like, upset at seeing this guy again that he's not thinking rationally at all in this scene. So he may have come there with this specific intent, and if he was thinking rationally and calmly, he would have done it. But seeing the guy who, basically traumatized him for life has broken him, kind of, so he's not thinking smartly anymore. I think, like, you could... I'm not sure it's ever sensible to go down that approach, but if you were, like, couldn't you have something like he's hearing his own heartbeat over Dex's, like, showing how angry and mad he is. He's not able to use his skills because he's so upset at seeing this guy who's killed his best friend that he's not able to think rationally.
Yeah.
I would then explain why he's not using powers we've seen him use in the same sort of situation, because he did this trick with the corrupt police guy when he tried to find out if he'd killed White Tiger. And he, tried to egg him on, then listened to his heartbeat, and then found out he wasn't the guy who'd committed the murder. Same basic setup, but so you need to sell some difference in Matt's character to explain why the same thing isn't happening. Having him overwhelmed with emotion and using that heartbeat trick against him would have been one way to do it, but no.
But no. And so,
and
Dex...
what's funny is what you're about to describe, the next set of the scene, you will immediately, if you've watched enough of this shit, be like, oh, okay. You can reverse engineer everything. They needed one payoff, and all of the things you've just heard us talk about is all just pieces to get to the payoff. That's all.
Basically. Yep. So, Dex, he says...
It's kind of clunky even that we're even in this position, though, right? Because he says, tomorrow I might not be able to give you the answer. But you were released into the public part of the prison presumably last night or yesterday or a long time ago. So, was he released into the public part, and the public part of the prison was told, don't kill him yet because the scene needs him not to be dead yet?
Yeah,
you can kill him
tomorrow.
I guess he's just talking about how he's basically on a timer. He doesn't necessarily literally mean tomorrow. It's just, I'm on a timer for getting killed.
I
And
get
Shank
that,
figured out.
but if everyone understands the situation as Dex going into Gen Pop kills him, it feels weird that he's not dead. Like he's still here. It's like,
Yeah.
okay, I guess they haven't organized it yet. Dot dot dot. It just feels a little odd. It's like you would have thought they would have fucking killed him pretty quick.
And the other question
So,
is this the first time then that they have actually spoken to each other since the murder? Because obviously they were in the court scene together at the beginning.
Apparently,
Has Matt
yeah.
never gone to
apparently.
him? Because he knows he can get the truth out of him just by listening to his heart. Like, he knows that there must be some reason behind it.
Well,
did he never ever think to go and ask these questions before now?
This is made infinitely more baffling by the revelation of who did hire him, because it was done to facilitate his freedom, right? Like that was the price of it. And then he went straight back to jail.
And then he went straight back to jail.
So,
for some reason, he never decided to roll on them.
Exactly. I was about to say, like, whatever reason he has to roll on them, which, by the way, season 2 might just tell us, like, they left me to rot in there, or something like that. If it's just that, it'd be like, oh, okay. Which means that Matt could have spoken to him at any time and gotten this information, or at least made a deal somehow.
But he didn't.
It's terrible.
He's silly. He's a silly guy. So Dex makes the claim like, oh, good men would defend their worst enemies, which prompts Matt to leave, again, seemingly forgetting that he came to Dex to get information out of him. And right before he leaves, Dex says he's pleading for his life and he'll trade what he knows in exchange for freedom. And Matt rebukes this request, saying that he doesn't trust Dex. Dex then says he's not lying, and Matt fucking loses his shit and slams Dex's face into the table several times before hailing a guard and telling the guard that Dex purposely injured himself.
This is bizarre.
Now, as Mauler had mentioned, when you see this, the thought is like, this will facilitate Dex getting out in some way, shape, or form.
Mm-hmm.
This will do it. And of course, you'll find out how that goes, but that's what the purpose of this scene ultimately was, because nothing was gained in terms of information out of Dex. Nothing.
And this should surprise nobody to any extent. Him getting out is of major consequence, enormous even.
Yes, huge consequence. But as Dex is taken out, he says, "Thank you, counselor," and Matt says, "Fuck you." Which I still don't like.
I don't like when he swears.
Dude,
it's weird.
I think it's perfect. He did that all the time in the Netflix shows. Very, very in character for Matt. He'd always say "fuck you" at the end of a conversation. That was totally Matt's thing. I always loved that. It really gives you a sense of his frustration. It's definitely the character. They've nailed it.
Again, I don't have a problem with swearing at all. I mean, I love South Park. Like, of course I don't have a problem with swearing.
Look at there's films like In Bruges where there's just constant swearing, but it's all contextual.
Movies I love have swearing, but it is really weird to have a sequel series to a show where there was no swearing to just suddenly have a lot of it, and never in ways. A lot of the time, it's just really like clunky and off-putting and weirdly placed. And of course, Matt just doesn't swear. Matt doesn't swear.
This is not something he does.
No, and we've seen this mistake done so many times where a show transitions into a new age rating, and they're like, "Haha, we have swear words now." It's like, guys, you were doing great without them. Do you know there's lots of people on Earth who don't even swear, ever?
Oh, also, we're well into episode 8. Not that it necessarily needs to happen soon, but there is no additional exploring of Matt's Catholicism in these episodes.
You're right. It just doesn't exist.
What do you mean? It's the new team, bro. It's the new team.
The new team. There's nothing about his Catholicism, which again is to reiterate the point. Matt's Catholicism is central to the character. It is an inextricable component of the character. His faith. And the questions of morality, these are just central to the character. Not having them in there feels odd. The original series had it, and the 2003 Ben Affleck one had it too. In fact, those could be said to be about.
Oh yeah, faith. I would go as far as saying we kind of said this already, sort of, but there was, like I said, there was a viral tweet of someone who'd seen the whole series before it came out saying, anyone who said the themes of Catholicism are absent was lying. And it's just like, that was just the biggest fucking lie. They're basically gone.
That was a lie, yeah.
There was the one scene
not
where he
here.
stood in front of the church, and then there was the other one where he did the prayer, and that's it. You got 2 scenes. No conversations with Maggie, who knows where she is. Obviously, he can't have any with Father Lansom anymore, but he had plenty of those. But none here.
Can you believe
Not
it?
at
Like,
all.
You get like 20 seconds.
yeah, if you
of it,
were told to
that's it.
summarize it, the closest we get is he looks at a church. That is
He looks at
unbelievable. Because I did
Mhm.
think for a moment when I saw that, I was like, okay, so by the time we hit the end of the show, there'll be at least one scene where he actually speaks
No.
to someone and
No.
no. No.
No.
No.
And of course, it's really awkward when a lot of those scenes with Father Lansom are among the best in the whole series.
Oh, and
The
also,
conversation about the nature of evil. Obviously, the first confession, right at the beginning of episode
yeah.
1, establishing essentially the core theme of the season. Like, I don't know what to tell you, man. These scenes are missed.
all of the references that we could all come up with for this season, are they all in the old team stuff?
I think he sees the church in episode
I thought that was
1.
2.
Or was that? Oh, you're right. I think it's 2.
There's 1 or
Yes,
2.
it's all in the old team. You might be right. That literally the only references.
That'll be
of the
fucking
old team
nuts
stuff.
if the old team are the only ones that actually did any Catholicism. Because I didn't check that.
Saving it for season 2. There's no reason to assume
Saving
that
it
will
for
be
season
right.
2 is so funny.
I don't
Yeah,
think
we
I don't
have
think it's
to.
going to be a part of it at all. Sorry, don't think they're going to do it, which is again really annoying because it's a central part of the character. And of course you could be like, well, adaptations, like, nope, sequel, so you can't ignore it. This is in continuity with the show where it was an important part of the story. So
they knew this was at least somewhat retarded. They don't realize how much, but at least a little bit, because they have Matt say, "I don't trust you" to Dex. Obviously the implication being he's not going to listen to any more of this bullshit because Dex is a crazy man and would lie to him. But you are the only person on Earth, Matt, that does not actually apply to.
exactly.
So it's so fucking awkward for him to say, like, do X and I'll tell you the truth. And it's like, I don't fucking trust you. It's like, you don't actually need trust. You just don't.
No.
And then,
Wouldn't
of
it be
course, if he says to him, I think you're lying. I think there is no information. And then Dex says, I'm not lying. You got it. You'll have the truth. You'll know.
Well, Mahler, do you remember a show called Lie to Me?
I didn't
You ever
watch
see
it.
that show? Well, basically, the
I've heard of
show
it.
is about a guy named Cal
Roth,
Lightman.
right?
Named Tim
who-
Roth.
Named Tim Roth. And Tim Roth, he is an expert at reading micro expressions on people's faces and their inflection, so he can tell if someone's ever telling the truth or lying by just looking at them, and that's kind of the premise of the show. And one of the episodes is where he meets a psychopath who is immune essentially to his ability to read faces, because psychopaths just operate emotionally different and their micro expressions are different. So I think it would be interesting if Matt went there with the intention of knowing he could read the heartbeat, but he's like, oh, right. Poindexter is actually like, his brain doesn't work right. He's a literal psychopath. His heart just doesn't work like a normal person's when he tells lies and whatnot. He doesn't have that same response, and that could be an interesting plot element to bring in his the unique nature of Poindexter into the actual story. God forbid.
Well, and
Nah.
you could translate that to us in the scene through like editing and all that. But then you actually have access to Cherry if he was a different character who asks, like, how did it go, and did you manage to find out through not Daredevil powers, and then you get the explicit explanation at that point. You can just be like, yeah, there are some people who don't blah 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 blah, to make it so that he has no choice but to engage with Dex. He's like, I can't tell if he's lying. I won't be able to get the truth out of him that way. So we're going to have to actually follow this lead, because it's the only lead that could potentially lead to me finding out why Foggy was killed and by who. Because I care about that, because I'm Matt Murdock, and that's something that really matters to me and has done for a long time. I wouldn't just go unhinged and hit a person when they are basically feeding me that information, because that would be odd.
So, next up is Fisk's ball. It's in full swing. And we got like a one take that I guess they were really impressed with, where it just cuts between conversations between multiple people. We can get through this pretty quick because nothing about it's interesting. Sheila's, she's expressing her concerns to Daniel about the promotion, but he ain't worried about what she thinks anymore. And then he goes and speaks with BB, who's still pissed off with him, and but he's like, yeah, maybe I pushed too hard, but I got a promotion. And then we see that Gallo, you remember Gallo, guys, the police commissioner who said that he was going to bring Fisk down and has done nothing so far. He's
he
just
just
there.
hasn't really
He's
been in the
looking a bit
show very much
sad.
at all.
He's been a bit sad.
Gallo.
And Jack, the swordsman, he speaks with the rich lady who previously shit on Fisk, and she basically admits that her husband is missing before telling Jack that he's not to worry and running off. And then we see Heather, who's calling Matt, and she's pissed that he didn't come to the ball.
The swordsman bit's like the only semi-useful part of that, but it's still
that's like the only useful one.
It's not an explanation. It's just, well, we need to concoct any reason we possibly can now to show how things have changed. So we'll just throw that in, and that will kind of do it all for us. There's quite a meta line before it, which is names have gone. The kid,
Angela,
deputy mayor.
Daniel.
Daniel, that's the one.
TikTok retard.
He has a line when he's talking to the journalist, and he says something like, I don't know why and I don't know how, but somehow I'm here. It's like, yep, that's very true. I don't know how or why either, but it kind of explains everyone in this scene. We've reached this point. The billionaires have swapped. They're now terrified. He's a deputy mayor somehow. He's in like power and in charge, and I don't understand how any of this has happened.
Yep.
Well, we don't either. So, yeah, that's the.
I guess we're to conclude that the reason why Fisk got the funding is just because he's been threatening people.
I guess it happened off screen
because you feel like there'd be one person that he threatened that would cause him big problems. If these are meant to be like people who are also hyper rich and hyper connected, like I just find it stupid that he'd be able to do this so effectively without creating big public enemies that would ruin his plans.
That was the line they threw at him, like one phone call and goodbye Gracie Mansion or whatever it was. Like they had the implied power dynamic was that they could get rid of him whenever they wanted to. They didn't do that. You could have made that phone call at any point and you forgot.
Mm-hmm. They did. That's right.
This would be the thing we learned earlier, or there's something that they need to build up on, is that his old methods, it's not like they're useless. He has to tweak them to be in politics, to be a big front-facing guy. And the season is a story of him learning how to shift his tactics into his new role, and who he manipulates along the way to learn that information.
Hold on, I'm noticing some floop here.
Nursing flu.
There we go.
Hello, hi.
Flisming. There we go. All right, all good. Singapore. It just always solves any
it just works.
It just works every time. And Fisk and Vanessa, they're introduced, and there they go. We got to go back to the prison though, because we got to find out what's going on with Dex. And this is what that scene's purpose was. Dex dislodges one of his teeth, spits it into the guard's eye, grabs the key, removes its restraint, and uses like some scissors and kills the guard and the doctor. He is out.
So let's
because of Matt slamming his face into the table. So good job, Matt.
Before that, right? This is what we're shown. Basically, they need to put some stitches into Dex's forehead and then send him off. When I saw this shot, I was immediately like, what the fuck have you done? You don't need his hands. Why are they free? They weren't free. Now they are free. Why are they free?
Yeah, but they need him. They need him to escape, Mahler.
That's right. They need him to
Why
be able
do you
to
guys
grab
suck
the keys
so much? You're like the one job. So you might be wondering, it's like, so what is he restrained by? So I don't know if you can see it on his upper arms. He's got like a strap on either one to the chair. That's how they decided to do this, so the doctor could work on him. Right? That's the idea here. So I would say that if you accept this as the starting position, it's easy to get him to escape. You don't need the tooth.
Nope.
He's gonna grab something.
But the tooth means that Matt is a bit on the hook for this.
However, they make it so that he waits for the cop to unbind one of his arm things, so that he can then release his right arm and unhook the left one himself and then kill them. So that means...
While everyone else in the room just...
Yeah, that means this prison person was going to unlock his 2 upper arm restraints and then ask him politely to put on the hand restraints, I guess? What
So
the fuck? Like I said, the tooth is completely unnecessary. He's not like some kid. He could kill this guy without any bullseye powers. You just kill him.
Turn anything into a... Yeah, he could just choke him out or punch him.
He's a strong man. He's obviously bigger than the fucking guy he just killed with the tooth bullet, which, by the way, this is not at all like... So I'll just show it so people can see it. Like, oh wow, nice one, VLC. But it doesn't kill this guy. He is moaning until he gets executed by the scissors, so it didn't go super far into his brain or anything. But that's technically not something you can necessarily infer, because it could be buried in his brain and he'd still be alive. That's not impossible. The point being, Bullseye's not super accurate with his lips.
His hands.
Well,
It's his
how
hands.
strong is his blow power?
I mean,
It's really
I was
good.
going to get to
Blow a
that.
tooth out.
But just
It's really
first and
good.
foremost, it's not that they're treating this like if he was to hit something with his head, like headbutt something, he would have precision accuracy no matter what. His shoulder, the back of his fucking ankle, no matter what it is, he's got perfect accuracy. Like, no, his hands. It's his hands, man. Why did you?
I mean, as we saw in the 2003 Daredevil film, when his hands got fucked up, that was the end.
Yeah, he
That was
said,
the end
my
of his
hands,
career."
my hands, because that's what he fucking needs. It's
But no, he could.
It's
shoot it.
honestly like a kind of a decent power set and limit, right? Knock out the hands, and he's got nothing left, because that's where it all comes from.
Mhm.
So,
No,
and then,
it's
yeah,
a-
as to Rags' point, can you really, like, a tooth so fast that it's like a bullet? Like, what are we doing?
it goes
No.
through someone's eye.
No.
It'll probably make the guy go, what the fuck, dude?
Yeah.
Dick.
If anything, you probably close your eye in time to like block it. But
Yes.
No.
And so,
But
yeah,
no,
he and then just gets the scissors and kills them. There's only 2. 1 doctor, 1 guard. And to be honest with you,
Mhm.
if you want to play this whole, like, Dex is going to be turning a bit of a corner and he's going to be working with Daredevil at some point, which, to be fair,
Bad way
like,
to start.
what I'm basing that on is a screenshot with him and Daredevil walking together and talking, which is from the behind the scenes of the season 2. So, context-wise, it might not be that simple, right? It might be like, it's one of those awkward buddy cops where they don't like each other, but they've got to work together to solve this mystery or some bullshit like that. But if you want me to be somewhat on Bullseye's side in any way, shape, or form as turning a new leaf or feeling any kind of guilt, it feels weird to execute a guy who was only helping you. You know, like, if you want to play him that way,
and then add
fine.
to that all the people he killed at Josie's at the beginning, where he would just randomly
Yeah,
kill people around him.
We'll see what they're going for. I just would have thought, wouldn't it have been more interesting to have gotten maybe revenge or killing the guards, but that when it comes to a literal just medical professional who's trying to help you, you disable him and tie him up or something. That would go a long way for us thinking like, I wonder what the deal is, you know? What's going on? It would, but no, he's just going to kill anybody and everybody he comes across. But for some reason, there's no other guards. Just the one.
And also, despite him being the most famous prisoner in the entire place, apparently nobody knows what his face looks like, so he has pretty easy job getting out afterwards.
There's a reason they don't show it. It would have been a tough set. Remember in season 3 when Matt had to try and get out of the prison? There was that big long fight, which I really, really like. And it's like a grueling, long process for him to get out of the prison. You see, here's the thing. Like, you have a writing issue when you have prison scenes, because the really inconvenient part about prisons is that they're sort of designed to keep people from leaving whenever they want to.
Also, someone just said, where is it? Sorry. Ooh. Yes, he is. He actually is super accurate with his lips. He can still straighten a paperclip with his tongue and spit it out into a dude's occipital lobe from like 50 feet away, but I agree, overkill. No, he cannot. So if you're referencing some comic, that's great, but that's not what we're dealing with. His powers have been made very explicit in Netflix. He's an incredibly
He's good at
accurate
throwing
person,
things,
and he
and it's
threw
throwing.
stuff.
He has
Yeah.
like
Throwing.
superhuman hand-eye coordination, essentially.
Yes, and that then
He did get
reflects
that
into
magic metal spine thing, right? Maybe they just upgraded the rest of his skills as well.
He's got an
The spine
adamantium
having
tongue.
effect on his jaw, and yeah.
So yeah, like this version of Bullseye is very good with his hands, and he's accurate with throwing balls, pencils, all kinds of any kind of object you want, and then also guns. But you know, he's accurate with a gun to an extent that you'd say is superhuman, but at the same time, in some ways, I find that more the gun stuff way more believable than the pencils.
It's an extension of hand-eye coordination.
Well, that's what I'm getting at, is that you can actually almost believably get a human being to be that good with a pistol consistently. Less so with something like a pencil, but that's the aspect that they've gone with that's cranked up. And we've said this before, as long as you stick to it, it's all right. Even if it is trying to be a grounded, realistic thing. It's like, can someone really do this with a fucking pencil case filled with pencils? Like, I don't know, probably not. But, you know, as long as you stick to it. And they do. Very typically, he's a menace in season 3. He's fucking terrifying. Being in a room with him and stationary means you've lost. I think I brought this up when we were talking about the season at first. It's just like he is incredibly hard to stop, but like he is kind of a glass cannon. Anything can take him out if you get him. I mean, Kingpin picks him up and fucks him against a wall, so his whole back breaks. It's like, and he's out. That's it. So. What I'm getting at here is like that kind of respect to how the powers work. Having him hyper accurate and super powered shooting teeth out of his mouth to me is, I don't know if I want to say flatterization, just stupid. It's just silly. Like, and you know what? It's like you want to do something different. That's all it is to me. And it reminds me of like new Force powers. You know, it's like, well, it's different.
Yeah.
Like,
Also, screen went blue for him.
Ah, yes.
So,
more blue.
Blue. We might as well just include it as well because the scene is actually broken up. But Dex gets a uniform and hops onto a bus and gets out. And he makes eye contact with like another guard who doesn't recognize that he's Bullseye for some reason.
Yep.
Why would they?
Talks.
Nobody knows
like,
him.
oh, you have a rough day, man.
It's so easy to fix. You just contrive it so like the police officers, they say that it's a high security transport and they wear masks, or like it's part of the task force and they wear masks to hide their identity. It's like, that's so easy to fix. It doesn't need to be dumb, but it was dumb. The harder fixes, of course, is why is any of this happening? Why was he moved? Because the writers needed him to be. The character who moved him had no reason to do it. Why did he have access to his broken tooth? It was just time for him to have that. Matt had no reason to smash his face into a desk. He could have done it himself against a wall, didn't, but now is the time, so it's what's happening. How does he get out? It's just time for that to happen. There's no plan behind any of this. It's just a succession of stupid contrivances that bring us to the point that the show wants to get to.
Yeah, and with the resources they had, you could
Stories,
easily have made a way better escape for him. A much more interesting one, too, that relies on his accuracy. But no,
Yeah, could be neat.
it was the tooth. Someone suggested the tooth, and they were all like, oh my god, that's such a good idea. They were like, yes.
It's like John Wick killing someone with a pencil.
Yes.
Yeah,
Why do writers not think that anyone knows their coworkers at a job? It just seems to pop up all the time, and even a lot of video games account for this. Where if you
get the uniform, like the people who are in the same occupation will recognize you.
Like at a distance, they
only
won't
works
know,
with other people, like people who don't work with them. So if you disguise as the chef, the other chefs will be like, "Huh? Oh, you don't look
because
right."
people know their coworkers.
Mm-hmm.
Why do you freaks who write these shows not think this? Why are you so detached from reality?
So, back at the ball, Vanessa speaks with Heather, and nothing interesting is said. The only thing that matters is that Vanessa tells Heather that she and Fisk don't need any marriage counseling. That's it. But then Matt shows up, so now it matters because he's actually a character, even though he's kind of been ruined at this point. But he enters the ball. He starts searching for Fisk. He's looking for him, and Fisk spots him in the crowd. And they're
possible hyper nitpick. I'm not sure. It set me off in the wrong way, and I'm trying to think of how I would rationalize the criticism of Matt enters, and it's the way you just worded it is so true. Just watch him. I've cleared it up, so I can do this. And VLC, don't fail me now. So watch the way he looks around. that was like, for me, I was just like, man, that's way too accurate to how a person looks that's not blind. You know what I mean? Like, it's like he's darting between targets. And I was just like,
Yeah.
wait, he usually, because remember, he's got like a big map in his head of the entire structure and all the heartbeats moving around.
Like a sonar
yeah,
echolocation, sort of. Like a, yeah.
So
He wouldn't move his head, and he would be used to not having to move his head.
I'm just not used to that being the way that he does that. He's always portrayed as like, you know, he's processing everything that's happening without even moving his eyes, because that, you know, it makes sense. That's how Daredevil works.
Yeah.
Because he is blind. You just put an asterisk on that because it's complicated. But I don't know. Just this little moment, I was like, that didn't seem the way I expect it to go. It almost looked like this was done quickly, and that Charlie Cox is actually looking at particular things. Which,
I mean, I reckon they probably wanted it to be like, oh, you have to go in, but you have to look urgent because you're in a rush and, you know, she's in danger. And like, this is like the only way we can think of to do it is to have you look around like you're panicking.
I was going to say, you're probably right, and that probably is the reason, but that's the thing, isn't it? Daredevil, how would he detect Kingpin? It's like, well, he'd be listening for him. And so he's like, well, he's looking around. It's like, no, the way you would do that is he's just staring forward and concentrating. That's how you portray that. So I think you're right that they were probably like, yeah, but this evokes more of what we're going for. It's like, okay.
He shows, I mean, look at how frenzied and frenetic he looks. How he's like, oh, I gotta find him.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's looking for him, and he finds him. And Matt's gonna go talk to Fisk, but unfortunately Heather interrupts. She wants to talk to him. Spots him in the crowd, talks to him, and he explains that he went to see Dex. And then she gets annoyed, and she says that Matt has been checking out on her and disappearing physically and emotionally.
I don't care. Like, you know, it's funny to
Okay.
have like Matt has burst into the room.
I would too if I was with you.
He wants to confront Kingpin on having broken their deal potentially to execute Foggy, to hire Bullseye, all this crazy. He's like heading toward him, and then she's like, "I want to talk about our relationship." It's like, oh my god, no, it's so boring.
I don't care. And then I find this really funny. Matt gets like distracted basically by the plot. Fisk brings in Jack to talk with him. Heather notices that he's not paying attention, and Matt reassures her that he's paying attention, but then he focuses on Fisk and Jack, who speak with each other for a while. Was he just standing there for the next like 2 minutes, not saying anything, just kind of listening to their conversation?
I don't know if the editor fucked this scene or something, but to have her say, like, to be laying out all these criticisms, to have noticed he's not listening, and then to show us that he doesn't listen to her for an additional, like, 2 minutes straight, which, by the way, is a long time when you're waiting for someone to say something.
Yeah, it's ages.
It is insane. And then we do cut back eventually, and they're talking. It's like, what? So did Matt listen to all of that, or what?
Did he hear everything that happened with Jack? Because, I mean, it's pretty relevant. And I assume that's why they showed him listening into it and then showed us what they talked about. Because basically, like, the whole point of this scene is that Fisk explains that the Red Hook project relies on, like, public funds being matched by private investments, so he needs all the rich people to give him money. And then he directly confronts Jack about being the swordsman. Jack denies the allegation, but Fisk just threatens him, basically. So I think we're to assume that Matt did get all this information. I assume. Otherwise, why did they show the whole scene while having him listen? But we don't check in on Matt for a little while because we got more stuff going on. Some really So Fisk walks out and he sees looks like a waiter taking pictures of him. So he sends the corrupt cops, the evil cops, to go after him. Gallo notices this and follows. So Powell grabs a waiter, beats him up, finds out he's a journalist, and he's about to shove his hand into a deep fryer.
Do you ever wonder that the writers are worried that they haven't yet made their task force evil enough? You know, they're like, we got to go further, otherwise people won't get it. Got to go further.
Dude, you already had it that they don't need warrants, body cams, or due process. Like, unless you're an idiot, you get it. They're the evil cops. They're the corrupt cops. They're bad they use excessive force and they just want to, like, I don't, you know what I mean? Like, but yeah, it's like, this is kind of that scene. Gallo comes in, he tells Pal to stop, and then Pal just shoves the guy's hand into a fryer, and he's like, yeah, fuck off, Commissioner, you're not my boss anymore. And like all the corrupt cops just stare at him. They don't even, none of them care. Not one of them cares.
Well, and
but some dude just got his hand shoved in a deep fryer.
This shit is so simple. Like, if anyone caught wind of this having happened, this one event, it would like destroy Fisk.
It'd be over. Yeah, of course it would be. You have a task force that grabbed the journalist and shoved his hand into a fryer? That's insane.
Fisk
but like we don't ever
tortured a
get
journalist
any
for taking
of the
a photo.
perspectives of the citizenry. No one talks about this. We don't have any idea. Like,
well, no,
what people know, what people are asking about.
Is that in a nebulous sense, people are cool with the task force, but they wouldn't be. Not if
it's
they found
implied
out
to
that
be
people
because
getting their
there's no
hands thrown in
issues.
deep fryers. Like,
I thought it was funny, by the way, calling it dereliction of duty. It's like,
it's a lot worse than that. Like, I think it's considerably worse than that.
The grievous bodily harm. It's just the show pretends that this is like the instigating moment for the commissioner, because on the one hand, yes, it wants to portray that people generally are just fine with the task force. It's actually quite popular. He watches the task force at work, which he must have been aware of before because he's the police commissioner, and this is too much for him. So then he's going to go and tell BB the journalist, because at the same time as the public being on side with the task force, if the public learns about what's happening with the task force, they won't be happy with the task force. So he can do that, except that he could have done that at any point and didn't, because it wasn't time for him to do that yet. Similarly with the swordsman, this conversation should have happened before. He should have been aware of what was happening. He knows he's the swordsman. He knows what the task force is. He knows what like the power the mayor has now. He shouldn't be getting surprised with this, but it's happening now because this is just when the show wants to convey that it's relevant information. But like, everywhere it relies on everyone in the show being either stupid or on pause or a combination of the two.
Which is what Gallo is, because Gallo, again, in episode 2, he's like, dude, fuck you, I'm going to take you down. And then Fisk is like, I'm going to blackmail you. And then Gallo didn't do anything for the whole season.
And by the way,
That's
that
what
blackmail
happened.
was totally ADR, the line that follows it. And you can tell because that never comes up ever again.
Ever again. Mm-hmm. Stupid. But yeah, that's it. It's all out of control, basically. So we're back with Daniel, because we need to hear what Daniel fucking thinks. And he's basically impressed with the fact that people are scared of Fisk, which is a really weird sort of thing to say, but he's whatever. And BB says that Ben always said people should speak truth to power. And then she decides to go speak with Gallo, who, wonders why she published propaganda on behalf of Fisk. And then she rebuts that Gallo is in charge of the task force, which he is not. He is not. They answer to Fisk directly. Like, he's not their boss. So
but
I don't know why she said that.
Doesn't she ask him, like, were you consulted when the mayor created the task force? I thought like she asked him it as though it's a question because she's trying to kind of get a story, which is that the mayor is a dictator now.
Well, yeah, because he basically explains that the task force was his idea, but, like, wouldn't that be known? Wouldn't that just be known in the public, that the task force is, like, his and responds to him directly?
You would have had to have a scene where Fisk lies about it, or where someone else... Like, when this gets created, there's going to be a whole bunch of news articles.
Shit written down. It'd be written down. It has to be written down. Like, it wouldn't just be verbal. There would have to be, like... You know what I mean? Like, how could it just be that there would be a task force that could manifest
the paperwork
that has vague, like, legal ambiguity? How does it have legal ambiguity if there is nothing that's written down? What is it?
Public
you know
funds
what I mean?
go to this.
Like, it's got to be.
You have to secure public funds.
Exactly. There has to be, like, paperwork, but instead they treat it like that's not really the case at all, which doesn't. I don't get it. But it's,
in a really
keep
good
it nice and vague.
Like, a version of the show would really use, and it's so weird because we have Ben's niece here, but a Ben character or a Karen character would be super important in a show like this, where you have a journalist who is trying to get to the bottom of all of the things Fisk is doing now that he's in, the government, and would serve as a way to get information to Matt or to any of these other characters to then further the plot. But they just don't have that. BB is just not being used. She's essentially used for two things. The initial interview, which really is just a setup for Daniel's leaking the info to her. And that's mostly character stuff than anything else. It doesn't have any actual political impact because we don't discuss political impact in this show. Fisk just does whatever he wants, and it's just hand waved away as having worked, and then we carry on with the next thing.
Mm. I think Silo does something kind of like what this show could have done with is the character of the judge, I think it is, who is
Hold up, is
like
this
nominally
the first or second season?
first. I believe it's the first
Okay,
season.
carry on.
I could be wrong. I don't remember much about the second season, so I'm hoping it's not that one. But the character of the judge who's like nominally in charge of judicial, but is not really seen from or heard of very much. So getting to the judge character is the way to get the information out. But like it's very difficult to get at her. She's hard to access. She doesn't want to divulge. Having the commissioner in a kind of a similar role, he's nominally there and present. And like the journalist character wants to speak to him about what the task force is doing, but for some reason she's obstructed. She can't get interviews. No one's seen him for months. And when she finally, toward the end of the show, finally gets the meeting, it turns out he's kind of like this drunk wreck who has been blackmailed by Kingpin. He's in charge. He's rubber stamping all of the orders for the task force to make it all seem official and above board, but really he's just a puppet, and that's all he's become. Like a way of just making this semi-plausible as a legal operating task force, as opposed to just Kingpin being a dictator already.
So Gallo then tells BB that Fisk was the main suspect in Ben's murder, which BB herself knows. So then she's like, no, you gotta take Fisk down. And Gallo offers to give BB access to the files on all of the people in the task force, which is not brought up again, so I don't know if we're to conclude that she actually got it, given what happens. Because this is it basically for BB for the rest of the season.
Well, it's also just wacky from Gallo. Like, he's at one moment he's convinced fully that she's like a stooge for Kingpin, and then after a couple of sentences he's like, okay, let's crack a plan to take down my boss who has threatened me several times, person I think might be working for him. It's just, for a fact, it's like none of this is character based. We just got to get things moving. Because I think when we were watching this at this literal scene, I'd said to you, Free, I was like, so he's offering basically the perfect thing to take down Kingpin, so he's probably dead now.
He's gonna die. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But then surely his family are. Wasn't his motive for doing all this is that Kingpin could threaten his family? Has he just forgotten that he has a family?
That, like I said, it was ADR.
The family's in even more danger now.
I'm not even 100% sure what it was in the original. What originally I believe probably did happen was showing that picture, and I think that originally it would have been like a threat. Like, this is your wife and your kid, and I will get them if you don't do as I say. But they changed it to, this is your secret, or something like that. And I think they wanted to imply to us that it's like a girl he had a kid with, or something that he doesn't want his family to know about. So, I guess because threatening a character's family when they're supposed to be seen as like a very respectful, strong, assertive member of the community sort of thing, makes you think like he would act. But then if you take it with the ADR is that he's, he is a good man, but he's made mistakes and he doesn't want them to be found. I think they must have thought that was more convincing, but you're right, it just never comes into play ever again. It was only used as an explanation for why he's got Gallo on the team, but as we said back when that decision was made, why in the world would you want the person who hates you the most as one of your powerful positions? When he was leaving. Why wouldn't you put fucking TikTok man in there? May as well.
In there, yeah, exactly. Pretty stupid, but good thing Gallo never worked against him for all that time.
Yeah, until the story was like, well, it's time.
That that's why. Well, you'd think that he'd be used for that. Like we're banking that one day he's gonna come back. In the background, he's getting something ready. So when he shows up again, he'll have something, and that'll be important for the plot because we've set it up. I was like, no. We were not making use of that thing that we kind of soft set up as something that could be a believable payoff.
Which is so funny because the concern one would have for Kingpin is Gallo will betray you eventually and you'll probably just have to kill him. And then he'd be like, nah, I got this. And then Gallo does nothing throughout the entire season except one betrayal, and then the inevitable happens. It's just like, okay, that was story.
You'd think that, yeah, Gallo would die, but he gets information or does something that causes a huge issue or a huge problem. Or maybe Gallo just Gallo's a clever, smart guy.
Collect
and he has
information,
he can use
have
his leverage
backups,
himself.
have something happen on the event of his death, have different contacts, hire some people on that he can trust that know they need to play this carefully, all these different subversive things, but no, Gallo has done nothing.
Gallo might be the character that could be used narratively to explain to Wilson, and it would be important for the audience to know this as well, that some people are just kind of untouchable. You just can't really fuck with them. They have a particular reputation. They have fail-safes in place if you mess around with them. And so that is an obstacle that Wilson Fisk has to learn to go around and not through. There are some people that are just too established and entrenched in this kind of political landscape, and you're just going to have to deal with it. That's part of being a politician. You can't just strong-arm your way through some people.
Anyway.
So, we're back with Heather. So Matt again tries to explain to Heather that Fisk is using her to get to him, which perplexes her for some reason when it should be well known. And she should know that Matt was instrumental in bringing Fisk down. She's like, "Oh, I get you have problems with him." It's like, what do you mean? He went for him specifically. He tried to bring him down because he was a crazy criminal.
If I were him to shake her out of his stupid being stuck up her own ass, I would just be like, "Oh, I actually visited Bullseye, and he told me just straight up. Because he's worried about dying and he needs help to get out of prison. So he's revealed who set him up." And it's the Fisks, and they did it because they actually were trying to hide something from, Foggy, and by extension myself and Karen, and that they're worried that we're going to stumble back onto it, so my life is completely under threat right now. And if you'd like to take this seriously for once in your fucking life and not make everything about you, that would be great, just so you know. Like, just something to make me feel like there's someone left in there.
Nah, instead he doesn't really do that. Because he wants to go talk to Fisk.
He's a bit of a cuckold in this show, unfortunately.
He doesn't really fight for himself, which is annoying. He tries to go to Fisk. He tries to go to him, and then Heather stops him and tells him that he's acting out. Like, that is acting out. Like, going to, like, is that a psych term, acting out?
Probably. Well, you know what? It's more of a parent-to-child term, to be honest with you.
Yeah. I thought it was too, but he says it like it's a psych term, because his response is like, "Oh, mental health is knowing when to do it." So I assume it's a psych term now. In any case, it's really annoying that she said that. But he ignores her and starts searching for Fisk. And you need to show this, Mauler. You need to show Fisk gleefully patting his belly.
When does that happen?
You know what I'm talking about? It's when Matt goes to find him. He talks to an old guy, and yeah, it's there. He starts rubbing his belly. Yeah. That's it. I love it. I don't get it though.
He's so proud of his chungo body that he's developed.
Look at him.
Give it a little stroke.
He's giving it a little rub. It's great. But yeah, so he's about to approach. They're about to meet each other. But then the spotlight gets pointed at Fisk, and he starts dancing with Vanessa. And so again, now because Matt is forced to talk to Heather more, he again has to explain that Fisk is a bad person who needs to be stopped. And instead of asking him real questions, she just sort of expresses general confusion. It's like, you have the power to get the information you want, Heather, but instead you're like, "Oh, you're starting to worry me. What are you even talking about?" Like, it's all this vague, like, ask a real question, and maybe you'll get a real answer.
Yeah.
Alternatively, you could just, like, recall the known history of Fisk. Like, I don't know, it's just like, "Oh yeah, no, there's nothing wrong with Fisk, it's just that he went down for having a crazy organization that included several major prominent politicians, and like several corrupt cops, and all these people getting brought down.
Massive
and
drug
then
trades
there was the big
and
FBI scandal as well, and the deck stuff, the fake Daredevil Bullseye thing as well. It's like the idea that it's like, oh yeah, you've got problems with Fisk, like in a general sense, but like not very reasonable problems with him, It's like, what? You're an idiot. You're just a fool.
Mm-hmm.
But she's meant to be really smart. And she's meant to be more like emotionally mature and stable than Matt. It's like, oh, okay.
Dude, it's so funny
You
watching
say
like
so,
these
show.
little bits going by, and it's like, oh yeah, Kingpin still has that scar on his head where he was shot in the face. Just, like, God, all this
That
is so
happened.
stupid.
Echo shot
And
him.
Hawkeye. Yeah, that's right. Echo did. And then Echo cured him of his childhood trauma related to his dad.
Yeah, with her American Indian magic shaman spell.
Isn't that like the most...
This
I can't
happened.
believe that they thought that was great. Isn't that like profoundly disrespectful?
Yes.
Yeah. All you need to cure that deep-seated trauma from your childhood is to get magical powers that just extract it from your brain. There you go. It's all good. No problems now. Didn't fix Fisk, though, because they needed him to be the villain, because that's the core dynamic of Daredevil. The show is them and Fisk. So you got to perpetuate that conflict. Anyway, whatever. Matt starts dancing with Heather to try and like get closer to Fisk, and Fisk taunts him. He's like whispering, and he taunts him, and then Matt tells Heather that if anything happens, she needs to call Kirsten and Cherry. Whatever. And then Buck
The dream
gets a
team.
phone. That's right. But Buck gets a phone call that Dex escaped prison, and he tells Fisk. But for some reason, Fisk doesn't decide to leave immediately, seemingly forgetting what happened last time Dex
It is
came to a
really
big goal
odd.
that he was supposed
If
to
I'm
have.
Kingpin and you tell me Bullseye escaped and we don't know where he is, I would be like, hey, if we got a bunker made of actual adamantium 10 miles under the surface of the planet, like, that's what I need to escape Bullseye, because he's terrifying and he could kill me at any moment. But he doesn't treat it that way. He's more so like, oh, okay,
Just keeps dancing.
all right,
Like,
yeah.
keep an eye out for him. It's like, dude, last time this happened when you were having a function, he fucking showed up and started trying to get Vanessa. Why do you think that wouldn't happen now? Nah, it's all good. Don't worry. And so, but this is why. This is the important part. Vanessa admits to Fisk that she's been hiding something. Brace yourselves, fellas. Matt realizes that Vanessa hired Dex to kill Foggy.
You may be asking
'Cause-
why.
This part had me confused as well. I was
Yep.
wondering if I had forgotten something from a previous episode, or a plot point, or a piece of evidence, or something.
No,
I guess season 2 will tell. Well, I mean, to be fair, they give us
That's a relief to know that I'm not going insane.
they give us a reason, quote unquote, but like, it's so retarded that I assume that there's more to it next season.
it's an incredibly boring reason. It's a really, really, really boring reason that Foggy would die.
It would be like, so like for chat, right? If we were brainstorming, how do we make it so that Vanessa is not only motivated to do, but would actually choose to execute Foggy with the risk of killing Karen and Matt and stopping this case? Like, what would it have to be? And I could picture day 1, minute 1 of discussing this and brainstorming. Someone says, well, what if they were like working on a case that was going to expose some element of the Fisk Empire that would maybe make it difficult for them legally? We'd be like, well, yeah, that's like a normal thing you can suggest, but you're going to need a lot more than that, because that's pretty much a constant in this world, and there's ways for, the Fisks to deal with those sorts of things, but there's the deal, right? And like, everything could come crashing down. It wouldn't really make much sense to do it that way, and besides, like, just tossing that in randomly, it's not very meaningful. It's just like, oh, legal thing. Oh, okay. So hopefully it's not that. That wouldn't be fun if it was, generic legal problem 348 is why everything happened.
It also has to be an explanation which accounts for the fact that Foggy didn't tell Matt what he was working on. So whatever it is, like in this hypothetical universe where they have a sensible reason, it's got to be pretty special. It can't just be anything run-of-the-mill that he would share naturally because they're friends and they work in the same job.
There's arguably a reverse logic to that. If it were specifically about the Fisks, like, you can't make it about the Fisks because there's no way Foggy wouldn't share that with Matt. That would be 100%. That would be more shared than most things, so that doesn't make any sense.
That would be catastrophic to his character if there was no explanation for why Foggy didn't talk about that. That would be like, holy shit.
Now, I will say, done a little bit of trickery here. All of what we just said as a hypothetical is what happens. So, That's because like it's easier to understand this scene. The big reveal is Vanessa hired Bullseye to kill Foggy because Foggy was about to uncover a legal issue with the Fisk's empire that was going to cause them issues. That's the mystery from episode 1 solved.
And Vanessa has chosen to divulge it now in the middle of a dance, knowing that Matt Murdock is in the room.
And knowing his powers. Knowing his powers to the extent, by the way, that Kingpin is talking to him by whispering, you know? Because he knows he can hear him. So it's just like, none of this is all broken. You fucked everything up. Again. Why didn't Matt know about this is a great question, because to discover this information in the following episode, they will simply look at what like case file Foggy was going to submit. That's it. That's where they get everything from.
We will, of course,
which is you would think something that you'd have to look into anyway. Like the idea that they haven't looked into it is
it's an impossibility that they hadn't looked into
impossible. Yeah, but
that is.
So for episode 9, the best episode, it's a peak fire finale. We're nearly done with this episode, so then we can get to all the craziness. So Matt deliberately bumps into Fisk, starts dancing with Vanessa. He directly confronts her. He stops her from escaping. And meanwhile, Dex has secured a rifle. He's taken out one of the guards. So he's got a rifle, and he takes aim at Fisk.
Wish to highlight
In a kind of obvious
way.
Oh,
you want to highlight the means that he used?
I think I said this on FNT, I'm not sure, but so Dex has entered the building and he needs to grab a weapon. This is already stupid. He would have equipped himself well beyond at this point. He would have so I was going to say his pistol. He would have a pistol by now for sure. There's plenty of places he could get it from if he couldn't. I was about to say he would have to be able to get it from the prison. There's no way that wasn't an option for him. And so, but even if not, there are plenty of places. He's very experienced. He would know where to get a gun from quickly. But okay, let's say he couldn't. It's like, well, remember his outfit in the first episode was filled with blades, loads of short blades, because of course all he needs to do is be able to throw something into a person and they're dead. Obviously, you'd prefer a blade than a pencil, but we know he can be lethal with a pencil. So what you want if you're Dex, it's kind of like treat like a video game character. It's like you just need loads of small and sharp-ish things. It comes in loads of different forms. But what I'm getting at here is a barbecue fork is actually not that great for his build, if you know what I mean.
It's pretty conspicuous.
It's conspicuous, but it's also just you get one throw and that's it.
The prongs will only go so deep until the middle just stops it. If you look at the shape of it in the show, it's just not. It's not really that good.
I'm willing to buy that he could kill someone with it. I'm just saying it's one throw. The guy usually stacks up on loads of shit, so he can just annihilate. He's like a machine gun, you know, when he has a pencil case. So obviously, like I said, he would opt for a gun, I would imagine. He plans to shoot a sniper rifle at a certain point. He's not looking to be stealthy. So I don't understand why he wouldn't have used a gun, but if not a gun, a bunch of stuff. Like, this is a kitchen, man. Think of the knives and forks. But he picks a barbecue fork thing that, like, I don't know. I just thought this was really fucking weird. And once again, just, you don't have to think about everything forever, of course, but when making this, like, do you remember who Bullseye is and what he picks and why? It ain't that.
Yeah, he picked this. No, it is this. His favorite weapon.
You wrote a scene where he escapes prison in, like, with a tooth. And that was stupid, but you've established that that's what he needs.
Now, a thing that we learn while this is happening, with the dance, is that Vanessa has, in all likelihood, Fisk doesn't know. Probably doesn't know this. We eventually find out he may not have known for some time, but he did, know eventually, whatever. And then Matt hears Dex loading his rifle, and they do the thing that they only did in episode 1, and now here the aspect ratio flies.
But
I find it funny that they only do it twice.
They show us before this that he has indeed thrown the barbecue fork into the sniper who was up there, who then would have fallen and dropped the sniper, or at least just fallen in general. And Matt did not hear any of this.
No, he didn't. He
Someone
didn't.
literally
Nobody
died.
saw it.
There was a death in this
Yeah.
room, and Matt did not detect it. Incorrect.
He didn't
Yeah,
hear
you would
that?
have. The
No
guy would have
way.
gone because it was in his throat. You're right.
Yeah.
But no, Matt is just he's off his game, and
He's
that's gonna be the
totally
excuse
fucker.
every fucking time with something like this. He'd be like, "Nah, he was distracted," but he wasn't distracted when the sniper was about to be fired. Don't you worry.
Oh, and also it's blue again. Very
Ooh,
blue. But,
I'd also
yeah,
like to say, like, even without Matt Murdock, like, people are gonna see this.
It's not.
Yeah,
It's
People are
not
gonna
hidden.
notice.
It's really not hidden.
yeah, no, he's that's it. He takes aim, and Matt leaps in front of the bullet, takes the hit, hits him in the shoulder, which means that I guess Dex was aiming for Fisk's heart rather than his head. Even though Dex doesn't fucking miss, so why wouldn't he just aim for his head? And also, Fisk tends to wear Kevlar suits, so
Yeah,
it probably
which he
wouldn't have even
knows.
fucking worked.
Yep.
So the way that this should have played out is that Matt got shot in the head, is what actually should have happened if he was going to dive in front and take the bullet. He would have.
Well, to be honest with you as well, there is a good chance that bullet went through Matt.
Yeah, and also there's Matt doesn't die. But like, look at that. That's close to your heart.
It's well,
I don't know. Like,
what I would say is,
you know,
it's very serious location. It's torso, I think. It's kind of hard to tell because of the way he's like moving, but it could
if it shoulder kind of.
It doesn't
torso.
necessarily matter whether it's the upper arm, shoulder, or the torso. In any case, nothing lethal. I'm fine with that. However, quite crippling. For someone who
you're
does,
probably not going to fight for a while.
For someone who does Daredevil things, the thing that was shocking to me about this was not him getting shot. Was not him getting shot in favor of Kingpin. It was, hang on, lads, we got another episode left. You're not going to do Daredevil stuff in the episode, really?
Like, well, of course you're going to do Daredevil stuff. You have to.
Yeah.
In the finale, you got to do Daredevil stuff. So I guess this will just be a flesh wound.
But yeah, and I was just like, but it can't be. Look at it. Like, what are we doing?
Well, I mean, it's a rifle. Now, Rags would. I guess you'd be the one to know.
A high caliber.
Rifles send out bigger bullets than our pistols.
Absolutely. They are designed to travel far and
Dude,
fast.
imagine the exit wound. Imagine the exit wound on that.
It is a pretty.
So you'd
be out of commission for a while. You'd be out of commission for quite a while.
So like 24 hours.
Less than 24 hours.
Okay, so you'd need 24 hours for full heal, but 10 hours for mostly healed, right?
Look, you would be
less than 10 hours.
You'd be so inconvenienced.
I thought it was the following night that he gets out.
A short period of time.
I thought it was that night.
I got the impression it was the following night, but I could be wrong.
Oh, you might be right about that. Yeah. Okay, 24 hours. Yeah. Okay, 24 hours to recover from that.
Fisk's face right there. Also, by the way, Dex is experienced enough, and this is going to blow your mind, but this is something they establish. Dex is experienced enough to take more than one shot.
But he doesn't.
Yes, this is an issue.
Take another shot. He just gives up.
He just stops. He just stands there like a lemon.
Instead of just shooting Fisk again in the head, and he wouldn't miss because he's Dex. He can't miss. Kingpin is dead.
Yes.
Is the point.
Kingpin is dead here.
Kingpin is dead. He cannot survive this, but he will.
This is basically an ideal scenario. Relatively close range with a precision rifle on a very large target. There's just no way.
Right, what's funny is if he had gone into the kitchen, gone to the cutlery, grabbed a handful of knives, he could have killed about 50 people from up there easily. Just
remember how many people he took out when he was fighting Matt, and he had to deal with Daredevil trying to stop him, and he took out a bunch of people in that fight.
Oh yeah, this is just complete fucking nonsense.
Yeah, it's now of course it could be really, really interesting and cool to have a payoff where Matt takes a bullet for Fisk, man who he despises, but everything about how this has been facilitated is pretty stupid.
It is. Yes.
You'll have a really good reason for having done it, though, right? Like, we will get the explanation as to why he did it, and it will be, recuperating.
Because we're owed an explanation.
And because he's not on his feet, he can't be fighting. He's got nothing else to do but talk, so he's got plenty of time and opportunity to explain to people exactly why he did what he did.
Oh, you did. You showed them red. People on Twitter love this.
Cinematography.
It's blue and red. Like they really did great by making everything red. That was like really inspired. Get it? Because Daredevil is red and Bullseye is blue. You get it?
Bullseye's blue because blue things just sort of happen intermittently when he's around.
Well, it's meta. It's meta. That's kind of the thing. It's entirely meta.
Nuh-uh. The blue means that he's calm, and red means for Daredevil he's mad. It's great.
If there's anything I
Fucking
know about Bullseye, it's that he's really
He's a
chill.
calm bro.
Yeah. And that is episode 8. Talk about it for a minute. I'll be right back.
Boy, that sure sucked.
Yeah, and
I
that was
hate it a
obviously
lot.
even more dense with issues, because we did have a bit of an intro on this episode, so the time is extended a bit for that second one, and now this last one will probably take us the longest, because holy fuck, they make all of the mistakes, and people you care about will be in this one more than usual. I thought it was fascinating that the intro credits for episode 8 didn't have John Bernthal or Deborah Ann Woll. I was like, holy fuck. They didn't bring them back for both of their like end episodes, because this is the ones where the good guys have control, you know? So I thought that we were going to be getting to fixing it straight away, but nope. We did that episode, which I have to say, right? You have a scoreboard almost, and everybody's already said the new guys dominate the old guys when it comes to the show. They know what they're doing. It's like, okay, well, they have the worst Heather scenes by far now. Like they are kicking the old team's ass on horrible Heather scenes. So there's that.
And of course, remember that if you think back to episode 1, Karen gets dealt some pretty bad damage by the writing, getting her out of the story, which, you know, their reason for doing it. You might say, well, they were locked in. It's like, well, first of all, why do we just accept that they had to keep all the crap episodes? Why is that like the arrangement? Yeah, you got to keep all that shit.
I guess
like
we
whatever.
don't...
Like that's whatever problem there was that made that happen. Like, okay, but why would I not hold that still as like a problem?
Absolutely.
That they didn't deal with very well.
We'll never know why they had to, or if it's as bad a news as they thought. No, these ones are great. We're keeping them. Like, it could be that bad. But regardless, they're in. And that's the thing, right? The old creators had Foggy dead, and we didn't know why. Right,
and also that Karen was just like gone,
and she was gone. Yeah, and so they'd clearly moved on. They were writing a different story, whatever. The new guys came in and said, "Okay, not only do we need to have Foggy and Karen back, but we'll make it a big old mystery, and it's going to be super interesting." And this is what they've done with it so far. We've got that it was Vanessa who did it. It's like, what the fuck? And then it's like also that we did incorporate and rebuild Vanessa and Kingpin's relationship after engaging with the tearing apart of it for no reason. Bullseye wasn't even going to be in this story at all, and they've already made this like embarrassing in loads of different ways. So what I guess I'm getting at is I'm not going to claim that the new team is definitively worse, but I think the competition's a little closer than everybody's implying. It's
and why wouldn't it be? This is the same. The directors of these episodes directed Moon Knight, which fucking fell apart, and Loki season 2, which was absolute piss.
It was never together. It's nonsense show.
Like, oh, but the sets were good. Yeah, that means the storytelling capabilities are good.
Well, props to the set guys then.
Yeah, like I don't know, man. Like this is an entirely
I won't accept the stolen valor.
And showrunner bro has been saying some silly things in a lot of these interviews, saying some really bizarre, strange things about the show and the original as well, which he was not involved in. He did Punisher, which is not as good. Now I didn't watch season 2, but certainly that first season wasn't as good. But I don't know. It's just sorry. Like it's been pretty bad, and there's no reason to expect it wouldn't be. And even if we were talking about great artists, like Sam Raimi couldn't escape the sludge.
No.
Like, nope. Even he couldn't, so who cares? Like so what chance does anybody have, really, at that point?
And so brings us to episode 9, which I'll be curious to see how it ranks for everybody when we get through it.
Yeah. Let's, we'll figure that out, but, yeah, so, man... So
maybe it'll be better than I think now that we talk about it, right? Maybe it'll go up in our estimation.
Yeah.
I think that's...
I laughed a lot.
That's probably true.
It was very funny to watch.
This could save the show.
Hilarious.
Could be the one.
So, we open with Dex, looking down the rifle, and it's all blue. But this is, like, back. Oh wait, no, yeah. He's looking down the rifle. It's all
ago.
blue. And then we cut. Yeah, 1 year earlier, and it looks like Dex is in a mental institution, and Vanessa is there, and she says the whole FBI corruption scandal, Agent Nadim, all that. It's why Fisk was acquitted. It's only fair. It should benefit you too.
This is
What?
interesting.
In one
What?
sentence.
We are
in
a
the-
sentence in.
Yeah.
What?
That is
does
wild.
What does that mean? What does that? Yeah, the Nadim thing. That's why Fisk was acquitted. What do you mean by that? What are you saying happened?
Refresh
Be
my
more
memory.
clear.
Did Kingpin corrupt the FBI in season 3? Is that sort of part of what was happening going on there?
Yeah, that's
Well, yeah.
basically he subverted
So-
and managed to get a whole bunch of agents in the FBI to basically be his enforcers and bodyguards.
So
and
the
his
argument
agents.
is that Fisk corrupted the FBI, then he was acquitted because the FBI was
Because-
corrupt,
Yes.
Yeah,
which
because of-
is he
because
was
of what it was.
responsible for.
Yes.
I don't know, man.
This is the
Agent-
most I give up line I've ever heard, maybe.
Yes, they gave up. This is bullshit. This is absolute bullshit. Like, this. So it feels like, first of all, this is not an explanation.
No.
There was no explanation in this statement. It's like, oh yeah, season 3. That's why Fisk was acquitted. That's not an explanation. But even putting that to one side, the reality is there was never going to be a good enough explanation for how Fisk got out, how everything that he had been involved in amounted to nothing in terms of like his reputation and him becoming mayor. Like that was already an impossibility. But now we're left to conclude that essentially, despite Ray's incredibly compelling confession, along with those of several other agents, which remember that was mentioned explicitly that other agents like flipped on Fisk and confessed, along with Dex being a known protege of Fisk who impersonated Daredevil and went on a very gruesome rampage at a newspaper and killed a priest like at a church. And despite all of the prior convictions and all of the crimes that he got in trouble with, he managed to get off the hook because the FBI corruption scandal, Agent Nadim, all that. What are you talking about?
What is this all that you speak of?
What is all that? What are you saying?
Other than a show on Nickelodeon.
And then, of course, you add on top of that, nice. So Ray's death achieved nothing. He died for nothing. His sacrifice meant nothing.
In fact, his death, it seems like it facilitated
Fisk getting out. Yeah.
torture.
So not only did he die for nothing, it seemed like he died to essentially help Fisk.
Agent
And
Nadim
then-
ensured Kingpin's power.
And then you add on top of that, remember the deal that Matt had with Fisk when Fisk fucking told him, I will go after Karen Page and Foggy Nelson. The deal was, you never go after them, or Vanessa goes down for Nadim. If Nadim's death is now something that she can't get in trouble for, Matt's fucked. He has
he
no
is
protection. He has no leverage. So why was this not a concern to him? Or are we to conclude he didn't give a shit about any of this? He watched as taking down Fisk, which became his life purpose, like all completely unraveled, and it put his friends in danger, and himself as well, that he was just sitting back like, fucking whatever, nah, who cares, whatever, no big deal. He didn't do anything. Are you kidding? So already, episode 9, dog shit.
By the
Nothing
way,
can
yes.
save it from that.
What we had up to this point was they told us this was reality. We didn't see what happened, which is bad and annoying. But it is quite different from someone coming in to say, listen, folks, I got this. I got the fix. And they give you that sentence. It is catastrophically
anyway, fuck
worse.
Agent
Like, what?
And then, of course, you just get to heap on all of the additional problems that have been mentioned before. Dex would never work for Fisk or Vanessa.
Ever.
He hates
Nadim. He
them.
hates them more than anything in the
He's done for her
universe.
specifically.
Also-
he tried to kill her specifically.
What does
out
it
of revenge.
mean that she's now making this offer to kill Foggy in exchange for, like, a freedom, but also to say you should benefit in the same way that Fisk has? You know what I mean? It's like, well, wait, which is it? Because either, if Fisk was acquitted, how does this affect Poindexter? What cases were dismissed outright.
Dex,
How does
Dex would get acquitted for the fact that he was known? Like, dude,
he's just murdered so many people?
Yeah, like that is just proven. You're saying that the FBI, like, now of course someone would be like, because I feel like I saw someone say like, well, yeah, maybe the FBI wouldn't want this to be a problem for him. It's like, dude, he was known publicly to have like killed dozens of people. You're telling me that like this being known and it getting dropped wouldn't be like the biggest controversy in the world? Like that a dude who was known to have done all of these horrible things just walked off scot-free. You're saying like that wouldn't cause a massive and that this wouldn't have any impact on Fisk at all. That's stupid. That's obviously
that is
plainly
unbelievable.
stupid.
I
is
cannot believe that.
farcical. That is a farce. So no, doesn't work. Nothing about it works.
There's also the other bit is that the previous episode clearly establishes that a character thought it was important enough to tell Matt when Dexter was just being moved cells, and yet him being released from prison that didn't cause any alarm whatsoever. He didn't go and look into it either, so he didn't go to the prison at any point and say, "Hey, who was it who came and freed this guy who turned out to be a murderer? Was it by any chance the wife of the evil mayor?" Oh shit, it was.
Oh, that's crazy.
I think that might be politically
interesting.
useful.
I wonder what this means. What does it mean?
How does she have this power to just release Poindexter? How is that a thing?
Because she is the wife of the dictator of Earth. Okay, she can do whatever she pleases.
Yet. He's not even the dictator.
He's not even really. Is he even here?
He's Echo. He's Echo. Yeah, he's echoing right now.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah.
This
well,
is
because she's the crime lord boss.
Yeah, she did this without Fisk. And by the way, you add on top of this, recruiting Dex to kill Foggy. You know that Matt's Daredevil. This is a horrible idea. What do you think he's gonna do? Like, the reality is that if because basically this is the explanation. The dumb Benny case that Foggy is working on is gonna reveal Vanessa's criminal activities. So Foggy's got to go. It's like it's called Nelson, Murdoch, and Page.
Exactly.
Why do you think that Matt and Karen don't know anything? If they do know anything, you got to take out all three. How are you going to do that? He's Daredevil. You think he's not going to stop you?
And she wouldn't have told him that, right?
There's no reason that he should know that, because if he knew that, he would have been better prepared for that fight. He was not ready for Daredevil to show up.
No,
not at all. That was clearly something that was not expected.
Well, and then of course,
but Vanessa knows this.
With everything you've laid out, by the way, for why he would be motivated to absolutely not do anything that Vanessa says, why isn't she entertained, and why hasn't he actually done? I agree. Get me out of this place and get me some weapons. 100%. Thumbs up, you know? Yes. And then the second he gets it all, annihilate everyone she loves and her. Just, why would he? Or he could just leave? Like, why would he become an assassin again? When he's clearly like, they're portraying him as absolutely miserable and trying to find a way out of all of this, you know? And then they're like, no, it's fine.
He even takes his drugs. He even tries to get his drugs, but she takes them away.
I don't know what the fuck they're up to with.
She's in charge of the entire crime empire. He's the only person she could think of who has a sniper rifle or could shoot.
Yeah, it's not hard to kill.
Why not use literally anybody else?
Oh, it's so weird. And it's like they, I don't know, came up with this on the fly, absolutely. And they were like, wouldn't it be so interesting if it was Vanessa who did it? And then they all went, oh, no, Vanessa, oh my god.
Why would that be
we love her.
Yes.
You ruined her. I don't care about this character.
It's all fucked. All of it's completely fucked.
It's a complete disaster.
And then of course, why wasn't the case fully shit? I'll never get over that. Why wasn't the case between the three of them? Why do they show us them working together still? Why do they show Foggy Nelson and Page is all... Sorry, Murdoch, Nelson and Page is all fully constructed. It was the death of Foggy that tore that apart. It's like, so... Why was he acting individually? Why was he doing it on a case that was designed to take down the Fisks?
Given what he discovered, what we're going to find out is so relevant. There's no way that Foggy wasn't like, hey guys, take a look at this.
I'm about to take down Fisk's empire. Just FYI,
Isn't this wacky?
Well, no. The thing is that that's not quite. The idea is that he accidentally realized that he was about to take down Fisk's empire.
Doesn't matter.
Like, well, no, but what I mean is that you don't even need that. You just need the way that he's going to get his client off. There's no way that he wouldn't have told them, because it's crazy. What he found is insane. There's no way
I
you
was
would have
gonna
said, "Hey
say,
guys, come take a look at this."
I had to take a huge fucking note about what they
Yeah,
find because it's so utterly
yes.
baffling. Like it's
It's another thing that could be best described as farcical. It is farcical. It's absurd. But yeah, no. The conclusion is Dex agrees. He agrees to work with Vanessa.
and for the
Fisk,
record,
by
that was the sentence. It was an incredible sentence that I was referencing earlier about like
I
it
had a
might be
feeling
the,
if
might
that
be the
might be
worst
the
sentence
one.
in the entire series. There's another one I see on like a clown level, but I don't think it can compete with one that actually destroys everything. Like there's a clown level statement that is top tier that I look forward to us getting to as well.
Yeah, but when you say the line, you mean the whole FBI corruption scandal, Agent and Team, all that?
That, I mean, yeah, that's a good enough sentence on its own, but I also like the follow-up of, my husband is acquitted, it's only fair that it benefits you too, so kill a bunch of people for me and I'll release you. You know what I mean? It's like, what?
Yeah.
Like, that doesn't follow.
And dress in a costume and do a modus operandi that proves that it can only be you. Like, so that your life is over. You're just
Make sure you wear a costume.
That's so funny.
Specifically themed for you.
I will release you to be put back in prison. And if that's what they say in season 2, he's mad at her because he ended up back in prison. It's like, what is this story? It's so fucking stupid.
Mm-hmm. But that's it. Yeah, he agreed. Does anybody have anything else to add on that?
No.
there's plenty.
So bad.
We got a lot to we got a lot of cringe to come.
Yeah, we're a sentence in, man.
Yeah, we are. So Dex he agreed, he signed, and he got out, and then we cut back to the ball where Matt takes the bullet, and then we get opening, and then we get a really funny fucking moment that breaks Heather's brain. So Matt awakes in hospital. Heather's by his side. Matt says Karen.
It's
and
so
she
funny.
gets visibly upset.
Well, pick your preference on what you find funny. The thing that hit me immediately was just the fact that it's so desperate from the writers. Like,
yeah,
Karen.
Karen. You remember Karen?
Remember that chick we got rid of a long time ago?
Remember the arguable deuteragonist of the entire series? Remember Karen?
Oh my god. And the fact that she's barely referenced in a single way in this whole fucking season to then be like, no, she actually matters to Matt more than anything. You're like, yeah, okay.
Matt calling Heather Karen breaks her brain. To spoil the end of her story, she decides to work for Fisk. And I like to believe it's because Matt called her Karen. Destroyed her mind. She couldn't take it. She's so narcissistic.
What are these writers?
That being called Karen
made
her work for a crazy criminal psycho.
With what we've covered, Heather is borderline a monster. Like, she's a horrible person. And, you know, I think the writers would be really fucking shocked to hear that. They'd be like, what do you mean?
Nobody likes her. This is one of the accepted takes on this show. Nobody likes Heather. That seems to be just universally the case. Nobody likes her. Even the people who like the show don't like her. So, nice job, guys.
I will say.
Anyway.
So, we're going to move probably from personal preference to actual problem. But I will say, when I was watching this scene, and he wakes up and I saw that Kirsten and Heather were here, I was like, oh. And it's not that it doesn't make sense for them to be here. That's okay. They would be, sure. But I had a little thing in the back of my head that I would have loved, which is Matt regaining consciousness, and the only person in the room standing over him is Kingpin. I would have been super interested in that. And you might be like, well, why would that happen? I'm like, okay, well, because what Matt did is incredibly fucking shocking for someone like Wilson Fisk to put into his perspective. How does that slot in exactly? You know, he would have to sit there for a while thinking like, what the fuck does that mean? Because of course, this isn't going to change anything about the fact that he wants him out of his way, that he wants him defeated, that he's annoyed with him for all the things in the past stuff, but you just saved my life. I would be dead if you didn't do what you just did, and you're in hospital because of it. That's a lot to think about. And my God, if we were looking at the best of Netflix Daredevil writing, and Matt wakes up, and Kingpin's staring at him, and what expressions you could have, what they would talk about, holy shit, that could be a fascinating conversation. I would love to have seen it. But at this point, I was like, okay, cool, fine. I guess we're not going to get that. Fine. well, you know, we'll
Because
have
you can still
Heather and
write your way to
Kirsten
the-
instead.
You can fight your way to the same kind of conclusion, which, well, ideally you would change the conclusion, but you could still write your way to, you know, them becoming enemies again after the fact. But that conversation to establish that, like, I'm still going to take you down, but I'm going to do it the right way. And so, you know, Kingpin manages to reflect on what Matt did, and the show actually reflects on what Matt did, which is not going to actually do. And you have that conversation, and they emerge with some kind of new perspective. Would have been really interesting, and they, at least they have a new understanding of each other. This is not, you know, they're not going to be friends, but they're not going to. Well, Matt at least isn't going to break the rules to try and take him down. It says a lot about his character as well. Any reflection on it would have been nice.
I mean,
anything at all.
I would even like I would consider going a little further with it in the sense of like, you know, Kingpin maybe offers him something for this. He's like, okay, what you did is not going to be forgotten. You are. I'm now somewhat indebted to you. Really fucking annoying, but you chose to do what you did. You know. And your actions have always had serious consequences, and I would never want that to change, even in the case of it benefiting me. And that is what we're dealing with right now. And you know what? You could incorporate the whole, like, you know our deal is off, and you know what that means. But let's just pretend it is on, in the sense of the restrictions. And if anything else should happen, if I should see a man in a devil costume running around... You know, and basically just set up the conflict between them for season 2, which will inevitably happen. But for then, like, he leaves, and the other people come in because maybe he used his mayor powers to keep them out. And you find out from a doctor that he basically was... He like, helped bring Matt in, and he was just in that room the whole time. Like, he was just waiting for him to wake up because he couldn't get over this had happened, and it was so important. You know, like, it's a... obviously, get Vanessa to safety. I'm totally fine with that he would value her far more. But at the same time, I just... With everything I know about Kingpin, he would have found this a fascinating move, and he would probably want something of...
He'd need to know.
There would be that, but I guess I was going in the direction of, like, I wouldn't want to call it a reward, but he would want something to go to Matt for this. Like, almost in a sense of he would want to relinquish any debt he owes immediately. Not in, like, a completely I hate you sort of way, so get rid of it, but in a you've done this for me, I will do one thing for you, and we are back to neutral, okay? We'll leave each other alone.
It's like Fast and the Furious 5, really, when you think about it.
I haven't seen that. But
I can't remember much about that one.
So Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, he's a government agent, an FBI guy, shooty man, who's supposed to bring in Dom and the team of the family. And then when The Rock's team is killed by evil drug people and criminals, Dom and family teams end up saving him, which leads him to be indebted to Dom and family team. So he gives them like a 24-hour head start, and then says that, you know, I still have to get you because you're criminals and everything, but, you know, you've earned 24 hours a head start and my respect, but I'm still coming for you. So...
Like that, yeah. Something like that. Like similar idea. 5. And like I said, I know that this is a lot my preference, because it's not the only way you can run the story. I just, when he woke up to the two people I might just care the least about in the whole fucking show, because where's Cherry, man? I miss Cherry. He's my favorite. Why isn't he in the room?
Yeah, man.
But
this is a good meme right here.
Yeah,
he's leaning over Matt in the bed and said, "He just can't be Daredevil, man. I'm worrying about you. I think something might happen to you if you turn into Daredevil."
Dude, I'm surprised we didn't have him burst through the door and be like, "God damn it, Matthew! Like, I told you." And he's like crying. He's like, "I knew this would happen." Like this.
I told you not to do this, but you didn't listen to me. You never do.
And so, yeah, what I'm getting at, of course, is there's no juice between Matt and Heather, Matt and Kirsten, Matt and Cherry, but there's overflowing juice between Matt and Fisk. But oh well.
Yep.
You know what? I can just hold out hope that we'll get that conversation a little bit later. That's all.
Well, that's right, because we will we will get there. Basically, like, Matt starts explaining to Heather that Vanessa ordered Foggy's death, and she turns her back on Matt and sits in the corner and cries. and Kirsten rather rudely, like, sort of shuts him up, which I didn't appreciate.
Mm.
And then we see, Fisk is with Vanessa, and he says that he knows that she hired Dex to kill Foggy, and they hold hands, and that's it for that scene. That's all that's there.
Oh.
Yeah, so we're back in the hospital. Matt explains to Kirsten that Foggy already knew we won the case. And then Heather interjects with her completely worthless opinion before Matt gets back to expositing like the relevant information to the story. And Kirsten recalls that Foggy mentioned he was going to file a motion to dismiss, but that it was never filed. And then we're back with Fisk again because we're doing the intercutting. He reveals that Red Hook and his position as mayor will allow him to move billions of dollars. So it's like, ooh, what's the plan? But then we go back to the hospital again, where Matt starts to get a lot more honest about how pointless everything that Heather has to say is. Like he basically just tells her, like, I know you don't understand, but like you're fucking wrong, and Fisk is like evil, and we gotta stop him. And this is it for Heather until she joins Fisk. That's the end.
That's
that's the end of the character. She leaves, and then we see her becoming a bad guy.
So we have the Foggy was sitting on something they didn't want to expose sort of line. He says this, right, which is a huge revelation, super important. Let's inspect that. What do you know? How do you know it? And, what happens next? And they show Heather, and she says, you realize they were the ones being shot at. So this line, I was like, can we please put her in the 300 pit at this point? Like, this is so annoying. She needs to go to the center of the planet. Like, just down you go, never to be seen again. He took the bullet.
Like, hey, yeah, but Matt, did you know they were gunning for Fisk? So what the fuck are you even talking about, bro?
And dude, it's like, do you not wonder why someone is trying to assassinate Fisk right now, and what information Matt has that might play into this, especially knowing it was fucking Dex?
Yeah, the guy who killed Foggy.
Why were they being shot at? What's happening? Instead of just being like, no, there's just someone shooting at them randomly, and that you should be nicer about it. It's just like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
She leaves. We don't see her again for the rest of the episode because she's no longer relevant until the end when she joins Fisk. So, yeah, great character. Worst character in the show.
Like I said, over the course of like an episode and a half, she tanked. She was arguably in neutral to annoying, just sort of like, but now she's actively the worst thing in the whole show.
Well, remember, we were joking earlier on the previous episodes about how she just like wasn't around, and we had to be reminded that she existed. Now we want her in the 300 pit.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. Great writing. So Fisk, he's in the office. He's gathered everybody, including Gallo. And he basically declares that the task force will be allowed to do whatever they want with no oversight. He's like, there will be no words, no due process. It's like, okay, all right, this is
all very illegal. And
points that out. He's like,
his plan for his own staff is just like, if you're not loyal, go home. As though that's not going to cause a huge number of problems for him. And like all in aid of what is it? His ultimate plan is he's decided that he wants the port again because even though until this point we've kind of been given the impression by the show he genuinely wants to make the city better, now he wants the port because he's a criminal mob boss who wants to make money again.
We will talk about his grand plan soon enough. And how exactly it's going to work.
On the note of, I couldn't quite, and I at this point I can't tell us because it's the show now, or it's genuinely, unfortunately, D'Onofrio's performance. But the whole like, there will be no due process, there will be no war. I was just like, just throw on, there will be laser sharks attacking. We'll build a Death Star. Just throw them all in, just because at this point it's gone so stupid. Like, and it even cuts to the Powell guy who's already absurdly cartoonish, and he's like laughing. It's just like, this is insane.
He's thrilled. It's like, okay, this is boring. And then Fisk even adds, because Gallo's like, oh, next thing you know, you'll be condoning the use of lethal force. He's like, encouraging Gallo. It's like, oh my god, what the hell? How is this happening? And then Sheila points out, like, yeah, this. And then Fisk declares his intention to fucking lock down New York City unilaterally.
Tunnels and bridges locked.
Closed.
That is insanity.
This is a national scandal.
Yes.
You are done. If you are absolutely done. you want to unilaterally lock down literally the most important city in the world. Like,
can you
as if
imagine
that's
the
like
sheer
that's a
amount?
thing you can even do. Period.
The
Assuming that can
the
even
consequences
be done.
of doing that, even if because Rags is right, you wouldn't be able to do it. But if you did it, like just did like this over fucking in a 5-minute meeting,
the stock market the next day is gonna plummet.
I can't even begin to
You'll
estimate the
you'll
consequences.
have federal agents knocking on your door, being like,
he'll be finished.
"Excuse me."
Yeah, it'd be over. And this is putting to one side how deeply unpopular this would be among regular people.
Yeah.
Like, oh, you just unilaterally decided to lock like 5 million people in New York. And
The show seems to think they're all fine with it. It's just it hasn't ever explained how that could possibly be the case, much as with how he could possibly enforce it, given that we were told at the beginning of the show half the cops hate him and half the cops love him. The only way you're enforcing something like this is if you have the complete support of the city and the cops. But we've not established that that's the case at all. Like, the show seems to think it's done that, but it really hasn't.
It's like, I mean,
What does it have to do with Dex,
we're about
too?
to see how.
This is not gonna get Dex.
Yes, this is his logic is, if anything, it'll make it harder because power outages cause problems for logistics and infrastructure. Wasn't there that because there was that big power outage in like the American Northeast, right? That was like pretty significant in terms of its impact. People die in power outages.
Well, yeah, absolutely.
Like, power
but also,
outages are significant.
Kingpin knows
Especially
better
if it's
than
winter
almost
time.
anybody the target that is Bullseye. Like, you're never gonna get him. He's gonna kill every last random cop who's wandering about before you'll ever catch him. And you're like, so what is happening here? And it's like, Kingpin's mad. The Bullseye nearly killed him. So he's just flipping out and saying, like, yeah, power's going off, tunnels are closed off, bridges are closed off. We haven't even gotten to the fucking curfew. Holy shit. Obviously, that's Leia, but
the thing is,
still.
like, his motive seems to have nothing to do with Bullseye. It's like he's using this as a pretext to grab the power he's always wanted.
Why would he want this, though? You know what I mean? Like,
Oh, yeah. Because obviously, it's something that gets added on. Is that part of his plan is that he's going to cut power to the city as well, at the same time, and eventually claim that he didn't do it. Which there's no way you'd keep that a secret.
How could you?
Way. There's no way that you could keep that a secret. That would get out. Absolutely, it would get out. You can't keep that a secret that you deliberately shut down the power grid for all of New York City and be like, well, it was sabotage. What happens when people go and look at the power grid and like, but it's not though. It just got turned off. What happens if one person decides to go to a journalist and say, yeah, he did it on purpose? Stories
Fisk,
out.
where are your fingerprints on the power button?
Exactly. It's just absurd. And of course, and it's just like, you do realize that like the mayor is but one of many instruments of the government, and not just
not just in city council and.
Well, we're gonna see that.
We're gonna see that.
What about the state of New York? What about the federal government? What about just the rest of the world?
We kind of deal with that as well later, in the sense that it's the police chief's plan is like, tomorrow, it's not important now, but tomorrow I'll go and I'll visit someone important in Albany. I can't call them because why would I do that? And it has to be tomorrow because if it was tonight, it would be inconvenient. So tomorrow I'll do something, but tonight we fucking riot or something. I don't know.
But yeah, that's the plan. And then of course we get now Muller was talking a lot about what it would be so interesting to see what Fisk's reaction to Matt taking the bullet for him is. This is his reaction. So Buck tells Fisk Matt is alive and stable, and Fisk is like, what if he died?
Well, that would certainly get rid of the Daredevil problem, the Matt Murdock problem, and yeah, there you go. That's a great let's do that.
They presented this is an optics solution, because he says that the optics are going to be complicated if this hero lawyer survived having taken a bullet for you, Mr. Mayor. It's like, well, no, actually, the optics will be really simple if we murder him, because then people will say that he died a hero, and I'll be even more popular.
Or he could just live as a hero.
He could just live as a hero, but then he might, I don't know, say something awkward.
Again, this feels like the logic of someone who only has a surface level understanding of these characters. Kingpin and Daredevil are enemies. So now that Matt is vulnerable in a hospital, Kingpin can finally end his life. And it's like, you serious? The man just saved his life. Like, there's an opportunity here to have a more
He
interesting
has-
conversation that we could ever have conceived would be possible. It's like we would never have expected any sort of bread broker between these two, but Kingpin. I don't believe he's just like a worthlessly psychotic character who will never take any action to mean anything at all, like in a positive sense for Daredevil. So he's just going to be like, hey, how easy will it be for us to kill him now that he's in hospital? And Buck's like, yeah, we can sort that out. He's like, yeah, cool, do that. It's like, what the fuck? Why would
he
you?
gave
Why
an
would you?
axe to Adam before they got into a brawl.
It's pathetic, and that's the thing. I feel like the character here should be given more respect. That Kingpin would be so shocked by this move that he's spent most of his time just trying to understand it. It's like, Matt took a fucking bullet for me. I'm alive because of him doing that. That's insane. What does that mean? And what does it mean going
Everything I worked
forward?
for would be done if it wasn't for him.
And so, you expect something. We don't even get his perspective on it. He just says, like, kill him. It's the most generic, boring, I'm a villain thing ever, and Matt doesn't really get to discuss it either. What it felt like to take a bullet for your worst enemy that you've considered killing yourself.
No, not really. He gives like a half-hearted sort of answer when he gets
It's
up.
so
says he
fucking
doesn't
sad.
know.
Yeah, he doesn't.
It's like, I don't even know why I did it.
Mm-hmm. Pretty annoying.
And just
And when
That's
you
it,
think
yeah.
that, like, Kingpin, purely tactically speaking, you'd think there has to have been a reason why he saved me. He must know something, or he must need me for something. What could it possibly be? I have to have a conversation with him.
Nope.
And wouldn't there be, like, expectations of, like, oh, the mayor should go and visit the guy who saved him and stuff like that? If he's gunning for popularity and everything, how good would that make him look? Like, the old attorney who was against him before saved his life, and Fisk showed his appreciation, and da-da-da, and it would be a big old W, and he's going to be needing some of those.
I think.
Nah, he's gonna send Buck to get him.
All right.
Well, see, and there you go. Someone in chat. Kingpin would totally have Matt killed. This is the most vulnerable Daredevil has ever been in his mind. You're just completely ignoring any
yeah, but
aspect of this that's more interesting. Why is he vulnerable
sure.
right now? Why?
Well, I mean, well, no, that guy also said he could totally believe that, like, the mayor of New York could get away with locking down New York and shutting off the power grid as part of a bid to amass huge amounts of political power and basically create a private army. So, like,
That would be so this is a crazy person.
Okay. I didn't know
at
that.
that point, it's just like, okay, yeah, whatever. But yeah, that's it. Buck's gonna go get him. And then, but we got the conclusion to Matt talking to, because remember they're doing the cutting back and forth. Kirsten tells Matt that the two of them are gonna have to have a serious conversation before leaving, and she will not say anything else for the rest of the episode because she ain't fucking relevant right now. So I just find it funny though. Pretty funny. So yeah, now we have Fisk. He's talking to Sheila, and he's like, it's like gravity. All it takes is a little push.
Oh my god.
That's what he
does not require a push, but all right.
But well, it's it's look. He's saying the city needs a push, and then he tells her to purge his staff. Basically, anybody who's not loyal has to be gotten rid of. It's like, oh, okay. That's all right.
So another scandal. Just throw him on the pile.
Yeah.
Why not?
It's actually amazing. Like, the people of the United States of America don't exist in this world. They don't exist in this story.
Oh, because we were just looking at it from Matt and Fisk's perspective, but what Buck said in that scene was so fucking retarded that the optics are kind of fucked that Matt took a bullet for you. I remember watching and being like, what in the world is the negative on that? There is nothing negative about that.
The optics are really positive that, like, a known enemy of you took a bullet for you. You can be like, yeah, see, Matt Murdock was won over by my great job at being mayor of New York.
Well, you just say, it's like
differences.
It would actually have been interesting to have that moment. They're like, Mr. Fisk is like, why would Matt Murdock of all people be the one? And it's just like, I believe he believes in me and in our quest to fix this city.
Yeah, use his own line. Like, he's always had faith in the system. I am the system. Like, the hero lawyer of Devil's Kitchen is now completely on my side, and he's in hospital, so you can't interview him, and he won't tell you otherwise. It's great for Kingpin.
It would be a really neat dynamic to have a show where Matt and Kingpin have to play really nice publicly when they both know these secrets about each other behind the scenes and they fucking hate each other so much. But once the cameras are on and people see, oh, hey, Wilson, oh, hey, Matt, how are you doing? And they hug and kiss and all that sort of stuff. That would be really fun.
So, next we have Gallo, who meets Sheila in the hallway and basically tells her of his intention to bring down Fisk by pleading his case with the governor and the state Supreme Court. He's gonna leave for Albany tomorrow to get some steamed ham. No, wait, to get some steamed hams in Albany, and then go to talk to them. And then Sheila says that
phone. He has a phone. Call them.
Whoa. As
Call
it
the
turns
fucking
out,
press.
Sheila has a phone, and she's got to use the phone to do something.
Well, on that note, why is he doing this again? He's doing this gambit with a person he cannot even remotely trust.
Yeah.
Why?
He can't trust her, but this will prove to be the biggest mistake that Gallo has ever made.
Well,
in his
it'll
life.
also prove to be the big payoff for Sheila that they've been building up this whole season. Basically, because remember, we talked about this last stream. I didn't know what the plan was for Sheila, but now I do. It is, will she pursue the righteousness of her career, or will she pursue her career?
Mm-hmm.
And it was very, very engaging. She's, I think, the third favorite character behind Fisk and Matt, right? Like everyone.
I've seen so many people on Twitter talking about how much they like Sheila.
Sheila's just top fucking excellent.
Oh, I'm being sarcastic. Nobody's talked about her.
Oh.
I was about
Well,
to say,
the
like,
funny thing is, of course, it's very believable because it's just like the world is crazy when it comes to this show.
Nobody has really spoken about any of the new characters in this show at all. It's always about Matt or Kingpin or Dex.
Yeah.
Or Frank. It's never, ever, ever. It's not even about Vanessa. I've not seen anybody doing that. It's only about the guys, the lads, the OGs.
And mostly when they're doing things like screaming, shooting guns, running around, jumping up and down,
right.
Activating their lightsabers, you know.
So Gallo's gonna. So Buck, he's head to the hospital and he waits.
Just very quickly, just before that, because it's still just absolutely blowing me away. He is the sitting police chief of the fucking city of New York. The reason he goes to her to try and get her on side is for some reason he thinks that having her testimony with him will be more convincing than the fucking police commissioner saying, hey, by the way, I was in the room when the mayor said he would encourage his private army to use lethal force against the citizens of my city. That's enough. You don't need support.
Well, for
just
the record,
go and give them a call.
If he was just recording on his own phone in those meetings, it would be over.
Yeah, exactly. And again, this is something Fisk can't deal with. Anybody could do that at any time, and he's fucked. Imagine if this recording got out. He'd be fucked. It'd be over. Be the end of him. But no, nobody does. Gallo instead.
Gallo's too smart for that.
Sheila. I'm going to Albany tomorrow to get some steamed hams and then talk to the governor. But yeah, this is a big mistake. And so meanwhile, Buck's gone to the hospital. He's got a syringe, and he waits for Fisk to cut power to all of New York.
I couldn't fucking believe
he cuts power to all of New York City.
So, like, but the problem is already presented. It's okay. So you're telling me the rest of their conversation was, right? So we're killing Matt. Yes. Okay. So I'm gonna go into the hospital. I'm gonna be like, oh, get well soon. Hopefully he's knocked out, whatever, and I will inject a thing into the IV, whatever, and it'll kill him. Yes. Okay. Cool, Buck. And then Buck's about to leave. He's got his little package, and then he goes, "Oh, wait, Buck. He is Daredevil, by the way." And then Buck would be like, "What?"
Sounds crazy, but
and he'd be like, "Yeah, Matt's Daredevil." And then he'd be like, "What the fuck? Like that's insane." And then he'd be like, "Yeah," he'd be like, "Oh yeah, I should probably let you know. He'll know you're coming when you're not even in the building." So,
he may beat the ever-loving shit out of you.
In fact, don't go. Like it's probably a really bad idea. It's like, what the fuck are you doing sending
This might be an elaborate fucking ruse for all we know.
Why the hell are you sending Buck to kill Daredevil? What the fuck?
No, but see, the thing that's going to help is he coordinated it with the power outage. Like,
what
specifically, Buck
the man is
ready
blind.
For the power outage.
It doesn't need
the power outage will help because when it's dark, Matt won't be able to see.
It'll make a level playing field for everybody.
It is actually the funniest shit where it's like, don't worry, Buck, I will make you blind too.
This is in character. He gave the axe to Adam, so he cuts the power to fight Daredevil.
To make it fair, that's right.
Okay, this is totally in character.
So fucking
again,
stupid.
To be clear, Fisk deliberately cuts power to all of New York. Manhattan, it looks like all the boroughs, because you see the lights in Queens and Brooklyn go out. It's like what, like 6, 7, 8 million people, no power, just gone, because the mayor wanted that to happen for some reason. And of course you'd be like, so that it's going to be like in The Simpsons when the power goes out and immediately people start throwing their
just riot immediately, yeah.
windows. What was it? The sign that's lit up that says like riot ongoing, like please like remain indoors or something.
Yeah.
But yes, power's been cut to all of New York unilaterally by Fisk. And he's gonna, but that's
he's
part
not
of his
even,
plan. And
Buck's not even got a gun. He's got a syringe. I just like,
no, Buck's got a syringe.
what are you gonna do if he's awake? You fucking idiot! Like, how does this work?
I'm here for your drugs.
I'm the drug man. I'm gonna drug.
I'm the drug man. I've heard you've been good this year. So we're here with your...
But no,
getting the good ones.
When he goes in, Matt's escaped. He got away.
Crazy.
Matt could hear him this time.
Wow.
This time Matt heard someone in the hallway. Other times he doesn't hear shit. And now we're at the fan service part of the episode. That's the only thing that could be described as fan service, and it's pretty bad.
Fan abuse part of the episode.
Matt stumbles to his apartment. Now this confuses me because I'm pretty sure Matt's apartment is in Brooklyn or Queens, because you see him looking out to like Manhattan from his window, and I assume that the gala was being held in Manhattan, which means he probably got taken to a hospital in Manhattan, which means did he walk all the way from Manhattan, like somewhere in Manhattan, to wherever his apartment is in Queens, while in a hospital gown with a gunshot wound in his shoulder?
That he is now ripped open, by the way.
Yes, of course.
Which they confirm. So, because this fucking show, but it's even worse, man. We find out that there is a task force team waiting at his apartment to kill him, presumably in case Buck fails. But they don't attack Matt until 5 minutes after he slowly walks up the whole building and gets to the top.
The elevator, goes up to the top, and then gets into his apartment.
Why everything? It's so, like, the scene hasn't even started. It's already nonsense.
They knew that he needed some time. He needs time because Frank is there, clean shaven. He got rid of his beard that he had because that was probably part of the original stuff that they shot. And Frank, he complains that Matt's apartment doesn't contain a means with which he can make coffee without power. But then we get to actually what matters, which is that Frank explains that he's helping Matt because he got a phone call from somebody. He's not going to say who. And then, it's what Mauler said. Both Matt and Frank identified a van full of evil cops parked outside of the apartment.
What the fuck are they doing? They were there before. They were there when Frank got there, let alone Daredevil. Like, what the fuck? You saw him hobbling his way toward the building, and you thought, no, we're going to wait until he can get his costume on. It's only fair.
So,
it's what the fans want.
Frank declares that he's going to kill anybody who comes in looking for a fight, and Matt doesn't outright tell Frank no. He doesn't tell him that's untenable.
We got some funny things to discuss on that front.
It's not the kind of help that I want. Now, you might be like, that. No. Matt is that no kill rule is really fucking strict, and he enforces it with people that he is with. He enforced it with Frank. He enforced it with Electro. He enforced it with Stick. This is just a rule that he will enforce with people if they're with him. But here he's just kind of like, oh, well, yeah, I don't know. And you're sort of sitting there like, what's going on? You're about to realize why this is the way that it's going to be.
So, huge spoiler, they're going to fuck up Punisher big time in this sequence. Get ready for that. And this has pissed off a lot of people well before it... what I mean, it's pissed off a lot of people who like the episode even, so pretty sure this one's a big one, so get ready for that. But first and foremost, it struck me as such a painful fucking line to hear. He's like, why are you here? Why are you here? And Frank says, I made a promise that I was going to get you out alive. Why the fuck are you waiting for him in his apartment when he's in hospital from a gunshot wound?
He's in hospital.
And you might be like, well, how could he know? It's like, yeah, how could he know that he took a bullet for the mayor of New York? Like, that wouldn't be spread around instantly. And then, of course, it's like, Frank, you probably should have gone to the fucking hospital because there was an assassination attempt 5 minutes ago. Like, you moron. Like, why are you just waiting? There's no reason to assume that Daredevil will come back here because it would be a pretty stupid move, wouldn't it? If people are trying to kill him, he might not want to go home. Remember, they know. We already established Fisk knows where he lives. So Frank's just being retarded immediately. Like, he's gone to the wrong place twice. I don't even like listening to him say like, "I made a promise. I'm going to get you out," and and then of course it's like, get you out. What's the plan to get out? It's to kill everyone. That's not getting out. And then it like sparked a thing in my head. I was like, wait, why aren't you guys getting out? You can escape by jumping out the fucking window. We see you do this later, so we know you can do it.
They don't do that. No, they're not interested.
Why would you want? And this is the thing for Daredevil, right? That was just brought up. Frank is talking about killing them. If they just leave, no one dies.
But instead, they're gonna actually just like pick a fight.
It is so shittily constructed. This whole sequence has already not been thought about whatsoever. It's just, we need to get Frank and Daredevil beating people up together. That's what people will like about this show. They'll give it a fucking 10 out of 10 if they just show that.
And,
also, remember, he's been shot.
Yep, shot in the shoulder.
And he's fucked up the stitching such that he's bleeding. But oh well.
Yep.
It's very annoying. Yeah, I feel slightly protective over watching all these different characters be made stupid constantly, and it's like, no, Frank, no, and they're like, we get to ride him. Look at us go.
Stupidity's not done yet. There's a lot more to come for Frank, unfortunately.
Oh yeah, we haven't even gotten to the fight yet.
It was mentioned before that Frank asked Matt why he took the bullet intended for Fisk, and Matt replies, "That's a good question."
Okay.
That's it.
That's that.
That is it.
For another
That's
time.
Because the evil cops are coming, so Matt needs to suit up, and he gives Frank the finger, and he's gonna go suit up. So that's it. You don't get any exploration at all for why Matt took the bullet.
Nope.
None.
And
nothing at all.
Of course,
that's
before getting to the action scene, you might want to. I'm sure you've got a list for this. I just wanted to make sure. Do you want to go over all the different preparations that Punisher's got in this building for the assault?
Yes. So what he's prepared is.
All right, nice. Sorry that took so long.
Okay.
We're gonna have to move on now on that part, because I didn't want you to take all day with that.
No, now I remember there was a sequence in it was in the first season of Punisher where I can't remember the context, but it was like he was out in the forest and he set up with this other guy that he knew like a whole bunch of traps and stuff. Like, ambush them. Like, the whole point was that he had a whole bunch of people that he wanted to take out and was trying to do it, like, relatively stealthily and setting up booby traps and all sorts of things. But, no, this time there are no booby traps. There's no claymores or, any hardware that he might have had set up or mounted weapons.
To be as fair as possible, he could hardly put booby traps in the stairs before Matt walked up them. That would be very funny, but not going to work.
That would be pretty funny if Matt accidentally set off a claymore while heading up the stairs.
Well, okay, but, we're not expecting he's got traps everywhere in every way, shape, or form, but as long as he's not going to just, like, burst through the door with a gun and just go, "Rah!" and start shooting people like that, as long as we're not at that level.
So the evil cops are coming and they breach, and we see that North, who was one of the evil corrupt cops, he's wearing the Punisher logo, looks a lot like the guy who shot Hector. He did it, obviously, because it wasn't Powell, and he's the only other corrupt cop with lines, so it's him. But they go in and
the subversion.
They're ambushed by Matt and Frank. Matt drops down through the ceiling, like right in front of all of them.
Which means he could have just stayed up there and he would have been fine.
But instead, he jumped down. And fortunately, nobody managed to land a hit on him, even though there's several people pointing their guns at him. And he starts punching him. And it's like, well, where's Frank? Frank is hiding behind the glass on the balcony. And he shoots a guy through the head, and then he just starts shooting a bunch of guys, and you're like, wait, hold on a second right here. This is not, Daredevil does not kill people, and he does not like working with people who do it. He will enforce that rule. But it's okay. The fact that Frank is killing all of these people does not go unacknowledged. Matt says, "Frank, stop!"
You know, ADR's a miracle in its own way. I
They
think
kinda-
Platoon
Well,
Platoon made a reference to this earlier that I think anyway, I could be wrong, but it sort of guides you on where the corrections needed to be made because they'd miss stuff as you do. And so this scene, if you watch it unadulterated, let's just say in the sense of everything that's not obviously ADR, it is a scene in which Punisher kills many people and Daredevil punches many people, and at the end they get to have a conflict about whether or not they should kill a guy. And so you're like, oh wow, that sounds great. And then they were watching it in the editing room, been like, oh, wait a minute. Oh shit, this is awful, because he's blowing people's heads off and Daredevil's not doing a thing about it, when if you watch that other annoying, lame, gay show called Daredevil on Netflix, there's like a whole sequence where those two are together and Daredevil puts great effort into preventing Frank from nailing shots that would kill people while also trying to defend him somewhat. It makes for an incredibly interesting dynamic. And of course, we've kind of not done that whatsoever. I know. We'll have him record a line where he says, Frank, no.
But he doesn't do anything.
But he doesn't do. Well, we can't change that.
Frank, stop!
We can't ADR a whole bunch of animations and choreography.
And you know why it happened. Punisher kills people. That's what people want to see. They want to see Punisher shooting people, chopping them up, stabbing them,
and we can't
heads
have
off.
Daredevil getting in the way of that.
Yeah,
clearly.
Daredevil can't get in the way of that. But again, it's one of the things that they had to deal with and balance in the original series, which is that the show is violence, but Daredevil doesn't kill people. It's part of the formula.
They had the solution though right there. He's been shot. If you have him basically incapacitated and unable to fight, and he's kind of just like he's not able to stop Frank doing it, and Frank is in his world at this point. He will get him out however. That's how you could potentially have navigated that.
Yeah, especially if you set it up that he needs to protect
that is
him.
an unacceptable solution because it means Daredevil doesn't get to fight. You gotta have Daredevil and Frank fighting. You need to have
failed.
Platoon, what the fuck?
And Frank needs to kill them. That's what it is. And they didn't care enough about the integrity of the story or the characters to fix this problem. They didn't see it as a problem. They thought that saying Frank stop was good enough that you'd be like, yeah, see, Matt doesn't want it to happen, but he's not going to stop him or anything.
Yeah, we're almost to the point where Frank could have killed everyone, and then Daredevil looks at the camera and says, "I didn't like that."
Well, one of my notes here is I really don't like after they escape and they jump off and they're walking around and the car shows up with our favorite character in it. Is they have like this weird, like jokey, kind
of
like
an old married couple. It's what
so everyone loves about it.
I love it. Yeah, it's this is what you love to see is them bickering.
You just can't stop killing. Oh, Frank.
The reason why I'm paused here, by the way, is this is Frank's strategy. I will appear and just shoot. This is it.
Yeah.
And again, you might be like, well, he's Punisher. He shoots his guns. It's like,
I mean, usually he tries to employ better strategies.
Combat
than just shoot.
Expert veteran
acumen is typically something he's known for.
So good at this that he didn't really even leave a trace of himself when he was taking out all of the mobsters at the beginning of season 2. He would just get them and get like 20 guys.
Yeah, they thought it was an army.
That's right.
Like an organized group, not a single person.
That's his intro in season 2 is so fucking good. And
Frank is clever. He's smart. He's a smart boy.
He's an army guy. He's a smart Spec Ops army dude.
And in this, he just shows up, shoots, and then just hopes for the best. And I can confirm the fuck out of that because he gets himself shot in this scene for no reason at all.
Oh, also, there is a lot of gratuitous slow motion in this fight.
Yes.
It's really lame.
I thought I was watching a fucking Zack Snyder thing. It was horrible.
Yeah.
I don't want to have to watch that again.
They want to show slow motion with Punisher doing the shooting and the punching and everything. I
would also like to.
Yeah.
It's actually kind of weird. It's a part of the fight. It's a little bit of a funny story. So as I was writing, taking down notes and watching this, one of the notes that I kind of put together is it's a big movie thing. We've kind of talked about this before. We talked about it in Black Widow, and it pops up kind of all the time, really, if you think about it. People who write shows, they think things are, they think way more things are bulletproof than they actually are. Cars are the big culprit of this. Cars are not bulletproof at all. What else is not bulletproof are walls. So this is an apartment complex, and there are other apartment owners above, below, and to the sides, kind of all around. The idea that they need to get into a big gunfight here in an apartment building
Dangerous.
where walls are not bulletproof at all.
Well, they even
it's
make
one of the
use
reasons
of
the
that,
shotguns
don't
can
they?
use for
Because
home defense.
Punisher shoots through a wall to get someone in this very scene.
That's the second part. As I was typing that out, that note about it is incredibly irresponsible of the both of them, and it is out of character for the both of them, for them to be doing this fight here in this apartment complex with guns and everything. I see him literally shooting through the wall to get some guys, and I'm like, well, shit. That's fate for you.
Yeah. So what has happened here, if it's not already been made clear, is we've talked a couple of times in this season what they've done to Daredevil, and I specifically mean Daredevil, like not Matt Murdock, like the process of what does it mean to be watching a Daredevil action scene. It's like, well, he's got to go brutal, there's got to be some blood, and he's got to be like yelling here and there, he's got to be going unhinged, because that's it, that's the character. And I'll always go back to J.J. Abrams describing Han Solo as he's the guy with the gun. That's the character. Yeah. It's just like, Jesus fucking Christ, you moron. So the same thing, which shouldn't surprise anybody, has happened to Punisher. Who's Punisher? He's the guy with the gun.
He's the guy who shoots bad guys.
He'll kill people. He'll execute them. He's got the guns, and that's what he does. So, this sequence is already running through, and what we've already covered, I think, assesses, it's like, why are we doing Meathead Punisher where he hasn't thought anything through? Like, Matt has the time to put on this fucking costume, even if Punisher only had 2 minutes to prep. You'd think he could do better than this, but we happen to know he had ages to fucking prep. He knew those guys were going to be coming in here eventually before he'd even, like, entered the building. So this is just a pure nonsense that's so frustrating, but, it's not as bad as some guy he puts his head into a table, and then, like, I'm gonna have to show this piece by piece because it's so remarkably stupid. Shoots him in the head once, he just did, if you saw the light there. Twice, 3 times, and he gets shot because he's so busy shooting someone in the head so many times that he loses focus, and some other guy just shoots him. I was actually quite surprised by this. Like, who the fuck do you think Frank Castle is? The man is, like, hyper efficient.
The angry man with a gun.
What is this? Where he's like, I must shoot your head until it's mush.
He stands out in the open and allows himself to be tagged.
Well, and look at where he gets shot here. It's actually, like...
It's weird. It's like a side view, but also the plate.
It's like he gets shot where Matt got shot, and it doesn't even do anything, really. Like, he still manages to run around and,
Well, hey, I mean, Matt didn't do anything, so... It's like, what?
Yeah, both sustain a gunshot wound that didn't do anything. What's the point of that?
That is such a weird bit of CG blood.
And everything.
Yeah, I can't actually see what they're trying to tell me here.
If we're in the realm of CG blood, why not have it glance off of his body armor? Actually show his body armor doing it. Not that armor does anything anymore for any reason whatsoever, but that would be something that would be less weird.
A lot of CG blood.
The CG blood is really distracting in this show in particular, for reasons we've gone over.
Well, it's just you got that, and you've also got kind of like distracting CG like exit wounds and stuff as well. It's all like not very convincing at all. And of course, the fun part about this scene is that it's now again Daredevil. Many of the action scene, I mean, most of the Daredevil stuff happens at night. Yet those, there's still a good amount of visual clarity in those scenes, and particularly in the action sequences. But I don't know what it is with like Marvel stuff in particular. They don't know how to shoot stuff at night because everything like blurs together. Everything is dark. The characters themselves like sort of blend in with the background rather than there being like sharp contrast or prominent lighting that highlights the characters.
There's no striking. There's not a. There's never that. They don't play with silhouettes. They don't play with like a single or particular light source. Nope. They don't have glow sticks around or like a flashlight sitting on the ground or being used. It's also difficult to track and confusing.
Yep. It's pretty annoying.
Progresses, he like does his iconic sounds constantly.
That is the flanderization version of if Daredevil's is then Frank's is
and they have him like Daredevil's trying to, I guess, pragmatically prevent everyone from fucking getting shot, while they have Punisher tackle a dude and then just stab, and then they have him slow-mo look up at Daredevil with this expression, and I was just like, who is this guy? Why have we made Punisher fucking Bullseye? where he's just like psychotic.
Yeah, it's
Bullseye. That's the guy with a gun.
Oh yeah.
yeah.
But
I mean,
I love Bullseye.
I like Frank.
He's the heart of Star Wars.
Frank is so efficient. Like the thing I miss about it is it's just like one shot, one kill, move on. You know.
He used to be a John Wicky kind of guy.
But
Good
now,
John
but now
Wick.
it's just like he's just super unhinged and desperate for blood. That's Frank. You're like, okay.
But yeah, I mean that's the fight. And they take them all out. With Frank killing most of them, by the looks of it. It's hard to kind of keep track of how many people have been taken out or anything like that, but that's it, and most of them are dead. But the prominent evil cop North, he got pinned to the wall with a knife.
The mini boss,
And,
the one that matters.
And they find Frank finds a bullet casing with the Punisher logo on it. This is the guy. This is the guy who killed Hector.
Why do you leave calling cards? Ugh.
It's pretty stupid, and then it's pretty funny as well that like Daredevil, like he so slowly approaches the guy that he's able to radio in that Frank Castle is present before he finally takes away the microphone. It's like, you might want to hurry the fuck up, because obviously this will be relevant for later, them knowing that Frank is in
Daredevil.
town.
The second the guy goes to reach for it, he would know what he's doing, and then he could be able to throw the baton at the walkie-talkie. But he just doesn't. Yeah. He's just like, no, you can get a message out to your friends. Go ahead.
And he does, and then Matt, he recalls winning in court with Hector, and then he remembers hanging out with Foggy and Karen. And then Frank is off on the side like, do it. And he don't want to, but then Frank tries to do it, and Matt steps in the way. And then Frank just casually executes another wounded cop.
Could have stopped him.
And then the two start fighting. He could have stopped him, and then they start arguing and pushing each other around. And it's just look at him go, look at him arguing.
Again, they're not understanding why the conflict is meaningful and what it's supposed to do to the characters to not follow, because like these two, they're just definitively different on this subject, and we've tried to cover it in different seasons. Of course, it's not been pushed to a level where either of them have to disable the other in a significant way to like. Say for example, like if Punisher really wanted this guy dead, he has to actually shoot through Daredevil, something like that. Like that, we've never gone to that point. But you could maybe try and write something that we get to that point. Imagine it was Punisher's shot that Daredevil took for Kingpin. That would really create a pretty unique circumstance if you wrote it. But what's happening here is kind of the joke version, as far as I'm concerned. Because I saw it was some tweet saying, I'm so fucking glad to have the Daredevil Punisher morality conflict back. It's been so long. It's like, you don't have anything back. This is a joke. When Punisher's executing people in front of Daredevil, that should be like catastrophically wrong morally. It shouldn't be the kind of thing that goes, Punisher.
He sees it as murder.
Silly, stop it. He's like, oh, you can't help yourself. But by the time, as we mentioned, they get down to the street, it's back to, you're an asshole. Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, they start arguing over who takes shotgun in the car, for example. But like, it's not even enough, I don't think, to want to have the Daredevil Punisher conflict back. You shouldn't want just to repeat the good thing that was good the last time it was done. You need it to be taken to a brand new place. And like the setting for this is so incredibly rich. I know, like, notwithstanding the fact that we have to see Daredevil fighting, but if we pretend that we're grown-ups for a second and write the scene as it demands to be written, it's so powerful to have Daredevil kind of watching as his entire world has just collapsed. Frank can even throw this at him, like everything, all his faith in the system, everything he's ever stood for and fought for is gone. This is his world now, and Daredevil is kind of powerless to stop it. The only way he's getting out is if Frank rescues him, and Frank will rescue him in his own way. It's Daredevil's second act low point. In a weird way, it's Frank Castle's kind of ascendancy moment. That's so much more powerful than this weird kind of pastiche fight scene thing where they pretend to be having an argument they've already had but don't have. And I still kind of think that even people who applaud the fight scene would have preferred it. I like to believe, maybe naively, they would have preferred it had the scene been written to be powerful as opposed to just being a reference gallery.
I am inclined to agree completely, and this stinks of people who are trying to copy shit that they could never create. They're like, I know what works about it. Punisher shoots people and kills people. Daredevil yells and punches, and the two of them are like, hey, you shouldn't kill. Hey, you should kill. You shouldn't. You should. You shouldn't. You should. And then that's that, and we can move on.
Well, yeah, because we're
Wow.
about to move on. Because if they're having this argument, a grenade just gets tossed into the apartment.
It is
I don't know
actually.
who threw it.
It is.
But-
I don't know what the term for this is, but it's a form of Deus Ex Machina to me. It is the writers are rescuing the writers themselves from.
Yeah, we're done with the argument. We're done with this.
It's not even done with this. Like, we need an escape
Oh,
hatch,
but-
please. And it's like, here's a grenade. There you go.
You need an escape hatch, and you also need to make sure that all of these cops are dead. Because they would at this point have very good reason to know at this point that Matt is Daredevil, which maybe they didn't get told. And it's like, yeah, you got to close the door on that. All these evil cops, they got to go, and that's what this is. Grenade gets tossed in. They run. They jump off the building. Matt grabs him and throws his baton. And it's, as was pointed out before, why the fuck didn't you just leave straight away?
You could have just
Why
left.
did you even pick this fight? You picked this fight. You knew that Frank was going to kill him if you did it, and you let it happen. So this is quite bad for Daredevil, obviously.
Also, I think I have to say this is kind of amusing. Frank is ahead of Daredevil. He's just jumping out of the building.
He's just jumping. Yeah, he doesn't know that Matt's ready to jump him.
He's just gonna die if Matt doesn't grab him. Which, by the way, that is the bullet wound arm.
Oh shit!
Yes, it is. That is the bullet wound arm. You're
That
right.
is a
And also,
weak fucking arm to hold a man with.
Frank is a guy. Like he's a big old boy with big muscles and everything. He's a big guy, and it's just like, man, that's going to be hard. Now, of course, they land on
Someone's an aim for the bushes.
There goes my hero. Watch him as they go.
It's
Yeah,
so
they
fucking
survive
stupid.
in
They
the
can't stop being stupid as fuck constantly.
The apartment blows up, and it blows up really big. It destroys the whole thing. And what you're saying? People on Twitter were saying this is representative of them destroying.
Yeah, this was peak fire. We're back. This was peak fire. We're back. Even High Top said this was amazing.
How do they account for the majority of the ending montage being about all the new characters rather than the old characters?
Well, we can get there when we get there, I suppose.
Don't remember them. Just remember them.
Yeah. Well, you gotta show me some of these. It's like if what people are saying, it's driving me crazy. Like what do people what did he say about this?
So this was basically like, actually this is perfect as well, the visual. So when they jump down, I guess the grenade goes off and it looks like it fucking wipes out more than just Matt's apartment.
Yeah.
Anyway, High Top's assessment of this was as soon as you exit the old team's work, it becomes very clear you're dealing with a passionate team that adore the Netflix show and are trying desperately to get it back on track. And that's evidenced by the fact that all of our favorite characters are back and that they've destroyed the hideous new IKEA apartment, and that they, obviously prompting that Daredevil may very well end up back in his regular one, and that it's much more meaningful. I think he even mentions the shoes on the clothesline. You get a shot of that after this is done. Yeah, there.
Yeah, you do.
And he said, like, this is an obvious signal from the people who are making this that, hey, we're going back. We're not doing the crazy shit they've been doing this whole season. It's going to be great. But, of course, to me, it's just like, I don't care if Punisher is here or if Karen is here or if even fucking Matt Murdock and Daredevil are here. If they're shit, why would I want them here if this is what they get treated like?
They used to be. Yeah, if anything, it's better that they get spared. Because, Karen, in a sense, even though she had a lot of damage right at the start, benefits from not having to be a participant in this story.
Well, I can't believe
how often that happens.
The thing is, I can't even say this as an excuse for him, really. I'd be like, oh, maybe he's so invested he can't, see straight. But it's like, we were pretty invested in this. So I don't think...
I don't know what I'm meant to do. It's just it's a yet another example of, like, damn, I thought we all liked the original show for the same reasons. Guess not. Oh well,
it's like Star Wars. It's like Arcane. It's like everything else.
The Star Wars example is really good though, because it's like it's the J.J. Ryan Johnson thing again. It's like you just writing an incredibly dumb thing but exploding something that you don't like isn't good writing. You can't just visually say, "Oh, we hated the other thing too." Like, that's fine, but you still have to write a story that makes some sense. It might be satisfying for you if you didn't like what the other team did to do it, but you've still produced shit yourself.
Yeah, it's the fucking Terminator shit. I don't see how this is correcting anything. And we're almost there. But the revelation about Red Hook, I don't know how anyone could ever think that the show is well written with that one.
Writing. Man, that's some good writing right there.
Yeah, like it's... Well, Catastrophic barely covers it. It's the kind of thing that's just like, there's no writing here. This is just the writers saying to the audience, shut the fuck up. He's like, okay, jeez.
So yeah, as was pointed out, they as they're limping away, Matt says, "You're an asshole, Frank," and Frank says, "Yeah, I know." And then a car pulls up behind them. Karen steps out. It's Karen. Remember Karen? She's been gone all season.
Aaron,
You've got a lot of explaining to do that you won't do at all.
I heard the explosion and came.
Well, yeah. Now this is a part that gets a bit confusing. I think we're to conclude she just arrived. She just got here. Like, not
That would
she
be
met
the
Frank at some
least
point.
amount of.
And
Well, she should have been here ages ago, but.
Well, because you know, she explains that when she found out that Dex escaped prison, she called Frank, got on a plane. And like Karen and Frank share a bit of a reunion moment in the
She
lair,
didn't call Matt?
in Frank's lair. No, she didn't. No, she called Frank. But it's more so that
Okay.
they have a reunion moment that only really makes sense if they haven't actually like physically seen each other yet.
Mm-hmm.
So I think we're to conclude that she called Frank. Frank got there, and Karen like showed up right when they needed the lift. Like the plane arrived just in time. She picked him up, took him to the lair. All good.
Just to get the timeline properly established in my head. So when she finds out that Bullseye's out of prison, which she probably only found out after the attack on the mayor,
Yes,
that's when she calls Frank and also books a flight, gets on an airplane, flies from wherever it was she was, which is like the other side of the country, right? Yeah, and then lands, and then gets in the car, and then gets here just in time to pick them up from a grenade explosion.
Pretty silly.
Suddenly.
Pretty silly. Then. Obviously, plainly silly, but yeah. But that's it. She called Frank because she wants someone to look out for him. And Frank offers her coffee, and they have a little moment because, you know, Karen was in Punisher. Punisher, it was a big part of her story. Yeah, that's that. And then Karen notes that it was bold of Fisk to go after Matt instead of Daredevil, which is kind of funny when, like, he's done that before. He did that in the prison in season 3.
So yeah, her brain's fallen out of his skull already. It's like he despises Matt Murdock. He has gone after him several times, even personally beaten the fuck out of him in the prison when he revealed he was. Yeah. So like, I don't know what the hell she's talking about. This has happened before. But secondly, how do you know that this was an attempt on Matt Murdock rather than Daredevil when, of course, he wants to get rid of Daredevil? As much as to Kingpin, they're essentially the same. I know the point she's making, but at the same time, it's like he's trying to wipe out Matt because he wants to get rid of Daredevil. Like
I remember, you know that because you fucking you essentially confirmed it for him unwittingly.
But like, it's such a strange line. It's happened before, and it technically applies to this scenario. I don't even know what she's like. Why did they have her say this? Why do they have them say anything?
Well, it prompts because this prompts Matt to explain that Vanessa hired Dex to kill Foggy, which is kind of like an unrelated point. Doesn't really have anything to do with it. And then this is the great part. Karen says that the case files are in storage, and they're like, "Yeah, all right, let's go take a look." What?
All right,
let's go. You just could have looked at them right from the start.
Well, it wasn't an objective. They hadn't unlocked that side mission yet, so if you go to the place before the side mission, you're not allowed to interact with it.
Yeah, that's true.
You gotta talk to the quest giver first before it unlocks.
Also,
what is their plan for this? It's like, so at the moment, the mayor is about to, well, he already is now a dictator, and he's just tried to assassinate you in hospital. I don't think at any point did they try to tie this investigation into taking Fisk down, or is this just the thing they're doing because it's time for them to do the thing?
Well, it turns out basically that what Foggy would get onto will sort of tie into the grand plan, but you're right, like it's not, right now, it's not very pressing, because for all you know, the reason why Foggy got killed by Vanessa doesn't really have anything to do with Fisk becoming mayor, because remember, it happened well before Fisk became mayor. It happened a year before Fisk became mayor. Before it even, returned. So the correlation is not necessarily there, but clearly that's Matt's priority at the moment, even though there's a power outage in all of New York, and Fisk is basically sending his, like, fucking militia.
Unless they very clearly think that solving this case is the way to take down Fisk, there isn't really a reason for them to be going back to this case at this precise moment, except that it's where the script says they have to.
Well, there is that.
Yeah. The script is telling them to do that, though. And it's a good reason to split them up, because they asked Frank to join them, but he doesn't want to. He says the Inspector Gadget thing isn't for him. And
I hate this
Karen-
line.
I know you do.
First off, I don't. First
I know
off,
you
it doesn't
do.
make sense. Why Inspector Gadget? Inspector Gadget is technically a detective, but it's not really like his big
It's such
deal.
a
It's
cringy
the
attempt.
Gadget
It's not what
part.
Frank would say. The writers thought they were clever for that one. But I mean, Frank, guns are tools. Grenades, they're kind of technically a gadget in a way. Like, what are claymores? Traps, preparation,
He's more
weapons,
of a, yeah.
subversion. Who is this fucking idiot? Like, I don't want to listen to this guy anymore. It's like, oh, I don't do that. I use a club. That's just much more straightforward. It's like, what the fuck have you done to him? He's a smart man who has, like, expert understanding of all kinds of weaponry and gadgets.
Yeah, tools are force multipliers. I like those. I use them. I have an arsenal. We
He's like
saw
a
his big
caveman
arsenal
now.
early on in this show in his hideout. All his guns and everything.
I just, like, stop trying to make him a meathead. That's not the character.
Yeah.
It's
but,
Punisher. He just
says
uses a big club. That's it. It's a really big caveman one.
He says he don't care, and Karen points out that she doesn't believe that, because obviously he cares. And they leave. And then we got a great Daniel scene where he just brazenly threatens the city council into supporting Fisk's Safer Streets initiative by just like holding blackmail over their heads. That's the scene.
Because at some point they've discovered that all of these councillors are corrupt. It would have been sure nice if we'd had even a hint that they were investigating this. Like, why not have Fisk say, let's see what dirt we can get on the councillors? But no.
It's
if
so
anything,
pathetic.
if the counselors use this to expose Fisk, they might just get forgiveness for any of their previous corruption.
So it's going to be easy to write season 2 and the downfall of Fisk because you could pick anything. All of this is viable to take him down at any point. So just whatever you want. Because yes, the how do we get the council to be completely on board with this? And one writer said, oh, well, like in a lot of the corruption-y stuff, you kind of do like a leverage of like, oh, we know you have accounts and blah, 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 or you did this, or you did that, right? And it's like, yeah, just do that with all of them.
Well, you know how
Sweet.
You know how all politicians are corrupt, all of them, every single one. And it's not like they took an extra cookie from the cookie jar or anything like that. No, they're all engaged in corruption so deep and illegal that they can essentially be blackmailed into doing anything for fear of it being exposed.
Like, when you consider the alternative, it's like you have a suspicious amount of money in a Swiss bank account, and if that was discovered, you might maybe go to prison. The alternative is that you side with a mayor who'll probably end up instigating the Nuremberg trials Mark II, and you should go along with him instead.
Yeah. And it basically,
you know what? I'll just take the suspicious money in a foreign bank account. I mean, that's basically that's like the requirement to be a politician anyway in this world, I guess. So that's
like,
normal.
It really is a stupid thing because like this kind of plan only works if you literally meet not a single person who has a spine. All it takes is one person go like, oh, fuck you. Like the fact that you've done that, you're done. And then you're finished. That's it. All it takes is one person. But instead it's like, no, Daniel, it's pretty effective. And they even have very evil lighting on his face to show like, look, he's turning into a monster, that Daniel. He went from just being like, man, Fisk is so cool to just being an asshole.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty stupid. Just really, really dumb. But that's the conclusion, is that that's going to work.
What is his attitude toward... He loves Mayor Fisk, fair enough. But he loves him for a reason, and the reason we've been given, to the extent we've been given any reason at all, is that, you know, he is actually kind of helping the poor people and, like, the working class people. He likes that he does that. He's never been portrayed as this evil psychopath up until basically this scene. So does nothing Fisk does actually weigh on his conscience at all? Does he not have one? Is he got no reflections on the state of the world?
His character is a sycophantic admirer of Fisk because of vibes.
Well, and it's kind of morphed into, he even finds it cool that people are like afraid of him. Like he likes that, which is, again, it's like,
could be something that
could be
do something with. You could do something. Maybe he, like, this is his first real taste of power. Maybe this is his ability to finally get something on the world that he's been bitter about. Maybe he just realizes, you know what? Like it's like Aegon in House of the Dragon, where all of a sudden he gets that taste of power at the coronation, and he's like, you know what? This is actually really awesome. I'm liking this.
But nope, that's it. And that's it. It's like, got him. And then we see This is what I mean. It's like chaos. We then see that there's chaos on the streets of New York. There's rioters and looters wreaking havoc. And then this one guy, he smashes a window to grab some stuff. And the evil cops find him. He surrenders. And then they just execute him. And then one of the evil cops is like, hey, now that was, you can't do that. And then he puts a fucking, the proto Daredevil mask on. It was like, no, he's a vigilante. So it's all good. So what?
They don't even put the mask on. They pull down his beanie a little bit, don't they?
Oh,
they just pull down his beanie over his eyes a little bit.
That it was that they had actually they were carrying like a proto Daredevil mask. You might be right.
I might have to take a look, but I think he just pulls it.
You might be right. Yeah, but
yeah, I think he just pulls the beanie down.
But still, it's like, yeah, see, look, he's like Daredevil, so it's all good. But also, especially if you want to avoid making the situation.
Also, by the way, it's just, isn't it silly that they found the vigilantes' plan is to cover their eyes so that they can't see, so they could be like Daredevil.
Yeah, but it's just, I don't know.
Also, do they know that Daredevil's blind?
No, they don't.
No.
If they
so
did,
why would they? Well, even if they did, it's like, well, they can't cover their eyes.
Through it. They don't know what's going on with Daredevil's mask. That's the thing. For all they know, he's got means of seeing through them.
Yeah, it's got eye marks.
It doesn't even.
I mean, obviously, like even like in universe, a bit of meta stuff, but like he can see. It's not like it blocks his vision really. So
the Rise are proud of themselves because they're like, look, we're gonna crank. They're gonna be an overly excessive force, and we're gonna show that through some kid loots some small thing, they execute him immediately, and even some guys like, bro, he's just a kid. And they're like, nah, he was a vigilante, ha ha ha. And it's like, oh my god, things are going so out of control. You just sort of sit there like, guys, this isn't even remotely viable anymore. You're just randomly shooting people down. This is like Rings of
Power. Yeah. It's like the Numenor plot coming back to haunt us, where you have like this cartoonishly goofy evil guy takes power, and nobody apparently has anything to say about it whatsoever.
So, Matt and Karen are scouring through Foggy's files. They're talking about how, Matt heard Karen's heartbeat when she saw him, and he chalks it up to, oh, the adrenaline, haha. And then they find an old heirloom which reads avocados at law, and then Matt explains the joke.
I feel like that should have been a reward for those who remember the Netflix show, but okay.
Yeah, but no, it's okay. No need for that.
In college.
And Matt holds Karen's hand and says she's glad that she came back. But now we're done with character because now we got to do plot.
Okay.
That's all you're getting right now. So this is the plot. This is the grand reveal. Karen finds the case files, and in a motion Foggy filed, Karen discovers that Foggy intended to argue that, quote, due to the unique nature of the Red Hook port location, no crime was committed in New York State or even the United States of America. Therefore, the court has no jurisdiction to prosecute. Foggy even made a photocopy of a nearly 200-year-old charter in which Red Hook was recognized as a free port, a fact which surprises both Matt and Karen. So somehow, only Foggy managed to figure out that a location in the most important city in the world exists beyond the jurisdiction of the United States government. And the reason why this is noteworthy and ties into the main plot is because Matt himself knows that Vanessa used Red Hook to store and trade art without having to go through customs or pay taxes, which is kind of irreconcilable with him being surprised by the legally ambiguous status of the place anyway. But Matt concludes based on this that Fisk's grand plan is to build his own city-state in New York free from the jurisdiction of the United States government.
This is one of the most retarded things I've ever seen on television.
Yes.
I mean, this is a cartoon.
Yes.
This is a cartoon villain plot. This is silly, and we need to stop.
You even have Matt be like realizing it in real time, being like, oh my god, they would be exempt from the jurisdiction of the state and the country. Like, you listen to yourself what you just said. There is a tiny little spot in the heart of America that you could just do whatever you could like start your own country in the middle of it or some shit that's completely exempt from influence.
Fisk is a sovereign citizen, okay? It says in the Confederate Charter that the laws of the living man are not to be infringed by
Well,
the body of
could
the
it be
There are
government.
the
free ports.
case?
Free ports are a thing. Free ports exist all around the world. Free ports are not unincorporated territories. They are
Well,
completely subject
No,
to the
no, no, no.
laws
What
and
it
the
is
regulations of the government, except in specific like trade arrangements, and that's kind of
no.
it.
There's a plot of land in New York, that is just this underdeveloped place where you can do whatever you want and nobody can stop you.
she says explicitly, Vanessa can launder money legally there.
It's like,
what?
No.
Why? Apparently, she
If
doesn't
I-
need your help to do that. But like, all right.
What the fuck are you
If
talking
that were
about?
the case, it would be the busiest port in the entire world.
why is
because
this a
literally
shock?
anyone can do literally anything there.
Why are the only people that know about this fucking Fisk, Vanessa, and Foggy? What is going
How is it that
on?
nobody in New York City, the most important city in the world, didn't know that there's a tiny little bit of underdeveloped land where you could just do anything you want and nobody can stop you?
Here's the thing. If you pause and read the charter that she's holding, it says, the administration and oversight of the free port status of the port of Red Hook shall be entrusted to the duly appointed officers and officials of the state of New York, who shall be responsible for ensuring compliance with the stipulated regulations and the prevention of any abuses or fraudulent practices.
Exactly, which is what a normal free port is, and it completely contradicts with what
that
they
is not
say
a,
that
yeah,
the free
that's
port
not at
is.
all what they just said. Like that's
Sounds
not
like
that.
it's just a part of the city, really.
Well, what's funny is this very well may have been taken from like an actual thing, like and they printed it out or something. This sounds kind of official. So I'd just be like, wait, did you guys like not read this? Because that's not what it says.
Yeah, because the way that it's being presented is if in the middle of New York that there's like this area of like unrecognized, like unclaimed land that like belongs to nobody. No country claims it, like no country has ownership over it. It's just this little land where you can set it up. I saw someone in chat mention it's like Pretoria and Family
Yes,
Guy.
Pretoria.
You just go there and build like a little country there for yourself. And of course, if it's like essentially legally beyond the jurisdiction of New York, how the fuck does the mayor of New York build anything there? How can he do that? Why wouldn't everybody immediately be like, oh, you can't though, because this is not your land, it's not in your jurisdiction? This is so stupid. It's so stupid that it's hard to like figure out which exact problem
By
to
the way,
point to
like,
as being the most prominent one.
I can't believe
even the one.
I can't believe I wish we had more of the hand plot.
I know, right?
Yeah.
The above one. All goods, wares, and merchandise imported into or exported from the port of Red Hook shall be exempt from the imposition of any customs duties, taxes, or tariffs as prescribed by the laws of the state of New York, provided they meet the criteria set forth by the governing authorities.
It's
What the
appeal,
fuck?
That is
Oh,
the
well, that's
entire
the-
appeal of a
that's
free port. Is the government
important.
can just determine that you are not exempt, that you are exempt from customs, basically, and we can determine on what goods you're exempt from customs in a free port. It's like any other port, you would have to pay these duties. In this one, and in these specific cases, you don't have to do that. That's all it is. So Kingpin, who is already mayor of New York City, who's just taken absolute command of New York City with his own private army, is using the mayoralty to claim a tiny patch of land to build something way smaller and less profitable than what he's already in control of. Good plan.
Sounds like a lot of hoops to jump through, yeah. When Vanessa's already doing such an insanely good job,
Exactly.
just let Vanessa be the bestest ever at being a criminal lord enterprising mastermind.
Absolutely fucking insane, and that's the story they're telling. Fuck you.
That's the plan. And that's why Foggy died, because he accidentally stumbled across this political reality while trying to prove that his client couldn't be prosecuted because of an unrelated thing that happened in Red Hook.
And this was going to destroy
Foggy's
everything for
dead.
Vanessa and Fisk's whole plan to
Because
be able to
apparently nobody else in New York was
No.
aware of the charter of the free port of Red Hook in New York.
that you
No one since
so you can cross a
1855
border
in
and
a
just
state with
murder
its
people
high-
there, and it wouldn't matter. Like that's what the way they're
Apparently
treating
not.
this. Like if you want to
they're
execute an
presenting it
enemy,
as
just
the
drag
idea
them
that he
into
can
Red Hook.
actually- That he can essentially build a place where he's just immune from
Like it's
everything. Nobody
international
can do
waters or
anything.
some shit. Like,
Yeah.
it's so nonsense.
Really, really stupid. Plainly stupid. But that's it. That's Fisk's grand plan.
But what
That's
does he
why
imagine
Foggy
will
had
happen
died.
when he's voted out
Why
of
did he need
office,
to
which
become...
he will be because of how evil his plan is? what does he expect will happen to his Freeport once he is no longer the mayor? Like,
well, no,
does
laws
Why
can't
does he
change.
need to be the mayor?
It's not like things can change. It's not like the rules could just be changed to ruin everything for him. That's
Especially
not
once it
possible.
becomes
why
public.
would you? Yeah, why would
You're
you
like,
have
oh
it
wait,
so?
was that what that thing is?
So
Okay, then we'll change that.
Season
You're
1,
calling
Fisk was
more
doing this
attention
all
to it.
underhandedly, underworld, like all this
Yep.
crazy, clever, secret shit. But now it's like the most public declaration of I am going to be evil. Like you can't stop me until, of course, you
Again, it was
can.
part of Fisk's strategy for a long time until he essentially felt like he had to come out
Why-
into the
I
open
mean,
was to stick to the shadows.
If let's pretend for a second that all of this was true, as the characters have actually stated it. Don't you think America would just invade this tiny country that's inside them? Like, and just be like, "Give it back, you stupid fuck!" You try to like
And by
kill
that,
people.
they send like 4 cops
Yeah.
to be like, all right, you're part of America.
I mean,
Well,
again?
it would be like in Team America where he visits Kim Jong Il. It's like, we will be very angry with you, and we will write a letter telling you how angry we are.
to be
That's all
honest, they
they're gonna
actually,
do.
I could actually see them just being like, "We'll just let it play out. It'll destroy itself. This is the most insane, absurd nonsense. Why would we waste material doing anything about it?"
Because I saw someone mention it, but you might remember that in The Falcon and the Winter Soldier, they had a place called Madripoor,
Yes.
which was
Right.
essentially meant to be some other place that had no laws, yet they had skyscrapers. How you building skyscrapers, you got no laws. Like, what, you got no building codes, but you're building these massive skyscrapers? Like, the idea that there can even be, like, an actual, like, sustained, lawless place. I don't know what the... Why would they write this? Like,
I
you know
don't
what I mean?
know. This is
Like-
the plot of Daredevil now? This is like a Saturday morning cartoon. This is like Lex Luthor when he's trying to set off the fault lines for real estate. Like, this is like cartoonishly stupid and evil. Why does he need to be mayor to do this stupid plot? Just be the mega kingpin
That's the thing.
boss of the
They keep
underworld.
trying to insist that him being mayor makes things easier when it almost certainly makes things harder, because now you got to deal with all of the difficulties of like governing and all of the
public-facing
ways
aspect and the
follow
laws that you
down.
have to
The fact that
follow.
you are accountable to them. When if you're in business, you know, you're not necessarily going to be accountable to the public. You know, it depends on what kind of business you have, but like it's just the idea that this is presented as being better. But part of it is because it's become like a farce. Oh, there's like this area where he's going to build this city-state, and he's got a whole group of insanely, bizarrely loyal, evil, corrupt cops who will do everything that they want. Like, where he doesn't even have to give them anything or use leverage against them. Like, these are all just people who are sycophantically loyal to him, which is not the situation he had before, where it was all essentially a bunch of people with their own interests who had to mutually cooperate or alternatively be coerced into action. Instead, now it's like way simpler. For some reason, a whole bunch of evil, corrupt cops love Fisk, want to work for him in the city-state that he's building where he can do whatever he wants. Forgetting all of his history and everything. It's just stupid. Really, really dumb.
Correct.
But that's it. That's the plan. But the dumb stuff, we got a big blast right here.
Yeah.
So Frank, he's listening on, he got that radio and he's listening to it. And some officers, evil cops, announce their intention to fall back to Red Hook. So Frank heads right there. And he just comes face to face with a wall of cops. He just goes face to face with them and then attacks them head on. And naturally, it doesn't go very well for him. He takes out a few of them, but he gets subdued. It's like, what are you doing?
It's everything that we've said about what they've done with him now. He's walking toward people who are better. They have shields, all the armor. They can see him in full view. He's got no backup plans whatsoever. And someone comes up behind him with a gun to his head. And the only reason he's not dead is because they decided not to pull the trigger because he is Frank Castle. They're kind of confused as to what the fuck is going on. But then it's like the fight begins, and so he just brawls with a shit ton of people while going, "Whoa!" And that's it. That's what he does. That's who Punisher is.
Mm-hmm.
I noticed a funny thing in the fight, though,
What's
that I think is worth mentioning because it stood out to me. Right, so there's only one cop in this scene that Frank doesn't kill horrifically with either shooting or stabbing or throwing sharp
girl.
objects into their face, and it is the girl who he only kicks.
He also gets shot a bazillion times, but they just keep showing spark and dust.
It's okay. It's non-lethal, so that's how it works. Even though Non-lethal can also be lethal, particularly.
That's why it's called less lethal. If you ever watch like body cam footage and stuff like that, they always say less lethal. They don't say
I remember
non-lethal.
it was something in Jackass where Johnny Knoxville got like shot with a beanbag gun, and the guy described it as less lethal or something along those lines, not non-lethal.
Frank could have killed all these guys from the Frank from season 2. I don't know who this guy is.
Case, he decided to charge head because we need him to get captured. We need this, and you will see why they need it. This is essentially the sloppy way that they want to get to, the scenes that they want. But he gets captured. So yeah, good job, Frank.
Yeah.
Fucking fool. And then we see that Sheila, she recorded Gallo announcing his intention to take down Fisk, and she's crying in the hallway because she's spineless.
There you go.
Spineless lady.
The arc is complete.
So, yeah. And then Gallo gets in his car. The doors are locked. His driver is being replaced with a member of Fisk's task force. And for some reason, he doesn't really do anything about this. He sort of allows this to happen. I don't know why. I don't know why he would allow this to happen.
You may as well. We could just knock out Gallo's story now.
Yeah. We'll split him up. So, Gallo gets brought to Fisk, who has a bunch of evil cops with him. And Fisk tells Gallo that he was never really on the side of his officers, seemingly forgetting that half the force was going to quit with Gallo when he was going to resign. So I don't know what's happened.
His first meeting with them was at the funeral of one of his officers. So no.
Gallo was. The show said he was really popular. So what happened? How did he go from being super popular to not at all? It just doesn't. It doesn't follow. But then, it's nearly over for him anyway. He tells Fisk that he can never stop being Kingpin.
Well,
Fisk knocks Gallo. Yeah.
It's the line from Gallo on his way in where he says, you can't get away with this. I am the commissioner. I was like, you... Look where you are, motherfucker. What do you think is going to happen here?
Exactly. This overconfidence is not going to go well for him because he gets knocked to the ground and Fisk starts crushing his fucking head with his bare hands, and it ends with him ripping his... Yeah?
Just before we get to the gratuitous violence that shouldn't be in the show, another thing that just reminded of, didn't Kingpin veto overtime pay, pensions... extra training, everything that the rank and file had basically asked for. Is the show trying to say that he pinned the blame for that on the commissioner and they forgot to include that scene? Or have they just forgotten about it?
It's not even
That's not possible.
Not possible.
You have to be the one to sign off on it.
To do that, yeah. So basically, you've just got a situation where you've got a bunch of evil cops who are now evil and they don't like Gallo and they don't like being good people or trying to do the right thing at all. It's like comically evil because again, they're all sat there watching this as Fisk starts crushing Gallo's head, which ends with him ripping his jaw off, and they all just watch this. And a few of them flinch, but that's it. They're all cool with that. They literally watched the mayor of New York rip the police commissioner's jaw off of his head, and none of them are bothered. They're not going to do anything about it. They don't care.
For some reason, a lot of people shared this
Twitter
online as
this.
a return to form. And I was like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Like, yeah, this is for Twitter. This whole thing is for Twitter.
I was quite surprised with this.
Like, here's the thing. Mortal Kombat is goofy. Mortal Kombat is not like really like something that's squeamish because it's all like absurd, right? Like everything that happens is like crazy and ridiculous. Compared to something, like Saw, which is obviously over the top, but is trying more to essentially like
gross you out,
ground the violence in a sense. There is a point when it just almost becomes like goofy. I think this crosses the threshold. The idea of like Kingpin with his bare hands ripping his jaw off feels like something that fucking Scorpion would do.
If someone said like, "Oh, this is just like when he hit someone so hard with a car door that it like severed their head," I'd just be like, "Well, but you need to go watch that scene and then watch this one and notice the very specific and obvious differences." And the way it's portrayed, like as a brutal act that introduces you to an aspect of Kingpin that you maybe didn't fully understand, while this one, I don't even know what to fucking say about this. It's just like,
like I don't know what to say. This is Mortal Kombat to me, which means that it ceases to have the intended effect there is a point where you push it too far and it just becomes like goofy, and this is that. This is just silly.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, this doesn't match. It's interesting. I saw some discussion about this. Different people are more or less okay with it, depending on their perspective. But someone did describe it as like fucking awesome or whatever. And I think it was Cosmonaut of all people who said, this is also the show that has Kamala Khan's dad joyfully and wholesomely talking about how wonderful she is, and Matt smiling warmly at the camera. And I guess his point was just trying to be, when the hell were we expecting something like this to be in this show?
Yeah, it's purely there for shock value, and it doesn't even really match like anything that was present in the rest of it.
Well, like, even then, what is it trying to shock us with? Like, we know Fisk will kill people. He does stuff like this. Like, it's implied that he could do it. Like, what is this telling us about him that we didn't already know? Like, we get it.
I don't, because there's a time and a place for everything, and I just, like, because I want to give some credit, I guess, to the prosthetic and the work that would have gone into making this real, quote-unquote. And they've shared videos about it, and they obviously would have had some touch-ups with CG or whatever, so a lot of practical work and the effort, and I understand the best version of this and what it's trying to achieve, but I just be like, it's unfortunate you didn't have the foresight to understand, like, this is not the show you've made.
Yep.
No.
I mean, the F-bombs coming out of nowhere in this universe were one thing, but to the point where it's like, I guess it's just an element of the world building in the MCU that swearing isn't really that common. It's not really culturally something that seems to be a thing. The first time that they swore,
open the fucking door in Guardians 3. It's the first time that anybody said fuck.
Which was a really good one, but like, I mean, it was really good. It was very funny. It's a small oasis in that movie otherwise, I guess.
Yeah.
But oh man, that Bat
There's a big
family
difference
died
in
and no one gave a shit.
Kingpin's character kind of entailed by it as well, because it's been a little while now since I've seen the bit where he smashes the guy's head in the door. But from what I remember, he's kind of like that Kingpin was prone to losing control to his anger.
Yeah,
and he had
that was a bad decision.
And angered.
Yeah, that was
it wasn't like
decision.
He let his anger sort of take over
of
himself. He always inhabits this sort of tense period where he's balancing between excess and control. And it's understood in that context that this is him losing control because of a specific act that has specifically wronged and hurt him when he was kind of at his most vulnerable. And so he loses control and smashes the guy's head against the door. This one, what is it? It's so
he's doing it because he
evil.
knows there's a camera there that's going to record it, so people on Twitter can talk about how Daredevil is back, because that's what Daredevil is. It's violent. That's what makes Daredevil what it is that there's violence in it.
Like, and then doing it in front of your own men as well.
And all of them just go along with it. They're evil. That's it. They're just comically evil. The idea that all of these guys would see the mayor of New York rip the police commissioner's jaw off of his head, and they're all just like, yeah, okay, we'll keep working with this guy. It's just stupid.
I mean, it's more likely to put people off working with you.
It's more likely
than it is to get them on side,
to just
right?
shoot him in the head. To just be like, nah, this guy's got to go. Like, this is the kind of thing that would really cause problems. It's just stupid. But yeah, it's just, Daredevil violence. That's what it is. I don't know. I just find it stupid. To me, it's like I said, it feels like I'm watching fucking Sub-Zero perform a fatality here or something. Like, it's just...
Yeah, which, by the way, if they include that in Mortal Kombat 2, we'll be more than overjoyed about it, especially Johnny Cage punching people in the balls. But
Mortal Kombat, yeah.
Because the context of that is, if they get it right, gonna be goofy and fun, while being a bit badass where it can, you know? But like that's not what this is supposed to be.
And they've broken the script so many different ways to achieve it. Like, they've kept this character around so much longer than he should have been around for. And then they had him not leave the city when he should have left the city, and not called people when he should have called people, and then not tried to resist getting in the car even though he knew he was going to be carried off. And it's like everything has been contorted to achieve this payoff, and it's paying off nothing except gratuitous nastiness. It's just, I don't need it. I would much rather have had a less gory and significantly better show than see Kingpin rip a guy's jaw off.
Yep. It's just, That's that though. And then we got Frank, and he's tied up in a chair, surrounded by a bunch of evil cops with Punisher logos painted on their armor. And Powell, he sits down. He's like, Frank, you're an inspiration. We want you to join the task force. And Frank calls the evil cops clowns before saying, and I know that this was something you wanted to talk about, Mubes, where he's calling them clowns, and then he says, "You think you know my pain? You think you know my loss?" Would Frank say this to them?
Well, so the way I would summarize everything, right? By the way, this is cut back to a couple of times. You wouldn't expect that this is the totality of the coverage, but he basically says, like, you admire me, you're a bunch of clowns, I wouldn't piss on you if you were on fire, you're clowns, this is a circus, you don't know my pain, you don't know my loss. And that's about it. Then you get them knocking him out, and that's the last we see in that sequence.
Yeah, because they're big mad.
The thing about this is there's a bit of meta to this. There was a concern with the initial run, the original team, they were going to make, you know, anyone who uses the Punisher logo that isn't, well, I guess it was like aligned with any kind of enforcement is getting the wrong idea, and so we're going to have a storyline that kind of represents that. Now, we're so fucking far away by having the task force are hilarious. Like, it's the idea that anyone's going to draw anything meaningful out of this is well beyond fucking impossible. But if that was the idea, I saw a lot of people who were like, you know, I hope it stays in. Depending on your preferences, I hope it doesn't stay in. And of course, all I want is to get the most meaningful sort of expression of this situation out of the story. There's something interesting about I don't know, just people who try to copy. You kind of like the Dark Knight kind of covered this a little bit, right, with Batman copycats, and then you know, Bruce's perspective seems to be like, you shouldn't be fucking doing this because you're not ready for it. You don't have the kind of backing that I do. It's not something they pursue in that film as much as other themes, but you know, it's present, and it's like, so here, what is the meaning of the scene? What do we get out of it? It's like, well, what does Frank know about these people? What do they know about him? And then how do you compare? Where can we go with that? But it's like, no, you're clowns, you're clowns, you're clowns. I wouldn't piss on you if you were on fire. You don't know anything about me. End of scene. When it's like, why wouldn't we want a more interesting conversation? We could have actually seen what their motivation is, like a genuine expression of their motivation. Then Frank could have kicked it down. Like, they could have been like, oh, you know, this world is toxic. It's filled with all kinds of disgusting evildoers who just take what they want and do what they want. And you, of course, throw it back at them. It's like, that's exactly what you're doing. You just, you know, you do it officially as far as you're concerned, and you clearly enjoy it, blah, blah. And then Frank would be like, have you not tracked my story at all? Do you know anything about the targets I take or why? Or do you just like the idea that I shoot people? Like, what is this? How did you manage to get to this point? And, you know, like, what do they know about Frank Castle? Because a lot of it is probably quite easy to find, right? Because the trial was pretty public.
It'd be high profile,
and they would have access to contacts that could get... And they're super fans. So they probably have a bunch of information on it. And wouldn't that be the more interesting scene? For the Powell to actually reference his family by name and to say, like, you think you're the only one who's lost? Like, you have no idea. And you could start talking about a couple of the guys there. Obviously, the better version of this would be that we know this ahead of time because they're actual characters. But, like, what if Powell lost his wife to, like, a mugger or something like that? Just something simple. And it could be like, you know, and then they could compare. And then Frank can realize something from this. Maybe if we go that direction that, you know, the same angle that he takes, as much as he still believes it's way better than Daredevil's, he's also empowered a bunch of people to think that this is the absolute right thing to do, and they're killing innocent people, which is absolutely not what Frank does. And he could lay out why and talk about the more specific elements of it. But, you know, I'm fine with him ending with saying they're a bunch of fucking clowns, sure. But, like, try and talk about something meaningful that matters in any way, shape, or form. But yes, you're right, Fringy. I definitely do not think Frank would ever say, you don't know my pain and you don't know my loss. Like, that doesn't sound like a Frank line to me at all. He's talked before about how...
Frank doesn't like the idea of pity.
No.
He doesn't like being a victim.
He kind of invites
this show.
Yep.
And so, yeah, I think it makes sense that Frank would want to discover why they're doing it, what they know about him, how this all happened. But once he gets all of it, counters all of it, he can shit on them. But instead, we don't really get anything. And I saw a lot of people saying, like, they're so happy they kept this in, the whole cops using Punisher's logo, and he just shits all over them. It's like, well, there's nothing meaningful here, though. He just says you're clowns. That's it.
and then they start punching him because they're big mad.
Yeah.
But it's kind of speaking to the core problem with essentially this plot line is that it's like it's cartoonish. They're just cartoonish, like evil, corrupt cops who just like shooting people. And they love working for Fisk, who himself was like an evil, corrupt guy who corrupted the police and even had them acting against other police officers and doing all of this harm. But none of that is relevant because all of like Kingspin, it really is this bizarre thing of like, how do you even reconcile the existence of this force with like Kingpin's history? Because again, with the FBI agents, the whole idea was that he got leverage on them. They didn't want to work for him. They didn't like work. I mean, Dex liked it, but Dex was insane. But they were doing it because they felt that they had no choice. In this case, this was pretty effortless. He just found a bunch of evil, corrupt cops and then said, yeah, you got no body cams and stuff. And they all like loyally work for him and just do crazy stuff. It's like you're completely, it's kind of the point that you're making there. You're not like tapping into essentially the juice that you can extract from like this as a storyline. Of course, they're not done with it yet, so it could be that season 2 will do that. But again, you got 9 episodes here, and they do like this plot line basically occupy. I mean, it starts basically in episode 2. It starts with the Hector stuff. It's gotten a lot of time. Powell himself has gotten kind of a ridiculous amount of screen time.
Yeah.
And yet, all that can be said about him is he's essentially a power-hungry asshole.
Yeah, there's nothing to him. There's no character.
And it's the same with the other guy who talked. He was another power-hungry asshole who liked beating people up to coerce them into confessions and stuff. And it's like, that's it. That's all you got for him. Considering how much time that they've got, you figure that you could give them more. And of course, it's not like you giving them more doesn't mean that you make them not like definitive bad guys. Like that's not how it works. Because Fisk is a definitive bad guy. He's not like a sympathetic character. He's not somebody that like he is a bad guy, but he's still got like meat on him in terms of like why he does what he does, what his goals are, and sort of what his weaknesses are and his relationship with Vanessa. But here it's just nothing.
He was more sympathetic until Echo decided to remove that aspect of his character, which is
That's true.
not a great idea.
There's no excuse now.
Yeah, that's a childhood trauma that explains why he's such a jerk. That's right. We are very nearly at the finish line. Oh, sorry. Please
just for why the Punisher storyline isn't now over. What is the reason they don't kill him when he refuses to join?
Because they want to do more Punisher stuff. Like there's going to be a Punisher special. I know what you mean. Like why in universe? Because there's no reason at this point, basically. But they want to keep him because it's Punisher. You don't want to get rid of Punisher. Punisher is one of the few sort of characters that you can kind of bank on at the moment as Marvel. He'll be back.
I mean, it would be funny if he like so arbitrarily got himself captured and then was arbitrarily released even before this season ends.
That'd be funny.
That'd be funny.
That'd be really funny. That'd be really, really funny. So Matt and Karen, they make it to Red Hook. They find the port is filled with evil cops. And
oh no!
Find his way in, but Karen says he shouldn't because he won't make it far with his injury, which I find pretty funny considering how well he did in the apartment. And so, they're having their little talk about all their values and everything. And Karen asked Matt what he said when she asked him how it felt to live in the darkness. And Matt replies, "It's not dark. It's like 1,000 suns. You're right. We can't be, but we can beat him. I'm gonna take this city back, Karen. We need an army." And we cut to the next day. I don't know what's to be said about this at all. Really.
I have one thing, which is like, would he have taken Karen here physically to this location where he was maybe planning to do like Daredevil fighting work?
No.
Would that be something he'd be okay with doing, taking Karen here in person?
Not only no on that, but secondly, I had particular issues with this. She says you can't go in there. It'll be Josie's all over again. And she says, to be more specific, either you die or you kill. You will not survive. The point being, of course, that either you physically die or you spiritually would be dead. And he apparently just takes this to be true when what an offensive thing to say about what happened at Josie's, when if it weren't for Daredevil and Matt doing what he did, it would be a significantly more tragic event.
Oh, Karen would be dead.
Everyone would be dead. No one could stop Bullseye other than him. So it's so incredibly disrespectful to say about that event. You don't want to be making that mistake again, do you? It's like, excuse me. Like, fuck me, man. Like, I don't even know what's been said between these two that could possibly get him to that point. But, you know, what's more important as well is, like, we don't know what's going on here, and there's this realization is, like, Frank is in there, dying.
Yeah, Frank
Like,
is in there, and Matt would know this.
He would know.
hear this. He would be hearing him getting punched. But we can't go in because Frank needs to be captured right
And
now.
there's no entertainment of stealth. It's just like, no, you go in there, you kill someone or you die. That's it. There's no other options.
We're out of budget. We did the big action scene, so there's not going to be another one.
And by big
And
action
what's-
scene, we mean some guys in an apartment.
What's
Yes.
even more hilarious too, then, is like the whole "we need an army." Like, do you?
Yeah.
You've never needed
Well,
an
Are you going
army
to get
before.
a lot of people
When
in
you took on the
danger?
army of
You're gonna put
ninjas, you
people
didn't
in-
need an
Oh,
army.
remember, Matt didn't want to be part of the Chased. That was an army.
Yep.
He didn't want to be a part of it. But
We don't.
no,
we don't
he
talk
needs
about the
an army.
chased.
We don't. We don't talk about Stick or the Chased or the Hand at all, even though it was a big part of Matt's life. But whatever.
It's going to be quite funny though when like season 2 comes around and the army that he needs isn't just the US army, which he could call in at this point because they would probably
You
intervene.
might as well call the Avengers.
Our mayor is trying to subvert
as
your
well.
government because you come.
I mean,
and
I wonder
always-
what
dude,
the
I've always
Thunderbolts
been-
got to be in New York, right? So what are the Thunderbolts? Why aren't they helping?
I've always been so amused by that because, like, let's be honest, if you had access to even let's just take War Machine, you would fuck them up in one night. It would be over.
Yeah, it would.
And that's what, it would only take the night if he struggles to find them hiding. You know what I mean? Like, it would be taken
yeah,
5
he'd
minutes.
show up and make
It's so fucking stupid. The amount of power that is in this city related to heroes, they pretend like all of it's not even there, but they simultaneously
not there.
reference it. Oh, we can't have spider people running around. It's like, yeah.
No, remember the Avengers Tower got bought by Elaine. That's the Thunderbolts HQ, maybe. I wonder. You know how like they show in the trailer, like all of New York getting consumed by like a big shadow thing. So what does that do to everybody? You know what I mean? What happened to Daredevil and Fisk and everybody when that happens? I mean, we'll find out when that movie comes out. But I do find that pretty amusing that you just had a very New York centric story, and then the next movie that comes out, New York gets consumed by darkness. But don't worry, won't matter.
Nope.
So cuts to the next day. Power gets restored. And Heather meets with Fisk, and Fisk offers her the position of Commissioner of Mental Health, and she gleefully accepts the job.
Like, what? You know, you're just like, what are you?
All right.
Heather's just a villain now. Like, it's
Yes.
okay.
I hate her, and she's
Karen-
a villain.
Well, the thing is,
Fisk
Karen's
is a villain.
back,
I don't hate
so
him.
Karen's back, and that means that up to this point, she's now been rendered completely redundant. So you got to find something else for her to do.
Insane. And I'm guessing that either she'll actually go insane in season 2 and become like the new Muse, or it's
Become
just
Muse.
some evil whatever. Or they'll have her like gradually realize that Kingpin is evil, which will be so fucking stupid if they actually do that.
Yep.
You tricked me.
So, Fisk does a little broadcast. He claims that the power grid was disrupted by an act of sabotage, that Gallo resigned and left New York amidst the chaos, which Sheila looks at. It's like, yeah, you killed him, Sheila. That's your fault. You did
Yeah,
that.
he just resigned from his post and left, and everyone, and he
And
just
he'll,
hasn't
and
been
he's-
seen
and he'll never
since.
be seen again.
You'll never be
The
found.
Commissioner of New York will never be seen again. ever again.
Just don't know what
That's
happened to him, you know?
verifiable. He resigned. He has no head. Someone's going to notice this eventually.
Yeah.
You don't need those.
And-
Uh,
And he announces.
well,
yeah.
if I may, I wouldn't mind, because I assume you're about to get to it. It's definitely one of the announcements, but this is this would be like possibly like one of my number one picks for like all-time cloud lines, I think, in the history of any storytelling. And that if you find yourself right in this, you need to give up. Like, it might just be over. So he says, this is such a fucking good line. Effective immediately, all vigilante activity is illegal.
I have a note for that as well.
Now, if I
That
may,
stood out to me as being particularly funny.
if I may, vigilante, noun, an individual or group of citizens who undertake law enforcement in their community without legal authority, typically because legal agencies are thought to be inadequate. So he's saying all illegal activity is illegal. Like, what the fuck?
And you wouldn't want to break the law, would you?
What the like? When I heard that, I was like, Jesus Christ! Like, what? Who wrote this? Do you know what that word means? What do you think they mean? Like, what?
I think they just assume vigilante is somebody who goes out there and fights crime, and it's like, yeah, but they can't though, because that's the police do that. That's, you're not allowed to do that. But no, it's now super duper illegal. It's double illegal.
Oh boy,
You're under martial law.
It's double
And
illegal.
it's martial law with a curfew of 8 p.m. So he's going to be super unpopular.
8 p.m.
Super duper unpopular mayor imposing an 8 p.m. curfew.
You know, if you'd said a midnight curfew, I'd have been like, this is insane. 8 p.m.
That's already 8 p.m.
8 p.m. Are you insane?
That's not even my bedtime.
Sleeps. The city that never sleeps. 8 p.m. curfew, guys.
The city with a responsible bedtime because there's school tomorrow.
How are you going to enforce this when all of your private army are over in the docks? They're not in the city anymore.
Well,
you
but-
moved
right.
them. That was kind of the premise of the previous scene.
Think of the sheer traffic going in and out of New York. Like, how are you? What's?
How are you imposing a curfew like this?
You just pull them all over? Be like, off to jail? None of this? What the fuck are you talking about?
Mm-hmm. People work at night.
What?
Not anymore, they don't.
No, they don't.
I can't believe it.
So,
An 8 p.m. curfew. That is insane.
Yeah.
That's just
But
one of the many
also,
insane.
I
Can
love
he,
New York.
can he declare martial law? Is that something the mayor of New York can do?
Why
Or is
not?
that something that
I don't
has to be done
think
by
so.
the governor?
I don't think so.
Is it the governor?
But it would
Like
be
who-
a state matter.
In
wouldn't
this
it? Because
world, he
doesn't
can.
martial law
That's my
kind of entail the
assumption.
presence of the military?
That was my I guess. Like it doesn't seem to me like that would be something that the mayor of New York could do, but
Well,
I mean,
because
I don't
the
know.
mayor of New York, the governor of the state will be able to say order the National Guard in, right? But that
You
will
can
happen
request
5
it.
minutes after this is done.
I mean, it's just, but that's what he's doing. He's basically the dictator of New York at this point, who can do whatever he wants.
I mean, a quick Google says legally mayors in the United States cannot declare martial law. That authority lies with the state's governor or the president.
I mean, that would be the assumption, but I mean, yeah. But I guess maybe in the MCU the mayor can do it.
Yeah, that was a recent thing that got
Maybe.
introduced in this world, thanks to the blip or something.
Yeah, that when they repealed the Sokovia Accords, they also added a bit where the mayor of New York can declare martial law.
What a great show.
Yeah,
I
but
think it's
we're,
really
we're,
good, yeah.
we're at the final scene.
Ooh.
We see it's a flashback to when Matt was a kid,
Little boy
but it's a different
child.
actor, different
Boy
one.
child.
I thought that was
And,
interesting too. The
Maddox-
whole he's
It'd
in
be
it for
funny
this
if they brought
one
back
shot.
the same actor, and he's
Well, so you got the one shot of him looking out a window. It's not a particularly engaging expression. Why didn't you shoot him from behind?
Yeah, so that then you can not draw attention to it not being the same actor.
Yeah, there's no problem then. But okay, yeah.
And this would have been again the new stuff where they were trying to be canon, whatever. So Nat explains that when he was younger, he believed that God took his sight, but when he grew up, he came to believe God bestowed him with a special destiny. For some reason, he then scoffs at the notion that a mask could save his life. And Karen asks, didn't it? Matt doesn't believe so. He believes it was his mistake was thinking he was immune to the darkness, which he allowed to creep inside of him. And then Matt admits that he intended to kill Dex. And he adds that ever since Foggy died, he didn't know who he was anymore. So what are your thoughts on all that?
When the fuck did he ever think he was immune to darkness? That's been like his whole struggle at the core.
Exactly.
What the fuck are you
It's
talking
like
about?
the show opens with a confessional where he's worried about something he's
exactly.
going to do.
That's the fucking first scene.
It's like the first scene of this Daredevil content that we have is addressing that. Like, but okay.
Yeah, no, just no. It's so annoying
He
to
never
listen
thought
to.
he was immune. That's exactly. So that's not even true. But there you go. I mean, if it wasn't already clear, he just admits he intended to kill Dex.
I think the counter to that would be what about the killing of Dex? Like, you never did that in the rest of the season. It's like, well, first of all, he did, and it was we got moments like I would say booping Nobu off the rooftop.
Nobu off the roof.
That would have been a very obvious example of him having reached his fucking limit, Like he and to say that wasn't a moment where he experienced darkness is horseshit. So like if you don't remember these parts of the show, people who wrote this scene,
and of course,
that's your problem. But I was also
we don't.
Well, I was going to bring up the end of season 3 then as well. That was definitely darkness was about to make its permanent stay.
He put his hands on his head. He was going to snap his neck. And then he
made the scream.
He did the scream. They knew about the scream, but they didn't know.
They knew about the scream. They forgot what was happening. Look, the scream takes precedent over everything else. Okay, that as far as they know, that scene took place at a zoo. They don't remember. They just remember the scream.
Yeah. But in response to all this, Karen says, "Foggy believed in you. Whatever's behind the mask, behind your eyes, that's wrath and that's mercy. That's the dark and the light. He knew it, all of it. He knew you. I do too."
Whatever.
Gee, thanks, Karen.
She hasn't been here. That's the problem. She hasn't been here all season. Only to show up right at the end to say all of this. But what does this have to do? What does this have to do with the bank episode? What does this observation have to do with Leroy Bradley or whatever his name was?
This scene is the one that really kind of got me to realize that what percentage of this show's scenes are just characters talking at Matt,
Yeah.
Not having like a dialogue. They're just talking at him.
Oh, that's clearly what they know to write. They don't know how to write discussion. Even though Punisher and Matt's conversation in episode 4, was it? That's like the only good thing in the whole series at this point. And the thing about it is that I find mind-blowing is, other than the ADR, pretty sure that's the old team.
That was the original. Yeah, that was the old team. The old team made the best scene in the show.
And some of the worst dialogue, like, well, so, I mean, here's a worthwhile question, especially because the last scene's not going to make the difference. How does this rank, this episode, for you guys?
I think it's the worst.
I think it might be the worst. It has
just the fucking opening sentence alone, in terms of density, in terms of words per damage. Like, geez, it's off the charts.
And like, it's got some of the most the individual lines. There's like 4 different ones, like about the Red Hook shit. Obviously, the history with Foggy and Vanessa. The vigilantism is now illegal thing is just. I can't be, but like, and then of course involving so many of the
vigilantism is illegal.
It's not destroying people like Cherry and fucking Kirsten. It's hitting now Karen and Punisher with the stupid stick so hard that their brains fell out. It sucks.
Really, really, really annoying. But this brings us to the final moment. Matt puts the mask on. He steps into Josie's. And the dream team has been gathered here. It includes Cherry, Detective Kim, Josie, some random cops that we've never seen before.
Yeah, like, to really help chat understand this, okay, he's walking into a room filled with people. You might not register exactly who at first, but it's like the first cut is Josie herself, which you're like, okay, sure, yeah.
Whatever, that's fine. That's
then,
okay.
Detective Kim, who are you? Like, why are you here?
Detective Kim. You know Detective Kim.
This
the
is
last
nuts,
scene
man.
In the show was like when Kingpin said, "Leave the investigation to me," right?
Yeah, that's right. That was the last time we saw her.
Insane. The most significant time she was involved in this entire show was probably the bank episodes. That was where she got to do something, but it was embarrassing. Yeah. Then, of course, the legend himself, Cherry.
Well, actually, I don't think that Detective Kim ever spoke with Matt, ever, in this entire season. I'm pretty sure she didn't, because she was speaking with Cherry at the bar. I'm pretty sure that Matt and her never interacted in the whole show. Yet she's here as part of the Dream Team.
Absolutely nuts, and very hard to understand what I'm supposed to be taking from it. It's like, why is she even here? We didn't have that discussion, you know?
This is the episode that's discarding the new stuff by putting a significant emphasis on the majority of Matt's team well, I guess half in this case being these new characters. Yes, we are moving away from the old stuff. Oh yeah, we are.
Yes.
Why are they here?
Cherry, the favorite, of course, but like
Yeah.
at this point, it's such a confusing moment because I'm like, oh fuck, who are they happening? And then we cut over to Kingpin and Vanessa.
Well, yes, because we got a big montage here that we can show because Matt's giving a speech, but we'll talk about the speech right at the end. So it cuts over to Fisk and Vanessa. He's escorting her through a subterranean lair, which now is a prison where a bunch of vigilantes are, including Jack, the swordsman. He's in there, and Frank, who is alive.
It is
chained up.
Absolutely fucking hilarious. It looks like the most slapdash evil lair prison you've ever seen. The cages look like they were just
like
ordered in from Amazon or something.
At that.
What is this? What are we doing?
This show is rated well. It's got majority positive reviews.
It's because those people are
Look at
stupid.
this.
Look, they're just
What
in
is going on?
cages. Why?
How could we possibly escape this? Oh, we'll be here forever. You're
Yeah.
gonna die down here.
He's so
They sit in front of the
evil.
painting, and they eat they have wine and they eat dinner together in front of the iconic Fisk painting.
The iconic.
And
Fisk
then we
painting.
just get like a bunch of shots that I feel like are best described by just saying what happened. So Buck examines his gun. Daniel sits in a chair. Sheila cries. BB stares at the floor. Angela looks at some evil cops. Heather puts a book in a bookshelf. And Kirsten looks at the Red Hook Charter. And Dex finds a little quaint apartment. And he straightens a blue painting on the wall. That's what we're shown in this sequence. It's people looking at nothing.
To remind you, it's like, by the
More or
way, these were the characters, just so you know. Like,
Yeah.
right.
Yeah, remember all these
and of course,
cool guys.
basically all of these characters are the new ones. So I don't know why people would be saying, yeah, the show discards what came before. No, it doesn't. It happily embraces them and includes them as part of this story because they will be back. Because essentially they weren't willing to make the actual hard choice, which was to gut everything and start over again. And even aggressively try to, remove like all of the new stuff. Nope. They'll all be back. The whole crew. And then you just put in all the characters that people actually remember from the old show that they like.
Season 2 will fix it, guys.
Matt gives a speech. And I think that the speech is spread out so long that you would think that it's more than it is. This is the speech, spread out across maybe 3 minutes. He says, I can't see my city, but I can feel it. The system isn't working, and it's rotten, corrupt. But this is our city, not his. And we can take it back together. The weak, the strong, all of us. Resist, rebel. I was thinking of, Rebel Moon, rebuild.
Rebel.
Because we are the city without fear, which is, I don't like that line at all. The city without fear. Get out of here. Stop it. You know how hard Daredevil worked to get the line without fear? That took 3 seasons for them to get to the point of essentially saying the man without fear. And here it's like, oh no, this is the city without fear. Nice. And there's nothing he said here is interesting. City's bad, but we're gonna fix it. City without fear. The city that majority voted for Fisk.
Yeah, it's like what Matt should have said was, listen, the leopards are eating your face. Too bad, get over it. See you in 4 years, assholes. You'll be this is what you wanted. This is what you voted for.
Like, I'm so glad to let you wallow in the mess that you made. You're screwed. Thank you. Bye.
Yeah.
You voted for Wilson Fisk.
So
what
crazy.
did you think was going to happen?
All gone wrong.
But yeah, that's we do. That's the end of the episode. But we have a post-credit scene.
Oh yeah.
Fisk is sitting in his cage like a bird, and there's an evil
not
cop
Fisk.
whom he pretty. Oh, not
He's
Fisk.
a bird in a
Frank.
cage.
Frank.
I'm just imagining Fisk in like a bird cage, just sitting there on the little.
In Fisk's subterranean lair, Frank is there, and he coaxes this evil cop into shaking his hand pretty effortlessly. He's like, "Hey, buddy, want to shake my hand?" And then he does. And naturally, Frank grabs it, breaks it, steals the keys, and escapes.
That's
How
it.
What
does
the
this
fuck is-
happen?
Wait, are you saying you're saying that Frank was able to get out of the little cage?
Yes, he was. So why was he even in there? Why'd you put him in there so that he could then break out of it? Oh, did you not know about this?
I think he's
Did
just
you not
fucking
see the
around.
post-credit scene? Or are you
You fucking around or not?
No, I'm aiming about the quality of the cage.
Yeah.
Oh, sure, yeah. But yeah, he's out. What's the point of having Frank get captured to then just escape right at the end of the episode anyway? In a really stupid way.
I thought they
They're
were
like, well,
obviously
we
doing a
didn't-
thing of like a mission in the first portion of the season 2 will be Daredevil saving him, but no.
That's not. I think it's as simple as they wanted the whole like, "You're a bunch of clowns." They wanted that scene, and then they're like, "Yeah, but we can't keep him in there because we gotta, Frank doing shit." So it's like, yeah, get him captured so that he can have that scene, then just get him out straight away. And of course, this all relies on them not executing him, which Fisk might feel compelled to do. But no, that's it.
Well, that's the other thing, right? It's like, why is Fisk keeping any of these people alive? And we know he does this kind of thing because he's a moron. But just like with the police commissioner, just like with everybody else, why even keep the vigilantes alive? What do you gain from chaining them up? They're obviously going to escape and cause you trouble. So you just ripped a guy's head in half. Kill them.
Nah, because then you'd lose him and you can't have him again. So can't do that.
There we have
That's
it.
the end, by the way. That's the end of Daredevil Born Again Season 1.
Yeah.
I hate this
it's
show,
not
man.
that great.
I hate it so much.
This
I-
is
I-
really,
it's-
really bad.
It's made me the most annoyed and miserable out of the Marvel slop. Well, I guess since Deadpool and Wolverine, but this has annoyed me more than that. I know I was gonna think it's like, has it been a while? It's like, no, it was less than a year ago. But this probably annoys me more. Because of course I really like the Deadpool movies, but I am a particularly big fan of the Netflix Daredevil series, and this basically just takes a giant shit on it. It's really annoying, really, really stupid. It doesn't have anything worthwhile to say at all. It's just like a complete flanderized bastardization of a much better television series. And it's the clearest evidence that there ever was that there is absolutely no reason to ever expect that a Marvel project will end up good. You should never go into it expecting that it will be good. You should obviously be open to the idea that you could be pleasantly surprised, but at this point, the precedent is insane. And the conclusion to be drawn is that there is essentially no cope that you can rely on that will actually make it better. The Sam Raimi cope didn't work for Multiverse of Madness. The Ryan Reynolds, producing and Hugh Jackman cope didn't work for Deadpool and Wolverine. The, hey, it's, Charlie Cox and Vincent D'Onofrio are involved, and it's a continuation there. That didn't work for this. Nothing, there is no escaping the Marvel sludge. It's like a black hole that consumes everything that it gets. And I find it so fucking fascinating that, however many years ago, like 8 years ago, people were actually cheerleading for the biggest fucking merger in the entertainment industry of the acquisition of Fox. Because yay, now we'll get Fantastic Four and X-Men. And now what it's going to look like is that those are going to get ruined too. Except now there's no other studio, which, every studio's got their problems, but there's no means for any of these projects to escape the essentially toxic Marvel constraint that seems to just ruin artistic creativity. It ruins expression, it ruins storytelling, and destroys art. And this is just the latest casualty. This is the latest one. And then there'll be a second season, and people will think, oh, well, maybe this one will be better because it's these new showrunners who made the worst episodes of this season. And
everyone they hire is incompetent. They can't help themselves. They cannot help themselves. They have to hire the shittiest writers imaginable over and over and over
Of course,
again.
now the fun part is, now I'm not going to pretend that I was really a fan of any of the other shows, but now you guys can get ready for the other characters to get dragged through the mud and get ruined. You can probably expect that Jessica Jones will get brought in and will probably have damage dealt to her story. Now, of course, I'm not, like I said, I'm not the biggest fan of that, but if you are, you should expect that's probably going to happen. Maybe they'll get Luke Cage and then they'll ruin him as well. Maybe they'll bring in, I don't know as many people care about Danny Rand, but maybe they'll bring him in and then deal damage to him as well. Of course, there's more potential to deal damage to Matt, to Fisk. Vanessa's gone. Karen is in a bad place, even with the little amount of time that she's had. And of course, I think it would be safe to assume that they're probably going to undo Foggy's death. Which there was plenty of hope that was going to get undone here, but it'll be undone, which of course deals damage to even the payoffs that this show tries to have. But like any character that could be brought in, it's just more potential for a character that you like to be destroyed. But of course, the easiest thing that you can do, this shit ain't canon. There are the 3 seasons of Daredevil, and unfortunately, you kind of have to include Defenders as well, which is not very good. It's not like this though. But that's it. It ended. They were happy. They founded Nelson, Murdoch, and Page. Everything was great. They lived their happy lives after that as good friends doing good deeds, and none of this happened. This is not canon. This did not occur. This show is it's not even a delusion, because a delusion would then be rendered canon as like a horrible nightmare. This just didn't happen.
Well, you believe delusions.
Yeah.
This is just like, on its face, obviously not canon. This is somebody else's fever dream that I'm somehow privy to.
Mm-hmm.
So
and you just gotta stop.
By the way, you said you liked one episode? No, one scene.
No, one scene. We liked the scene with Matt and Frank.
They fucked up.
Remember, that was the Leroy episode. That one sucked. That was a crap episode.
Yeah.
But that was the one worthwhile scene. There's really, like, it's getting really annoying because it almost seems like comical to be like, what? So you're saying like all of these Marvel projects are actually like pretty much as close to being completely worthless as possible, but you can't even hone in on specific major points of praise or points of praise that will, have significant caveats. It's like, no, man, this is an unprecedented streak of like some of the worst storytelling I've ever seen in my life. I cannot believe how many times that they have failed to just tell like a 5 out of 10 story. I can't believe that in like 20 attempts they haven't even been able to make like Iron Man 2. I can't. It's insane. It's insane that it's so consistent. And then it's consistently applied to a variety of different franchises, that DC couldn't make a single thing that was worthwhile. That Star Wars, with the exception of Andor, has been horrible for the last decade. That Jurassic Park is getting dragged through the mud. That we're now getting all of these terrible live-action remakes of these, like, animated classics. And now it's going to be extended to the likes of the DreamWorks films. And then you add on top of that, Minecraft's movie on track to become the most successful, like, video game adaptation of all time. Like, oh yeah, this is a great time. Yeah, this is real exciting time for the film industry. It's just like, it's whatever.
You think they would fuck up and make like a good show?
And make something
like
good.
They would somehow mess up.
It's like you just said. They fucked up a bit of good scene. That's the most we get.
Yeah, that's yeah.
You would think that they would accidentally make something that was worthwhile.
Nope. They accidentally hire someone competent, or somebody, just like law of averages, there's someone out there who at least gives a little bit of a shit,
Nope. But hey, don't worry. Jurassic World Rebirth will be good. Fantastic Four will be good. Superman will be good. Yeah, sure. How to Train Your Dragon remake, that might not end up being so bad. What other shit's coming out this year that's gonna suck? What else is there? What other sludge is getting made this year?
We've got the other half of Squid Game season 2 to have as well.
I mean, I hope that's okay. I really hope that ends up being fine, but I'm not optimistic, I gotta tell you.
Yeah.
At this point, I've got my fingers crossed for okay.
That would be nice. That would be nice to get a film that's like, oh, that's fine, or a TV show that's like,
okay.
It's all right.
It's all right.
But
some good stuff, some bad stuff.
I don't know. I'm just getting a little bit tired of it, and I think the thing that again needs to it's an important reminder, like saying that this stuff is great, and like and then it getting now. Of course, in the case of Daredevil, the viewership ain't great, and that's going to have a big impact. But like it really is like not a good situation to be in, that it takes a while for everybody to essentially kind of realize like, oh damn, that wasn't very good. Because the feedback that is most important is the feedback that's happening right as it's coming out. How people are feeling at it at the time and what things they're saying about it. Particularly when this show, the second season has already entered into production. The positive feedback now, instead of the accurate negative feedback, means that the changes can't be implemented. It means that season 2, they will push forward with the belief that they had done all of this right, particularly with the new episodes that they've done. So, why would you expect that season 2 would be better? Like, actually being, like, accurate, precise, and like, essentially realizing a little bit quicker that none of this stuff is working and is actively like destroying the stuff that you enjoyed that came before is like an essential component of trying to essentially encourage and incentivize good art. The cycle of it getting praise at the only time that it matters, which is when it's coming out and when it's got its greatest potential to make money, only to eventually realize, oh shit, that wasn't very good. It's like, cool, this just perpetuates the cycle of sludge.
Do you think the low viewership will have anything to do with that at all? I mean, I'm thinking, say, like The Acolyte, for example, which was excessively praised by lots of people, also criticized by a lot of people as well, to be fair, but its viewership was the thing that sort of canned that. I mean, any chance that the viewership will speak a bit more loudly than what you should bake in at this point, a dishonest or blind people kind of praising it at the beginning?
I think I agree with Mola that I would be surprised if it got a season 3. The viewership is like not good. Like it's notably bad, and not in a way that's very easy to sort of pretend that it's not. Because you know that happens plenty of the time. Not only will companies do it, but even the viewers or the audience will do it, right? Where they try to be like, yeah, 7.5 million, that's good. It's like, well, it's meaningless unless you put it in context. And 7.5 million over the course of, you know, several days being notably lower than The Acolyte, which was a prominent failure, doesn't leave this in as good a place. I doubt this show cost $200 million to make. But I mean, how are you going to justify spending on something that started off in a bad place? And, you know, it's not a perfect metric to judge it by, but if the Twitter engagement is any indication, show fell off, as they would say, relatively quickly. And that would be something that they'd recognize. And it's kind of a case of like, regardless of how season 2 does, it seems unlikely that it would do better. That's not usually the way that it works. And so if it's going to get worse, I don't see that they can essentially justify continuing to make like more seasons. So season 2, I wouldn't be surprised if that was the end. And I mean, what a disaster that was. A show that was so beloved and popular that like a fan movement to essentially get it back that took years, way longer than is typically the case for a show that gets revived. You know, Daredevil season 3 ended in 2018. It's 2025. So it's been like 7-8 years since that managed to essentially revive it, and it's going to die in like 2 years. What a disaster. And nothing will be learned from it, because none of it never seems like the lesson that's taken away from any of these failures is, oh, those scripts got to get better. It's like, nah, it was the visual effects. Nah, it was like that we were talking about this hot button issue at the moment and that annoyed people. Nah, it was because it released at a bad time. It's just bad writing. That's it. I know that, you know, essentially you can say that, you know, there's plenty of bad things that have failed, but I do, and I would like to believe that people broadly are receptive to good or bad writing. I like to believe, you know, in a sense that you can point to a lot of the films that are universally considered to be the best. They hold up well, particularly when you're trying to talk about them with regard to internal consistency, thematic potency. They tend to hold up well, and I feel like that has to say something. But at the same time, I don't know, because I'm not even sure like how meaningful the engagement is with this show. How many people in 2 weeks are gonna say, man, I really want to rewatch Daredevil Born Again. I'm really excited about watching the Bank episode with Miss Marvel's dad. Like, God, that was a really great filler episode that I'm super looking forward to rewatching. Meanwhile, how many people rewatch Breaking Bad with regularity? A lot of people. Feels like the mark of a good show is the kind of show that actually lasts, rather than dying not only right after it ends, but even part way through. But I don't know, you know.
Well, I got some good news for you, because we got Ahsoka season 2. Some interesting, cool news. I think everyone's gonna get excited for, but you know, calm down, everybody. Admiral Akbar
will return in Ahsoka season 2.
I need you to read this. This is indistinguishable from a parody tweet.
It's real.
Admiral Akbar will return in Ahsoka season 2. He will be going head to head with Thrawn. That's hilarious.
It's just
yeah.
There's only so much you can get like, invested in, given that you know he's going to get flushed out of a window in a few years' time. So it's like, what is even the point?
He's going to be astro defenestrated.
There will, by the way, to sort of add on to it, there will never, if Andor season 2 is good, there will never be anything as good as that again from Star Wars for the next 10 years at least.
It was a fluke.
Maybe
it was
more.
the fluke. We should be fucking cherishing.
We should be
the
glad
fact
we
that
got
happened
it
somehow.
And that's assuming that season 2 is good, which I I really, I need it to be good. I do.
It would be nice
I
if
need
it
this
was.
one to be good.
If it's not, the next
Please,
thing that's
God,
coming up
Andor.
is got to be one of the movies announced, right? So you've got
Thunderbolts.
Star Wars,
Oh, Mandalorian and
um,
Grogu. That's next.
Mandalorian and Grogu, and
Yeah.
then Starfighter was the other thing that was
Great
announced,
name.
which is kind of mad to
And
think as
Zero
well that they got
Company.
Ryan Gosling in. It's set 5 years after The Rise of Skywalker, the cinematic Chernobyl that is The Rise of
Yes!
Skywalker. Can't we just have a
I
fucking
gotta see what
exclusion
happens. I
zone
need to
around
see the
that?
state of the galaxy. I need to see what the fuck is happening in
But
this
hey,
world now.
we should
in that
expect it will be
canon.
great because it's directed by the guy who made Deadpool and Wolverine, which destroyed Deadpool and Wolverine and more.
It did. Took a giant shit all over that character in that universe. But hey, it was. Well, I was about to say it's funny, but it wasn't. But hey, he.
That's
I
a
don't
good
know.
yes. That is the that's how I feel right now. Is that Peepo there?
Yeah, quite a
I mean,
vibe.
in a sense, because it's I will admit this show's getting flushed out of my mind now that we're done with it. I don't want to think about it. Don't really. I'm just. I'm down on it. As has probably become
canon.
pretty apparent. It's not canon, and that's
Yeah,
becoming easier for me to do
somebody else's
every day.
crazy attempt at horse shit, is what it was. Like somebody like stole it in a way. I think I know Gary said this the other night, and we've said it kind of before in varying degrees, but there's something to be said about the fact that eventually a sort of franchise or an IP, kind of the ownership of it sort of is with the fans. Like, yeah, sure, the person who owns it is the one who determines canon, so to speak, but there's a kind of communal ownership of
Well,
the
Yeah, for
cultural
sure.
impact and value of an IP and a franchise,
know,
and I feel like
why would Tim Miller have
Yeah.
said Terminator 3, 4, 5 aren't canon? It's like, well, because he knows broadly the fans don't consider them anywhere near Terminator 1 and 2. There's a completely different weight class, essentially. So he's like, I'm going to make one that fits in with 1 and 2. It's like, that's not the company deciding, or even the artist. That's the fans that have made him do that. Like that happens because that's just culturally. All the people in the world who watch these stories talk about and stuff, that's what determines their legacy. So, like, Netflix Daredevil gets recommended pretty much all the time as one of the greatest TV shows, superhero content you can get. Born Again, I mean, what do you guys think the fucking legacy of Born Again is going to be?
The legacy will eventually be, oh, that kind of sucked.
Yeah.
That's what people will eventually realize. That was actually kind of shit, the whole thing. But again, too late to stop or change season 2 to become better. But I don't really think you can salvage it. I think even the greatest of writers would have a really difficult time trying to sort of pull it together at this point. And we are not dealing with the greatest of writers working on this show. But I mean, I don't know. This feels like, I mean, particularly for me, if you 6 or 7 years ago, I was really wanting like Daredevil to essentially get like more acknowledgement, particularly like acknowledgement as part of the Marvel universe. That was something that I really wanted. That I particularly, the longer the show went on, the more that it was becoming clear that that was something that wasn't happening. The longer that the show goes on. Yes. I remember I saw a meme, and it was something like Titanfall 3, like rumors of Titanfall 3, and it added like, oh well, it would be like Apex Legends like characters and stuff like that, and then people posting the tweet of the monkey's paw like, curling, and it's like, yeah, that's what it feels like with any sequel that I would want. It's like, dude, don't even, with a few exceptions in terms of people who are reliable or companies that are reliable. At this point, I don't really want sequels to like legacy underrated things. I would rather them sort of remain as just the last underrated part of a series. I don't want to keep seeing things that just keep getting like revived only to get destroyed. Like, I'm happy with Titanfall 2 being the end and they make no more and they don't ruin anything. I'm happy with, Daredevil just being its first 3 seasons and it doesn't get ruined again. I'm tired of it. I don't want to see any more Terminator films. I would really like it if we didn't get any more for any of these franchises, but they will keep going because we are in the era of exploiting franchises. Unfortunately, a lot of the time the results are pretty positive. Alien Romulus, people said it was good. Nobody talks about it, but they said it was good and it made a lot of money, so they'll make another one.
God, that film was so fucking bad.
That's like one example. Yep, really bad, but it looks like Alien. And that's the thing, they're starting to learn what they need to do. And the big reliable one is make it look like it. Yeah?
An advert for Alien Romulus came up on it must be like last month or 2 months, whenever it went on like Sky, whatever the fucking streaming service was, said it's the best Alien movie since the original one. Like, woo, okay, so Alien Romulus is better than Aliens according to this. But no,
Spicy.
if you say the word
fuck right
original,
off.
if you say it's the best one since the original, the word original is doing all the heavy lifting. All
Yes.
they're saying there is, hey, remember when it was good in the back
Yeah.
before times? It's the best one since the before times, so watch it and you will like it. It's not actually anything to do with the comparative merits of an Alien movie.
Well, I
It's
mean-
all about, can we attach ourselves to a popular memory? Yes, we can, then we make buck.
The meme with Romulus was really funny. Was loads of people were instantly jumping to it's the best one since Aliens, and then a bunch of people would point out it's like, so it's better than the hated Alien 3 or the hated Alien Resurrection or the hated Prometheus or the hated Alien Covenant or the hated AVP or the hated AVP 2. Like, what the fuck are we talking about here? Like, you're pretending as though it's going to be dramatically amazing by beating out all these films that have been historically shat on by Alien fans. And then, of course, you watch it, and this is I kind of want to draw us back to what Fringy was almost on there. It's like, because it evokes it, right? It's TFAing. It's like that was like the whole strategy with that. It's got nothing of substance in there, and you gotta do a bit of fine tuning, a little bit of laboratory work of like, how do we trick? And it's like, well, make sure you get like what is it visually that people like? And it's like getting heroes in there.
Needs to be retro futuristic.
Getting heroes in their
You gotta do that.
costumes has been major as like a cheat code for Marvel, for example. They're like, all we got to do is that, and we get automatically like 10% more of the audience.
Put
where we
Wolverine
wouldn't.
in the yellow suit, and you get lots of points for that.
Yeah. And it's all kinds of things, because that's what everyone says. Like, Romulus was returned to form, back to roots, blah 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 blah, and it's just tiring. Nobody. It's like I would love to take. I would confidently say 1,000 people who claimed at least 10 different times, separated by at least a day, that they loved Alien Romulus. Get them all in a call right now and ask them individually. Name as many characters as you can. Go. And I'm not even sure they could name Rain. Yeah, I'm not even sure they could.
Well, you can always remember her because she was the bird in the cage.
The bird in the
She was
cage.
the bird
That's
in the
right.
cage, that's
They
true.
probably don't remember the bird in the cage either themselves.
I could never. It's so weird. I could not forget the bird in the cage. No matter how much I try, no matter what drugs I inject into my eyeballs, I cannot forget the bird in the cage.
Doesn't this almost feel downstream of like a broader problem, which is that a lot of people like watch movies, but they're not really looking to extract a whole lot out of them, or at least they must not be, because you would get more out of something if you were trying to extract that meaning out of it. Like, there needs to be an encouragement of a less passive and more active engagement with art in general. That, like, these aren't things that you just throw on to just have some background noise, or that these aren't things that you just watch so that you can participate in the Twitter conversation, but that you're actively going out there to find experiences that could be really meaningful to you, in the same way that all of the, great stories that people refer to, great films, games, books, TV shows, music, that all of them are trying to sort of evoke and generate these feelings in you and help you and help you understand life better, learn important lessons, or think about the world and people and just any number of reasons why people engage with art. It feels like all of this shallow engagement just speaks to a kind of broader problem of this lack of essentially appreciation, willingness to sort of commit focus to like these forms of expression, and that in turn that is kind of actually translating over to the shallow nature of the work itself. The work is getting worse because it feels like we're not collectively putting as much stock in it as as what it's supposed to be, which is meant to help us as human beings navigate through life and existence.
Because for all that could be said of being like, it's catastrophizing a little bit, isn't it? And it's like, we've literally got, and this was years ago now, right? Because that's when Ahsoka Season 1 came out. Was it 2 years? I can't even fucking track this timeline.
I think 2 years ago, yeah.
That's the show that prompted the clip of, it's red. It's red. Like a literal color.
Nothing's really changed.
Nothing was happening. And the thing is to what you were just saying, it's like, that's not even just the audience. That's bled now so hard into the content that they'll have him fucking turn on a red lightsaber in Ahsoka Season 2 in some vision. And it'll be great. Oh my god. It'll be just like you remember. I saw like a clip of Hayden Christensen arriving at Star Wars Celebration, and the whole crowd was going absolutely nuts. And I was just sitting there so like, oh man. Like, there he is, passionate as ever, and we've got all these fans ready and waiting for any kind of story you might tell with him. And what does he get? I mean, like fucking Obi-Wan Kenobi. Like, the shittest writing, it's often considered the worst thing Disney have made for Star Wars, which is saying something.
Yeah.
Colors. Literally a color. I don't know what's more base than that. No analysis, just
Not sure.
the color is there, and I like that color.
It'll be great. It'll be great.
It really is like monkey neuron activate is kind of where we're at.
Just, yeah. That's Daredevil Born Again, though. Don't watch it. If you haven't, don't do it.
No.
Find something else that you can do. Find a video game that's fun, or a movie that you haven't seen before that is good. You know, go find something that will enrich your life. You know, because that's kind of like the point of all this: stories, games, media, art. To get something out of it, to get some value that you can carry forward. You gotta make sure that you're looking for those experiences, and that when you find them, you hold on to them. This is not one of those.
But you know,
you need to let this one go.
Take this as a sort of, if you've been interested and had no idea of any of the context, maybe check out the Netflix Daredevil. You'll probably enjoy it.
It's good.
There are plenty of great Daredevil comics that you can read. You can read Born Again, Man Without Fear, Daredevil Yellow. There's a whole manner of different Daredevil stories that you can read. Plenty of, Punisher stories as well.
It's the weirdly useful thing about most modern movies and even TV shows is that when they're brought back because they're popular, they were brought back because they were popular for a reason. So you can almost use them as incentives to archaeology. You go and you watch Daredevil Born Again and say, well, why was this brought back? Well, the character of Daredevil was really popular. This thing is probably shit, but I can go back and find out why he was popular to begin with. And then you go back in time and you find the thing that made everybody quite enjoy his character and his story, and you watch that. Same thing with Star Wars. Why does everyone react to the he vaded moment? Oh, well, there were stories with that character that people really liked in the old times, so go watch the old-timey thing. Just watch modern movies as clues for the old movies you should be watching instead. It's kind of like the only use you have for them.
Even to the point that, again, we would recommend the director's cut of the 2003 Daredevil film. That is a solid film.
It is.
It's surprisingly solid. I was surprised.
It's honestly kind of a strange experience too, because if you're familiar with the Netflix Daredevil and you watch the director's cut of the 2003 film, you'll see everything you're familiar with just in a different view.
Yeah.
But like all those characters and all the sorts of payoffs, it's like, oh, they're all here. They've just been remixed by a different creator. Someone that liked Daredevil.
Yeah.
Well.
Was Cherry in it?
There is no Cherry. It's fucking cruel.
No.
I didn't know what to do. I was lost without him.
What's the point?
So, with that wrapping up the Daredevil Born Again arc, I should say before we head out, what's everybody got coming up that they may or may not want to talk about?
I'm working.
A bit of this and that. Working, kind of busy. Also, it's Easter tomorrow, right? I think it's Easter tomorrow, so everyone can.
For me, so
Oh, okay. Tomorrow for us. So
I hope you all get
enjoy
your nice eggs and everything. And,
yay!
That's
with
right.
Family. Find your eggs.
And if not,
eat your chocolate.
There are things that you can do that will be fun. While you got the weekend, like watching movies, playing games, whatnot. Yeah.
Meanwhile, we're gonna sit here and roll the stone back in front of the tomb of this fucking show.
Yeah.
Hope it stays there forever.
But yeah, I'm just working.
Boy.
That's all. Just working.
Work does indeed continue. Edits are being more and more completed for the comedy arc, which, so once we're getting close to completion, I'll let you guys know that it's on the way out. But it'll be consistent once it starts releasing. That's the goal. And just, to dispel any sense of where is it all going, we do still have Halo Season 2 EFAP TVs that are, I believe, excellently edited by Mr. Fringy here. And so they will go out at some point. We're still figuring some of this stuff out.
Yes.
Yes. And then, of course, there should be within a month's time, another announcement as to a kind of a big project, and other things may be talked about a bit more once enough time has passed. But work really does continue. Every time you don't see me on a particular stream, I'm usually clicking away, and who knows what'll happen this year or the time to come. But hey, hopefully you were engaged by this stream and had some fun. I know we did. The end of it may seem a bit dour, but that's because we're just a little exhausted, that's all. It's fine.
Yeah, we just have to mellow all the fun that we've been having.
I think me and Az are going to do an attempt at a blueprints race on Monday. Should be some fun. Since it is currently technically Sunday for me, I don't know if I will be streaming it before then, at least a little stream or something, because I'm still enjoying walking around on it. But yeah, other than that, you got your regular shit like Real BBC and Open Bar that I'll be on, and, you know, whatever else. But other than that, I suppose we shall say goodbye. Thank you all for hanging out.
Yeah. Goodbye, everyone.
We'll see you for whatever ends up happening next. How exciting.
See you later. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Toodaloo.